Hey everyone, Samia Khan here with your Fox 10 News Now update. Happy Wednesday morning. We have a lot of stories to cover with you guys. Tonight is the big debate, round 3 of the GOP presidential candidate debate. That's very exciting. I'm looking forward to chatting with Ron about that later, as well as Steve Kraft in the afternoon. So looking forward to that, plus a lot of other headlines. One of the big stories yesterday and the day before was the story of a high school student who was seen on video being tossed or dragged, however you want to describe it, by a school resource officer. Lots of controversy around this. This is out in South Carolina. Apparently, the county sheriff out in South Carolina in that district is going to be speaking out. He's apparently going to announce whether or not this officer was fired, or will be fired rather. In fact, here is a live shot of the scene right now. We're getting the live feed in, and we are expected to hear from authorities right now. Wow, right on cue. And of course, we lose it. Just my luck, guys, just my luck. That's unfortunate. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and show you what's going on.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Whoa,
Thanks so much for joining us for
that's kind of weird that they are sending it to us like that. I don't really think that I can take someone else's newscast, but let's go ahead and go live now.
All right, thank y'all for being here. Again, apologize for the room being so hot. Those who've been at my press conference before know that I typically do not read from a press release, and I'm not going to do that today, but we have printed out something that I'm going to kind of use as a guideline. Certain topics and areas I want to make sure that we get fully covered. And let me begin by saying that nothing I say today or any actions or anything that I'll say in the future should be construed to condone or justify any of the actions of Ben Fields at Spring Valley on Monday. He was wrong in some of his actions. It's not what I expect of my deputies, and it's not what I tolerate from any of my deputies, and especially those that are in a school when we're dealing with juveniles. Now, as in any incident, videos are very useful to us. We're glad that the students did take the videos. We welcome people to video us when we do our job, and most of the time it shows that we're doing our job in a correct manner. And then when it shows that we don't do it in the correct manner, then we'll address it. But videos are something that we welcome. Hopefully one day soon we'll have videos on cameras on all of our deputies. We have them in our cars, but we haven't got to the point where we've got them on all of our deputies. Videos are just a snapshot. They don't tell the complete picture. My job and our job is to get the complete picture. And to do that, we have to look at all the videos, we have to take statements, we have to look at everything so we can look at what the full picture of the events are that happens in any kind of incident. Now, this happened 11 a.m. approximately on Monday. We're just slightly over 48 hours, and I'm going to have to say I congratulate my Internal Affairs Division for doing a very quick job and doing a very thorough job in the task that I gave them to do, and that was to investigate this incident as a policy violation, see if Deputy Fields broke any of our policies and procedures that we do. I think somebody asked yesterday, normally in cases like this, it takes a long, extended time to do it. This one did not need to take very long. The videos helped, the statements we got, our proper policy and procedures that we go by are already there for us to know what they are. So it was not something that needed to take long, and it didn't take long. I think sometimes in these cases and maybe other places, they take a little bit unnecessary time. We felt like we needed to do this very quickly because the public needed to know what happened and what our response was going to be to this. Again, our responsibility was to do the internal investigation solely on policy violations. When this was first brought to my attention on Monday, even though I was out of town at a law enforcement conference in Chicago, we took action very quickly. Deputy Fields was placed on suspension without pay. He's been on that until today. I also immediately contacted the FBI and asked them to do the criminal investigation on this. The first was a phone call, and then it was followed up by a written request. I felt like that the FBI was the only agency that needed to be investigating this, that did not want anybody to come up with any type of reason to say that this was not properly investigated and handled by authorities that need to be handled. The FBI is one of the most trusted and respected law enforcement agencies in this state and probably in the world, and that's why I turned to them and asked them to conduct a full and thorough investigation to see if there was any criminal violations, and the FBI accepted that. I also contacted the U.S. Attorney's Office and asked them to be part of that, and that the Justice Department be part of looking into these actions also. Our U.S. Attorney William Nettles agreed to that, and so the FBI and Civil Rights Division has initiated their investigation. It was started yesterday. They've already have it full swing. We're fully cooperating with them to make sure that they have everything that they need. We took statements from the teacher and the administrator that was present. This incident started with a very disruptive student in a class. The student was not allowing the teacher to teach and was not allowing the students to learn. She was very disruptive, she was very disrespectful, and she started this whole instance with her actions. She refused to leave the class as directed by the teacher. She refused to follow his instructions. He called for assistance from the school administrator. The school administrator got there. He was African American, and he attempted to get her to leave the class also. She refused his instructions, was continually disrespectful to him. All the while the students are still in the class. They're supposed to be there learning. Their education was put on hold while this disruptive student had to be dealt with. At that point, School Resource Officer Ben Fields was called. The situation was explained to him. He attempted to get the student to leave. He was then asked to remove her from the class. And at that point, I think we've seen the various videos. I will note that the teacher and the school administrator in their statements both fully support the actions of Ben Fields. They said that he acted appropriately, that he didn't use excessive force, and he did what was necessary. And that came from both of them who were present when this happened. The third video from another student who also supports Officer Fields actually shows the female student striking Ben Fields. The third video from another student who also supports Officer Fields actually shows the female student striking Ben Fields and her resisting when he tried to get her from her chair. Once he put her hands on her, he was allowed to do that. He placed her under arrest. He verbally told her that he was under arrest. He attempted to use force to make the arrest. I do not feel that the proper procedures was used at that point, and that's what's caused me my heartburn and what my issues with this. The maneuver that he used was not based on the training or acceptable. Our training unit looked at it, they examined it. I have a written report from them, which I'll share with all of you, which goes into details on the force continuum, how we train our officers, and what we expect of them in circumstances like this. Their recommendation to me was that Deputy Fields did not follow proper training, did not follow proper procedure when he threw the student across the room. From the very beginning, that's what's caused me to be upset when I first saw that video, and continues to upset me when I see that video, is the fact that he picked the student up and he threw the student across the room. That is not a proper technique and should not be used in law enforcement. And based on that, that is a violation of our policy. And approximately 20 minutes ago, School Resource Officer Ben Fields was terminated from the Richland County Sheriff's Department. We have some 87 school resource officers throughout the schools in Richland County. Every day these deputies do a fantastic job. They work very closely with the students, the faculty, and the parents, and they develop a great relationship. Monday's actions by Deputy Fields was not typical of the job that I expect them to do, parents expect them to do, students expect them to do, and the community expect them to do. By and large, we have great SROs. We get COPS grants. We get COPS grants to assist us in putting school resource officers in our schools. As a requirement of the COPS grant, we recently had an investigative team come down and just do a routine examination of our school resource officer program. They went to various schools to look at the number of incarcerations that we have, the number of discipline actions that are taken at our schools, the activities of our SROs. One of the schools they went and they did a close examination of was Spring Valley High School. And they talked to School Resource Officer Deputy Ben Fields, and they gave Spring Valley very high remarks for their efforts in reducing the number of arrests in that school. Their examination is to make sure that there's no civil rights violations with our school resource officers and the school district. And that was just recently conducted. My responsibility now is to continue to build and maintain the relationship that the Sheriff's Department has with the community. This is accomplished by doing many things. The first one is taking responsibility for officers when they do something wrong. I've built my reputation on standing up for our deputies when they are right, and also standing up here and saying and admitting that when our deputies do wrong. And Deputy Ben Fields did wrong this past Monday. So we're taking that responsibility for that. You need to act swiftly and with transparency. That's what we've tried to do. We also want to publicly address the situation and request an independent investigation. We have done all those things. I feel like we have moved very quickly on this. We've done the right thing in our actions in terminating him. We're doing the right thing and continuing to build that relationship that we have with the community. I've contacted various elected officials from federal, state, and local and discussed that with them. Discussed it with our religious community. We have a group of pastors that are here with us now that I've been in close contact with. Our Citizens Advisory Council, we have those members here. For those who are not familiar with us at Richland County, we're the only agency in the state of South Carolina that has a Citizens Advisory Council. These are individuals from our community that come in and they review everything that we do at our Sheriff's Department, our policies, our procedures, our disciplinary actions, our terminations. They have full access to everything that we do. They help us have transparency. They help us have the voice of the community in everything that we do at this Sheriff's Department. They are here now. This case will be presented to them and they'll review it. But we didn't have time to call an emergency meeting and present it to them first. I felt like we needed to do what we're doing right now, and it needed to be done very quickly, but I've invited them to be here. The chairman's here, and the majority of their members are here also. You know, our schools are schools for education. SROs are part of that process. And when a classroom is disrupted by a student, that disrupts the education process. And the students can't learn and the teachers can't teach. We have to have discipline in our schools. Now, whose responsibility is that? That falls on all of us. That falls on parents, that falls on the students, that falls on the teachers and administrations. We must not lose sight that this whole incident started by this student. She is responsible for initiating this action. There's some responsibility that falls on her. Now, the action of our deputies, we take responsibility for that, but we also have to put responsibility on her for disrupting that school, disrupting that class, and causing this incident to start from the very beginning. Now, what she did doesn't justify what our deputy did. I don't want anybody to think that. It doesn't justify his actions. But she needs to be held responsible for what she did. Our schools must be an educational environment, and it's the responsibility of everyone to make sure it's that way. And it starts with the parents, goes through the students, and goes through all of us. This has been a very difficult situation for all of us. I not only answer to the citizens of Richland County, but I also answer to a 12-year-old at my house, my daughter who's in the 7th grade. And I would hope that all parents would take the opportunity that I have to sit down and talk with your children about what happened. This needs to be a learning opportunity for all of us. We need to talk to our kids that sometimes young people make bad decisions, and they should be held accountable for that. And that they should have discipline, and they should have respect, and they should have that everywhere, but it's particularly in our schools. And I've talked to my daughter about that, and I've talked to my daughter also that police officers make mistakes too, and they're human, and they need to be held accountable, and that's what we've done with Deputy Ben Fields, that we've held him accountable also. Denying that this was a very terrible incident is not going to accomplish anything, so we're not denying that. But we also don't need to create unnecessary conflicts. This should be a time of building bridges and not tearing bridges down. So I hope those in this community that will remain to be here long after all these cameras are gone, that we continue to build the bridges that we have between our citizens and the Sheriff's Department. We have an excellent relationship here. This one incident is not going to tear it down, and we're going to work very hard to continue to have that relationship through our Citizens Advisory Council. That is a tremendous asset to us. The relationships we have, the religious community, with all the communities here. We're not going to let this destroy what we've built up for so many years and having a great relationship here between the Sheriff's Department and the citizens. Questions?
Sheriff, what should...
Has this officer faced disciplinary action before? Have you had complaints about his behavior, either directly to you or through parents or through school associations or through the school district? And also, could you please give us his personnel file today?
No, I'm not going to release his personnel file. I'm standing here right here today.
I'm sorry?
No, not right at this moment. I'm not going to release his personnel file.
Okay.
We'll deal with that. He has had complaints in the past. We have not had complaints from the school district on him at any time. We have not had any complaints from the school district on him. He has had complaints in the past. Some of them have been sustained, as meaning he's done them, and some of them have not been. He's been sued in the past. The lawsuit went to trial, and a jury found that he did not do the things that he was accused of.
Sheriff, can
Sheriff.
you tell us what Ben Fields should have done in that situation?
I can tell you what he should not have done. What he should not have done is thrown the student. That's what he should not have done. He could have maybe done a lot of things that he is trained to do, but he was not trained to throw the student. When you make an arrest from someone who does not have a weapon that you need to escape from, you never let go of that subject. You maintain control of him, the person you're trying to arrest. When he threw her across the room, he lost control of her. That's not acceptable. That's what violated our policy.
Is there a policy gap?
Has Deputy Fields expressed any remorse to you or to the department?
I don't know if the word is remorse. He's sorry that this whole thing occurred. It was not his intent. His intent was not to do anything that brought discredit on the Sheriff's Department or him or that school. He tried to do his job, and that's what he feels like he did. He tried to do his job. It happened very quickly. His actions was something that if he probably had to do it over again, he would probably done them different.
Did you speak to him personally? Sure.
Yes, I did speak to him personally.
This goes back to that. As lay people who haven't had law enforcement training, how do you do that correctly? You don't obviously throw her out of the chair, but how do you get her out if she's refusing to get out of the seat?
Well, the first thing you do is you try to use some verbal communications. We would hope that physical force would be the last resort. She wasn't a danger at that point. She was just being non-compliant and disrespectful. You try to use verbal commands, and you try to do it verbally. You try to de-escalate the situation instead of escalate it. And then when you do have to put your hands on someone, there's techniques that we're taught. there's pressure points, there's other things that you use. It's called pain compliance. And throwing someone across the room is not pain compliance, and that's not something that we teach.
Sheriff, clearly you are taking this with the utmost of seriousness. We've heard from the community with the backdrop of the church massacre here earlier this year with Baltimore, New York, Ferguson, everything that's happened here. Just wanted you to be a little reflective maybe and tell us, what is it like? Clearly, there is great interest from around the country in this. What is it like to be at the center of something like this in this particular time? You've been a sheriff for 20 years. I'm sure in law enforcement much longer. Columbia's changed. The country's changed. What's it like to be here today?
Well, I think what you're seeing today is bringing out the best of the Columbia community. You haven't seen riots. You haven't seen protests. You haven't seen burning the buildings. What you've seen is people come together. We have the numerous churches represented here. We have the Citizens Advisory Council here. I think people here know that we're going to do the right thing, and they expect us to do the right thing. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing some swift action by us. You're seeing that we're doing the right thing. And I think that's what this community expects us to do, and they waited to see us do that. And I think you've seen that throughout South Carolina, that we deal with situations. We don't run from them. We don't deny them. We address them head on, and then we try to find solutions for them. And then we move on. And that's what you're seeing here.
Sheriff, can I have a follow-up?
Sheriff, initially your office told us that there had been no injuries sustained in this incident. Yesterday you characterized that the girl had received something like rug burn. Now her lawyer says that she sustained injuries to her arm, neck, and back. Was your original characterization accurate?
It was accurate with the information that I was given. That's what I was told, and that's what the officers on the scene and the school administration all expressed. Nobody said anything about any injuries besides what I described yesterday as occurring. Now, what's occurred once she has an attorney, that may be a different story.
Sheriff, while he was found to have violated some policies and procedures, will this incident change any of the training SROs have to go through or any of your other deputies?
Well, of course, we're going to use this as a learning opportunity for all of us. We'll take what he did and the mistake that he made. We'll make sure that all of our deputies who are in the schools and then all the deputies throughout the Sheriff's Department learn from that and know that you have to do things differently and not like he did. We're also going to talk very closely with the school districts and making sure that they understand that when they call us that we're going to take a law enforcement action. They're there to take administrative actions. And if they want us to take a law enforcement action, then we'll do that. But if they don't want us, then they don't need to call us that. It maybe needs to be re-examined on the role of the SRO that some of these schools are using us for. Should he have ever been called there? That's something we're going to talk to the school district about. Maybe that should have been something handled by the teacher and that school administrator without ever calling the deputy.
Sheriff, you said that her actions were very disruptive. The students' actions were very disruptive during class. Can you give specifics on how and what she did to be very disruptive?
She wasn't following instructions as a teacher. There were certain things the students were supposed to be doing. I think they had Chromebooks they were supposed to be studying from and doing something that's education related. She was not doing that. She was using her phone. He had asked her to put it up. She continued to do it. She wasn't doing what the other students were doing. He was trying to teach. This teacher was trying to teach. That's his job. She was preventing that from happening because she was not paying attention. And then she was verbally disrespectful, would not do what he asked her to do. When he wrote her up and told her to leave and go to the office, she refused to do it. She continued to disrupt the class. So from the moment that she started, and it continued right on through when the officer got involved in it. So she prevented what occurred, what's supposed to happen in a classroom, and that's for the teacher to teach and students to learn. She prevented that from happening by her actions.
She faced some charges.
Were there any prior behavioral issues with the students or anything that Officer Fields and administrators would have been aware of?
I don't know. I don't know the students' history at the school. And really, to me, that doesn't matter. That's not something we looked at. And I think I said that yesterday. The student's behavior, what she did, was not what I looked at. What I looked at was what my guy did. And that's why he was terminated for, was his actions, not anything that she had to do. It's entirely what he did. That's what we looked at.
Sheriff, is she facing charges, Sheriff?
Did the school ever relay you any concerns
concerns about Deputy Fields? It seems he had a certain reputation among some of the students. They nicknamed him Officer Slam. Was any of that ever brought to your attention?
No, he's been at that school for 7 years. He's highly respected as a school resource officer. They wanted him at Spring Valley. He has tremendous support from the faculty and staff at Spring Valley and from students. You know, of course, when something like this happens, you do have people that's going to come up and say things they've never said before. We have never heard anything like that. It's never been a complaint. It's been absolutely, totally the opposite. If the school had had any problems, they wouldn't allow him to be a football coach. He was part of that school administration, part of that staff. So there was no signs or no indications or anything like that. And, you know, I've read and heard some things that students have said, but I've also been contacted by a lot of parents, a lot of students, and from officials from that school who were totally in support of him, what he's done in the past and what he did the other day. But again, my decision is based on what he did as a deputy sheriff. As a representative of me at that school, when he put his hands on her and when he threw her across the room, that's what I made my decision on.
Sheriff, given that the officer did not follow policy, have all charges been dropped against Maya Kennedy?
Based on the information that you now have, what injuries did the student sustain?
I don't know. I've just heard the same news reports that the attorney now, and again, now you have to look at what happens now, how different people now will become involved in it. You know, I've heard criticism that we didn't move fast enough. This is slightly over 48 hours. I doubt very seriously there's been any other case in the nation that something similar like this that moved as quickly and we took action as what we have done. You know, that's what we're going to do. Somebody in the back had something. Somebody in the back?
Yes. Have all the charges been dropped against Maya Kennedy, or why was she arrested?
I don't know all the facts about her. I did not deal with that. To my understanding, no charges have been dropped against anybody, and to my understanding, the charge is going to continue. What they did was wrong. They violated the law. Now, what Officer Fields did is wrong also. We're dealing with that, but we're not going to lose sight of what the students did also. So I don't know all the facts. I don't know all the facts on her arrest, so I can't address her. What I'm addressing is what my officer did.
What about in the past? Has he ever raised any concerns? Can you talk about the past complaints and the ones that were sustained?
No, because I don't know everything about him. I mean,
You have ever had any cause for concern or had to talk to him about?
If I've had cause of concern and felt that he was a danger, then he wouldn't have been in the school. If the school thought that he was a problem, they wouldn't have allowed him to be at Spring Valley for 7 years. Prior to that, he was at E.L. Wright Middle School. He received awards for character and stuff. So, again,
complaints you said that had been sustained.
Right, and
What were they?
honestly, I don't know. I haven't examined that. That's not what I looked at. What I've been concerned with over the last 48 hours is what happened at Spring Valley High School on Monday. That's what I've looked at, and that's what I've made my decision based on.
So who will face what charges going forward? What will the students face now that you've gone through the investigation and you can properly charge them, or when will they be charged? And then will the officer face any charges?
Well, I don't know if the officer's going to face charges because we only did the policy violations. That's up to the FBI. We've turned that completely over to the FBI. So if any criminal charges come, it'll come from the FBI, United States Attorney's Office. The students that were arrested, their original charge stands. There's nothing happened to change with those charges at all. They still need to be held accountable for their actions. Just, you know, what Deputy Fields did doesn't excuse them for what they did. And, you know, that to me, that's two separate things. He did wrong, they did wrong also. He's been held accountable for his wrong. They should be held accountable for their wrong also.
Sheriff, you mentioned that the teacher and administrator gave statements in support of Deputy Fields. Can you tell us a little bit more about their statements? What did they support?
They supported his actions. They felt like that everything he did was correct, that he didn't use excessive force, that the student was the one that was combative, and that what he did was correct.
Even the physical part.
Even the physical part. They had no problems with the physical part from those two other adults in the room. And one student in the room also who videoed it had no problems with it. But again, I'm the one that had problems with it. I'm the one that counts when it comes to his employment. I have problems with it. He didn't follow our policy, so I have a problem with that, so I deal with that. We listened to them, we took their statements, what they saw, but again, I have to make the decision. Is he someone that I want representing me wearing my badge and going out here and carrying out the duties? And my determination was no on that, and that's why he was terminated today.
Did you know him personally? Is it a tough decision for you?
I have 900 employees. I can pretty much know every single one of them. That's one of the things that I make that's very important to me, is that I do know all my people very personally. Is it difficult? It was the right thing to do. Is it something I enjoy? Definitely not. But that's part of my job. As the sheriff, that is my responsibility. That's what people elect me to do, is to make the hard decisions, and I made that decision today. To me, it wasn't a hard decision. It was a decision that was very evident that I needed to make, and I make it.
You said that this was a learning situation, or you hoped that it would be a learning situation. What have you personally learned from this experience?
The positive that I've learned is that this community can stand tall, and that we can work together, and that we won't allow an incident like this to tear us apart. That's probably one of the biggest things that I learned, is that all the work and time and effort that we've been putting into building a relationship with the community for all these years, it showed. It showed having a Citizens Advisory Council as being a very positive thing. And I've been criticized a great deal within the law enforcement community for having a Citizens Advisory Council. You know, for years, we're the only ones that had it, and other agencies criticize us for having citizens come in and see what we do and have a voice in what we say. That's totally wrong with me. We work for the people, and there's nothing we should hide from our citizens, and that's why we have a Citizens Advisory Council. So what I've learned is that the hard work and the efforts we've put in all these years, it worked. It worked, and it's showing that it's continuing to work, and we'll move forward with it. Yes, ma'am.
In terms of Mariah Kennedy, the student who was not involved directly in that video, but was charged with disrupting class afterwards, if her disruption of class came after, almost in response to what she saw happen to the deputy and that student, why wouldn't her charges then be dropped if you're saying that that deputy acted out of the normal system?
And that's something for a prosecutor to decide. That's not what we're going to decide. She still disrupted class. You saw other students that did not disrupt class. They sat there and they did what students are supposed to be, and that's well disciplined. The language that she used and some of her actions continued to disrupt the class. But again, the charges have been made, and that will be determined at a later date what's going to happen with them. That's not something, a decision that I'm going to make today. Again, my whole focus has been, since this happened on Monday, is did my deputy do something that he shouldn't have done? And that's what we focused on.
Would you maybe say what a citizen or a student in this case should do if they see a police acting inappropriately?
Exactly.
Should they sit there, or should they?
Exactly what some of those people did, and that's film it. Film it and give us the opportunity to address it. And that's what those students did. They filmed it, and we're addressing it. And that's what citizens should do. I would hope that every citizen, that has a cell phone that has a camera on it, they see something that's going on that they've got questions about, then they need to film it. And then they need to get it to the proper people and let us look at it and see if it's something that's being done correctly or not. I can't fix problems if I don't know about it. And that's what we look for our citizens to do. Our citizens should police the police. That's their job too, is to police us and make sure we're doing our job the right way. And when we don't, then it's up to me and other law enforcement leaders to fix those problems. And either we correct the problems or we get rid of the problem. And that's what we're doing. Somebody's hands up way in the back.
Have any of your SROs ever done anything like this before?
My question is, when you say the citizens have the right to police the police, does that also include students who are responding to policy, to actions that were outside of policy and therefore simply an attack on a classroom?
Should they record it? Yes. I mean, when I say...
They have the right to police the students. Are they also citizens who have the right to do that?
Yeah, I think everybody's a citizen. regardless of your age or if you're sitting in the classroom or if you're walking down the street. All right, thank y'all.
Thank you. I have copies.
What he's giving you is basically the written stuff, that some of the stuff I went over. Also our policy violation, where it's in our policy that the one that he violated, and also the report from our training unit. I'm going to give you the actual training unit report, which discusses his what he did wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on this press conference out of South Carolina. There you heard it straight from the sheriff. Deputy Ben Fields fired for the incident that took place at Spring Valley High on Monday. Deputy Ben Fields was facing a lot of scrutiny after the video came out of him grabbing a student's desk, flipping it, and tossing it across a classroom during an arrest. Let's see, is the sheriff saying something else? Let's listen.
An opportunity to speak to y'all also, so we're going to allow them to have the podium here and speak. One of our members of our Citizens Advisory Council is Jeff Alpert from the University of South Carolina, who is a world-renowned expert on law enforcement. He's reviewed this. I've consulted with him also, but he is a member of our Citizens Advisory Council. We have Pastor Eric Davis, who represents some of the religious community. So we have a wide range of citizens here. I'm going to give them the opportunity to speak also. So this is your opportunity. If you have questions to ask them, they're here for that. Russell Anderson.
All right, guys, it looks like we've lost that feed from the press conference, so we won't be able to see any of those other people speak. But in case you want to look at this video, in case you missed it the first time we played it or you just joined us, this is the video we're talking about. This is the video of Deputy Ben Fields, the student resource officer at Spring Valley High in Richland County, South Carolina. There you see him flipping the desk. Tossing the student. Obviously a hot topic indeed. In fact, it is one of our top 5 stories for the day. On the sidebar, you can see some of our stories for the top 5 today. We will be previewing tonight's GOP debate later on in the show. Now I'm going to have to update it because it says, will cop get fired for tossing student? We now know the cop has gotten fired for tossing that student. I do have some additional clips to play for you. In relation to this story, we have some witness reaction and various people speaking on the story.
It's totally unacceptable. We now find that this young lady is really a ward of the state. The reason her parents have not come for her, she does not live at home. She is a ward of the state, and therefore has a guardian. She's in a program called Guardian Ad Litem program, and the teacher should have known that. And so she is, in some sense, emotionally challenged. One reason you keep the cell phone is because you must stay in touch with your guardian when you're in the Guardian Ad Litem program. Excessive force, unnecessary force, a grown, muscle-bound man snatching a child out of her desk, toppling it over. She could have been permanently injured as she fell to her neck. And then the other students watching this, then she was dragged out.
This is a story that was sent to us before the big announcement, but this was sent this morning.
The FBI and the Justice Department are now opening an investigation into a South Carolina sheriff's deputy who was caught on video forcefully arresting a teenage girl in the middle of class. The incident happening Monday at Spring Valley High School in Columbia.
Our district and our school have zero tolerance for what occurred. I personally have zero tolerance as well.
Police say Deputy Ben Fields, who was working in the school, was called by a teacher after a female student refused to leave class. A video shot by another student shows Fields wrapping his forearm around the teen's neck, flipping her and the desk backward onto the floor, and then tossing her toward the front of the classroom where he handcuffs her.
And I couldn't believe this was happening. I'd never seen nothing like that in my life. Like a man used that much force on a little girl.
A second student was arrested for verbally objecting to the treatment of the girl. Both were charged with disturbing schools and released to their parents.
And I'm not mad at her. She was brave enough to speak out against what was going on and didn't back down.
Deputy Fields has been suspended without pay, but the sheriff says the investigation into the incident is still in its early stages.
It just makes you sick to your stomach when you see that initial video. But again, that's a snapshot. As a professional, I have to look beyond just that one first video and look at the total picture.
This is not the first time Deputy Fields' actions have been called into question. He was once sued for excessive force, but a jury sided with him. And last year, a student who was expelled accused Fields of targeting black students. That case goes to trial in January. Kelly Wright, Fox News.
This cell phone video showing the forcible arrest of a high school student continues to spark outrage. Civil rights leader Jesse Jackson now weighing in.
She's 15 years old. This is a 15-year-old child, non-violent, no gun, no knife, no attack on the police, maybe some abusive exchange.
The video shot in a Columbia, South Carolina high school classroom by a student watching as a female classmate who reportedly was on her cell phone refusing to cooperate with a teacher is forcibly removed by the school's resource officer, Senior Sheriff's Deputy Ben Fields.
It adds even new light to me, the fact that this child is in a foster home. She's not living at home with her parents. She's a guardian of the state. So the state has even more responsibility.
Fields eventually handcuffs the student and removes her from the class, and then returns to arrest a second female student who had protested the force being used in the initial arrest. Now we're learning there's another video showing the incident from a different angle.
It actually shows the student hitting the school resource officer with her fist and striking him.
An internal investigation is underway. Once it's completed, the Richland County Sheriff will make a decision about the deputy's fate. In the meantime, the student's attorney says the young woman suffered injuries.
This was a child who was brutally treated and brutally attacked by a cop.
The FBI and Justice Department are also investigating the arrest. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, guys, so those were a couple stories that were sent to us from Fox National this morning. Thought I'd give you a look at those, even though they're a little dated in the sense that this suggested that the sheriff had not yet decided that cop's fate. We just heard from the sheriff not too long ago where the cop announced that Deputy Ben Fields has been fired. I want to go ahead and read some of your comments in the chat room. I know a lot of you guys are talking about this story, so I'm going to go ahead and read those comments while playing the actual video of the student being tossed. Let me just find it. It's weird. Things get disappeared. There we go. This is the video. Rich Robbins chiming in saying, you have to understand how hard it is for cops to not lose their temper, but that does not excuse what he did. Meanwhile, Ale in the chat room says, I never saw that at my school. I had a really bad high school where fights were present almost every week. Fights inside the class were common, but were never handled in this way. Bina chimes in saying, I think he did what a lot of teachers have probably wanted to do before to that mouthy girl. Tamaro saying he should not have tossed the student. The student should have done what the officer asked. Both were in the wrong. That's a good perspective, Tamaro. Let's see what else you guys are saying in the... Here's an interesting point. I want to acknowledge Rob Heck, because I really like this point. Rob's saying, I think they should put cameras in the classrooms. Rob Heck, that would make sense in a situation like this. Again, like the sheriff had said in the press conference, he encourages anyone who witnesses anything to take out their cell phones if they do have cameras on those phones and record any sort of incident. So he actually essentially applauded the students for videotaping this incident in the classroom. What else are you guys talking about in the chat room? Being the Demon saying what was in his racist mind at the moment. Seriously, he went completely berserk. Angel saying that's how my parents used to wake me up when I did not feel like going to school. Hapalea chiming in. For all those condoning this in the chat, be sure to let the people know around you that when you cop an attitude with someone, it's okay to toss you across the room. Hapalea always offering very insightful comments in the chat room. But then Rich Robbins chimes in, cameras in the classroom is a violation of student privacy. Rich Robbins, that's a good point. But then what's more important in this scenario? Is it safety? Is it privacy? Especially with things like school shootings going on. And I mean, I'm not saying school shootings happen every day, but there's so many different incidents that happen in schools. I think that it would be beneficial if there were classrooms equipped with cameras across the country. So, on that note, I think that's pretty much everything we were sent so far in relation to this story. I think I have one more clip of witnesses' reaction in South Carolina, I guess fellow classmates. So we're going to go ahead and watch this, hear what they had to say, and then we'll move on to some other stories in our top 5.
Well, at the beginning of class, I actually thought it was just going to be a normal day. You know, we were going to come in, get to work, and finish off, go to lunch. Well, we were doing an assignment on the computer, and I believe the girl had her phone out. And so our teacher, Ms. Long, came over, you know, asked for the phone. You know, she denied, she said no. Then shortly after that, he threatened to call an administrator. He did. He came. When he came, the administrator tried to get her to move and plead with her to get out of the seat. She still denied. And then, because she, you know, she really hadn't done anything wrong. He said, I'm gonna treat you fairly. And she said, I don't even know who you are. And I believe you can hear that in the tape. And that is where it started right there. And after that, I've never seen anything so nasty looking, so sick, to the point where, you know, other students are turning away, you know, don't know what to do, and they're just scared for their lives. That's supposed to be somebody that's going to protect us, you know, not somebody that we need to be scared of or afraid, you know, things like that. So it was definitely a scary experience. Probably about, as soon as he walked in, probably about 3 minutes. And then when I saw what was going to happen, my immediate first thing, you know, to think is, let me get this on camera. This is wrong, you know, and that was the first thing she said. And afterwards, after he got her, I think he felt it was necessary to arrest the girl who said that this is wrong. And in my opinion, that's not right. We're 15, 16-year-old, you know, kids in a high school. How else do you expect us to react to that? So that's my question to him, as to not only when you did that, what were you thinking we were going to do afterwards, but how? You know, how did you even let it get to that point where you throwing a girl, you know? I think she was frozen, to be honest. I don't know, initially when he first came over there, and after she said, I don't know who you are, you know, and that's when it began to happen. To see that firsthand right in front of her, I don't know how, it was painful. And I'm not even the one being, you know, detained, but it was painful to watch. It was painful to see what she was going through all over a cell phone, all over, because she wouldn't comply with a cell phone. That's not needed. You know, it's a bunch of options that he could have took to take care of that situation differently, and instead he chose the wrong one. And now we're here today, you know. So I don't know.
All right, well, that was the clip that was sent to us from Fox National of one of the students in the classrooms reacting to what happened at Spring Valley High. I was just telling the chat room that he spoke very eloquently. I really liked some of his comments in terms of just the way he laid it out there, and he was very well spoken. He was a really good interview and soundbite from a news perspective. Moving on, I see there are 2 live events going on right now. There's one live event at, where is it at? It's at, I'll let you know exactly where it is, but it does involve Jill Biden is there. Michelle Obama just standing up, as well as Prince Harry. We can go ahead and dip into this right now. But I also see another event going on. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here first. All right, looks like we're not getting any audio in, so we're going to go to the other event instead.
Here, and I want to start by thanking Jill, who has been such a tremendous partner with me in our efforts around joining forces. I also want to thank Ken Fisher and his family for their outstanding leadership, for everything that they have done on behalf of military families. I know that everybody here in this room knows about Fisher houses, but for those who may not, these houses are truly a lifeline for tens of thousands of military family members every single year, and I make it a point to visit families at Fisher houses whenever I can, and I always walk away blown away by the amazing quality of care, the compassion of those who support our families. So I want to make sure we all take this moment to give Ken and Tammy, their family, a big round of applause. Thank you so much. And more importantly, you guys, thank you for working to bring the Invictus Games to the United States. This is truly an amazing, wonderful event full of fierce competition, incredible athleticism that we're going to see a little bit of here today, and truly inspiring stories. So it's no wonder that so many countries are getting behind it, and I know that this year will be no exception. We are thrilled that this year's games will be televised from ESPN's Wide World of Sports complex down in Disney World. Yay, Disney! Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We're all excited about Disney. And I know that everyone involved is working to raise the bar so that this event will keep getting bigger and better every single year. And Jill and I, the president and the vice president, we're going to do everything we can to shine a light on this event. And this is just the beginning. Because what we know is that we should be celebrating all of you, our wounded warriors, just like we celebrate our Olympians, our Paralympians, and our other professional sports teams. You all are amazing, and we want to shine a light not just on you all as athletes, but on the folks who are behind the athletes every step of the way, their caregivers and their families. Earlier today,
Uh-oh, guys, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties. Michelle Obama's audio just went out. Let me go ahead and see if I can...
nerve injuries in
there we
Afghanistan
go.
almost 3 years ago. And his injuries were so serious that one of his doctors described him as an advanced Alzheimer's patient. Melissa, like so many in this room, dropped everything. She left her job as a nurse and cared for John full-time, helping him in and out of bed, managing the family's finances, managing John's medication, all of his appointments, and so much more. And while she was supporting her husband, Melissa started supporting other caregivers as well. She helped organize a network to help other caregivers share information and ideas here at Fort Belvoir. That's one of the reasons why we're here today. First of all, thank you all for all the tremendous work you do. But Melissa started that support network here. It was so successful that the Department of Defense is actually replicating their model at installations all around the world. And today, with Melissa's support, her husband John continues to recover I got a chance to spend some time with him and saw his amazing artwork, another incredible therapy that is happening here at Fort Belvoir. So it's just amazing to see. It's been amazing to keep up with their story. And as all of you can imagine, recovery, it's a long road. There are starts and stops. There are good days and bad. But Melissa, John, they are fighters, just like all of you. John has made incredible progress. And as I said, through the art therapy program with the USO and the Art League, he's unlocked this amazing talent for sculpture and painting that he didn't even know existed. I actually commissioned him to do a piece for the president's Christmas present for me, so please don't tell him. John even has his own pop-up art exhibition in Alexandria. So whether it's through the arts or through rugby or cycling or basketball, we want the world to see these stories of grit and courage and grace. These are the stories that our wounded warriors and their families are living out every single day, whether the cameras are around or not, whether we're here or not. You guys are doing the work that makes us proud. That's what the Invictus Games and joining forces are all about. They're about sharing your stories with the world, stories that we know up close, all three of us, because we get the honor of spending quality time with you and watching you up close. But we want to rally folks across this country, quite frankly, across the world, to honor and support men and women and families like you every single day, not just on days like this when the press is here, but every day. So I want to thank you all for everything you do. I want to thank you for your service and your sacrifice. I want to thank you for setting an example for all of us to live up to as human beings. We could not be more proud of all of you. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our guest of honor. Yeah, it's coming. You may have heard of him before. I've had the opportunity to spend some time with him over the years, and I've seen his commitment and his passion to this issue, and I'll tell you, it's real. He's a real-life guy who cares about everyone in this room. To him, our wounded warriors aren't just a distant cause. To him, they're brothers and sisters in arms. They're the men and women he's served with. They're the heroes he has a genuine personal connection with. And he feels from the bottom of his heart that it is his job to serve them as well as they've served us. So I want to thank him for everything he's done through the Invictus Games and so many other efforts. And I guess I should also apologize to him in advance for all the gold medals that America will win in Orlando. So without further ado, please welcome His Royal Highness, Prince Harry.
This is what happened at the opening of the Invictus Games. Your video came up, I got very emotional and then had to speak. So you've done it to me again. Right. Hello everyone, and thank you very much for all being here today. On behalf of all veterans, I'd like to start by saying a big thank you to the First Lady and Dr. Biden. Through joining forces, you have led the way in championing the welfare of service personnel and their families here in the US. So thank you for everything that you have done. I joined the Army in 2005. It was a time when servicemen and women and their families, both in the US and the UK, were making sacrifices for their countries that had not been experienced for generations. In combat zones in Iraq and Afghanistan, military personnel were setting examples for everyone about the values of service, duty, and dedication. So too did their partners and children back home in the cities, towns, and villages of our nations. I'm in no doubt that my 2 deployments to Afghanistan changed the direction of my life. There is very little that can truly prepare you for the reality of war. The experiences can be stark and long-lasting. Returning to the UK after my first deployment, I shared the flight home with 3 critically injured British soldiers, all in induced comas, and the body of a Danish soldier killed in action. It hit me then that this flight was one of many, carrying home men and women whose lives would be changed forever, and some who had made the ultimate sacrifice. From that moment, I knew I had the responsibility to help all veterans who had made huge personal sacrifices for their countries to lead healthy and dignified lives after service. In 2013, I visited the Warrior Games in Colorado. I saw the power that sport could play in the recovery of both mind and body. I thought that surely everyone, whether connected to the armed forces or not, would be inspired by their achievements. So I left Colorado with a determination to broaden this to an international audience, and the idea for the Invictus Games was born. Last year, at the first ever Invictus Games, we saw over 400 competitors from 13 nations competing in the iconic venues of the London Olympics. Audiences of tens of thousands turned out to show their support. The Games epitomized the very best of the human spirit. Men and women not only to life, but embraced it, proving that what can be achieved post-injury rather than focusing on what cannot. The Invictus Games seeks to change perceptions of physical and mental injury. One thing we have to talk about more is breaking down these barriers around so-called invisible injuries, like post-traumatic stress, just as we have for physical injuries like the loss of a limb. This is a topic I know the First Lady and Dr. Biden are working hard to highlight so that people are no longer afraid to ask for help. This fear of coming forward as a result of the stigma which surrounds mental health is one of the greatest challenges that veterans face today. People from all walks of life struggle with issues like post-traumatic stress, anxiety, and depression, not just veterans. We have to help them all to get the support that they need without fear of being judged or discriminated against. Not only is it okay to talk about it, we have to talk about it. I'm thrilled that the Invictus Games are happening again, obviously. Hundreds of additional veterans from around the world will benefit from taking part, and millions more people will be inspired by their stories. This really is going to be 4 incredible days of sport, I assure you. I hope that Invictus 2016 will remind people everywhere just how incredible our service personnel are and how much of a positive contribution to society they make. I'm sure the American public will embrace the Invictus Games just as the British public did in 2014. And I can't wait to see you all in Orlando. You better bring it, USA. Thank you.
And now it's time to meet today's basketball teams here at Fort Belvoir, Virginia. The home team from the Navy, Angelo Anderson. From the Army, Michael Brown. From SOCOM, Alex Udy. From the Army, Blake Johnson. From the Army, Stephen Leroy. From the Army, Stephanie Morris. From the Marines, Andrew Powers. From the Air Force, Brian Williams. Today's home team, and now let's meet the visiting team from the Marines.
All right, guys, so that is a wrap on the portion of that event where we were able to hear both Michelle Obama and Prince Harry both speak. It was very entertaining to hear Michelle slightly diss Prince Harry when referencing the fact that America was going to win many more medals than the UK. So I thought that was entertaining. Those of you just joining us at the top of the 10 o'clock hour, welcome back to Fox 10 News Now. It is Wednesday. These are some of our top... Here we go. These are some of our top stories. Obviously, the #1 story on this list, the preview of tonight's GOP debate. You know that Ron Hoon is a huge politics fan. He'll be joining me momentarily. I just sent him a text message. I think he's in the studio. For those of you who are watching the morning show, there was a chef in studio, and let's just say there are lots of treats. So hopefully Ron will be able to join us momentarily. In the meantime, though, Fox National did send us a story previewing tonight's debate in Colorado. Again, this is the third GOP presidential candidate debate. So I'm going to go ahead and play this for you now. Give me a second while I just pull this up for you. Good old Doug Luzader.
Tonight's debate in Colorado.
There we go. And let's listen in on what Mr. Luzader has to say.
It's expected to focus largely on the economy, something Donald Trump thinks is his strong suit as he takes on Ben Carson.
Fight for faith.
How much fight does Ben Carson have in him? Enough now to climb to the top of a national poll, building on the lead he's already established in Iowa and ahead of even Donald Trump, who did something last night you never see politicians do. He took voters to task in Iowa.
Because in most polls, I'm #1. Now, until Iowa came along, I said every poll. And then Iowa came. What the hell are you people doing to me?
We're not even halfway through the whole series of Republican debates, but with the first contest now just 3 months away, there is a time crunch, and for the one-time juggernaut campaign of Jeb Bush, a money crunch too. A fellow Floridian, Marco Rubio, may be his prime target now. Bush's campaign manager went off on Rubio, comparing resumes.
I think that stands in stark contrast to others in the field, including Senator Rubio, who are short on accomplishments. And the reality is that we need someone who has a proven record of fixing things.
Tonight I'm paying attention to all the noise. I'm focused on a campaign that's a serious campaign. And this election is a generational choice for our country about what nation we're going to be in the 21st century.
And then there is Carly Fiorina, whose previous debate performances fueled a rise in the polls. Yet she has since faded, looking for another opportunity tonight. Now, this is still going to be a crowded stage tonight. 10 candidates for the main event for a debate that's expected to last about 2 hours. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug Luzader, thank you for that report. There's another story that was sent to us from our Fox affiliate in Colorado. It discusses a different angle of tonight's GOP debate, more of the preparations and things like that. So let me go ahead and play this for you now. All right, there it is, Colorado debate prep. Let's watch.
Lights, camera, action. After months of planning, crews have almost finished transforming this practice gym.
We had to cover a basketball floor.
Into the spin room for tomorrow night's debate. The room where more than 400 journalists will file their reports and interview the candidates.
This room is going to be packed.
John Legittino is the magician who somehow makes it happen. He's used to pre-debate madness, having produced hundreds of live television events when he was Mitt Romney's production manager.
So you have Fox over here. You've got the network and NBC over here.
This transformation began just 4 days ago.
This carpet came from Denver.
Flooring was put down, lights were installed.
And then there's all those little things that make a huge difference. More than 24 television screens for people inside the spin room, more than 50 gigs of data for all the journalists, and this, more than 6 miles of internet cable underneath the floor.
Outside the arena,
tag like this,
roadblocks, metal detectors, and fences.
Certainly a large security presence.
Regent Drive now looks more like Satellite Truck Row.
We've been working on this for months.
You can bet the candidates have also been busy prepping.
It's a months-long process.
And so have the moderators. This is a homecoming for NBC News anchor Carl Quintanilla. He's a CU grad, now facing his biggest test on campus.
I wasn't the best student, but you get treated like a prince when you come back, especially to your alma mater, and I think they're proud. I'm proud.
A lot of work for just 2 hours of television, but it's 2 hours that could help decide who becomes our nation's next president.
Joining me now is the one and only Ron Hoon. Ron, today is a big day. Every time there's a debate, it's a big day for you, right?
Yeah, sure, and you too. I
true.
mean, you love your politics just like me, but it just seems like every time we go into the chat room,
right?
That people, I don't know how or why it's worked out this way, but oh look, there's Mark photobombing us. Mark with the photobomb.
He's always so kind, kind.
Usually it's the first few minutes as soon as we get on. But yeah, this debate is going to be huge tonight, don't you think?
I know. Well, one of the things I'm looking forward to is Donald Trump versus Ben Carson, because as you know, and as we discussed yesterday, Ben Carson polling are better than Donald Trump, at least in the latest poll, right?
Well, yes, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but it's going to be interesting to see how the debate maybe reshapes things once again. But, yeah, the first national poll now confirming what we saw out of Iowa, in that Ben Carson is up 4 points on Donald Trump. And Trump then goes into Iowa last night and says, "Come on, what are you doing to me? You're killing me."
I actually have clips from Iowa last night.
Yeah, he's like, "Come on, you guys got to get my poll numbers up." But it does expose his weakness. If you're going to live by the polls, you're going to die by the polls, right? And so as long as they're good, he's like, "Hey, you got a winner." So you got to go beyond that. You know, you and I actually started this discussion yesterday. Is what's happening more of a up with Ben or down with Donald type thing? We don't want to make too much of it. It's only 4 percentage points. The next poll could swing closer. But I happen to think it's more people just saying, well, I've looked at Trump now for a couple of months and he's so entertaining and he seems strong as a leader, but I don't really get anything out of him, you know.
Well, he's passionate when he speaks. I think that's the thing that wins over people.
Right.
They always say, like, it doesn't matter whether whatever you're doing is good or bad. It depends on how much passion you have behind your project, at least from a creative perspective. So when you listen to Donald Trump speak, regardless of whether you agree with him or not, regardless of whether he's actually saying anything of value or not, giving concrete plans, he speaks with passion. The way he speaks.
Yeah.
And as a result, I mean, obviously, it's going to get people excited, or get the crowd all riled up.
Yeah, and he does. But if there isn't some substance there, now look, I have already seen I believe he's going to be one of the interviewers during tonight's debate. And he said, we are going to make these guys answer questions and get into specifics of what they're going to do.
So they're not concerned about candidates attacking other candidates. This network may be not as concerned about the ratings element as much as actually getting quality content out of them.
I think the ratings took care of themselves when they got Trump to commit, when they said, okay, we'll go 2 hours instead of 3. By Trump being on the stage, the ratings are going to be solid. Samia, you and I sat around here the morning after the Democratic debate and said, really? Their numbers were huge.
Well, it was interesting. For some reason, we went into the Democratic debate thinking that, there's these 5 candidates, only 2 of which we really care about.
And there's no
How
Trump.
interesting could it be?
Right, there's no superstar.
There's no celebrity,
Right.
let's put it that way.
Right.
And it was actually really enjoyable to watch. At least I thought so.
Yeah, I thought so too. So here are some questions. Here are some things to watch for tonight. Number one is, if Jeb Bush doesn't knock it out of the ballpark, is his campaign going to literally be in very serious trouble? The word is that it goes beyond him cutting the pay of his staffers, that there are a lot of donors who are like, come on, man, we can't keep feeding you cash.
Right.
If you're only going to get 7% in the polls, not when you have other guys that are up there around 20%. It shows this election cycle, Samia, the power of the national media, because who do you see over and over again? You really don't see that much coverage on Bush. It's not like he's not out doing events.
I mean, people are doing events every day. They're all campaigning on a daily basis.
Correct.
But you're right. In terms of the events that we are fed, let's say, I mean, we only have a couple feeds that come in at any given time from Fox National. Almost always, we're getting a Donald Trump event in.
Yep.
I would say that we get most Bernie Sanders events in, though I can't say for certain because I'm not here 24 hours a day. But I would say...
By the way, we want to talk to you about that, about being here 24 hours a day. So when you get a minute, once you're off at 11, could we visit with you about
Now,
that?
if that does actually happen, I will write into my contract, pay for every single Starbucks drink for the rest of my life.
There you go. All we need is a Starbucks even closer to our studio.
Why don't you just build a Starbucks in my... That's what I'm going to ask in my... That's going to be my part of my request in my contract.
Is a Starbucks what?
I need this I need my own barista right here.
Okay, yeah, fine.
Yeah. If I get a barista in here, then,
cool. She'd be like, Miss Khan, can I offer you another one? I mean, if you're her only customer. Anyways.
Well, I'm sure a lot of the rest of the newsroom would try to milk my barista.
Yeah, probably. So, watch for Jeb Bush. He needs to have a great night. And the thing is, I don't know if he's got it in him to... You have to still be yourself, but you have got to elevate it. What he could do is be a Kasich. Kasich went out last night and actually created some buzz for himself by saying, I'm so fed up with the people in this race, I can hardly stand it anymore. You got one guy who wants to do this, one who wants to get rid of Medicare, another one who wants to deport 11 million. And in a nutshell, he sort of made it sound like I'm the only sane one out there.
He did.
And so he didn't go as far as Trump in terms of the name calling, but he tapped into that anger, I think, that people have. Not at Washington. He's tapping into the anger of all the other talking heads.
Right. Speaking of the people, I feel like we should also check in with the chat room and see what they're saying.
Okay.
Hapalea saying, poll, Trump leads Carson by 14 points nationwide. Headline today, Carson is on a book tour. How do people even believe that those numbers on Carson are viable when he's not even campaigning?
Well, that would tend to make you think, at least if I'm looking at it, if he's not actively, if he's more promoting his book, and he's getting numbers like this, that's saying something. I mean, if he got as much media publicity as Donald Trump did, which, let's face it, first there's Trump, and then there's Carson, and then it drops pretty precipitately after that.
You know what's interesting is after the last debate, we were talking Fiorina. I don't remember the last time you and I talked about Fiorina. We haven't gotten any of her events in recent days. Everyone like hopped on the Fiorina bandwagon, but then that sort of died out.
That's on her, I believe. I mean, it could be somewhat on the media, but she needs to have high-profile events every day lined up for the next 2 weeks coming out of tonight's debate, because she's a great debater. I thought she won the last debate. And she had this huge bump, and then it faded quickly because you have to be in the national spotlight every day. And Trump just automatically gets it because he's a ratings darling.
Right, and if he's not holding a rally, he's making a comment to someone else, or he's tweeting something, or he's appearing on one of the national networks at any given moment, or at least doing a phoner or doing something. He is trending every single day almost.
Yes, and I think that Ben Carson has become pretty close to a household name. I would say most people in the country know who Ben Carson is now. I still don't know if they know, for example, who Kasich is, or who Pataki is, or even like who's Ted Cruz. Some of them, you know.
Ted Cruz, I keep forgetting Ted Cruz exists. No offense.
I know.
I don't know why you would be offended, but no offense to the Ted Cruz Ted Cruz supporters out there. But
speaking of, oh, look who's speaking now. The presumptive Democratic nominee on Sat 6.
Soon.
Yeah.
She hasn't taken the podium yet, so I want to continue
let's
having this conversation.
All right, so Fiorina, her big thing is she could very well win the debate. She's dynamite as a debater. But if she doesn't have a bunch of high-profile events, I'll give you the other part too. If she doesn't have a bunch of high-profile events, she needs to have one of the big morning shows all locked up for tomorrow morning. And then she needs to get herself on The View, and she needs to get herself.
She should get herself on The View. That would be interesting.
All of these, you know,
right?
Because Joy Behar is not going to like her, but if she became sort of, you know, stood her ground, but yet was lovable toward Joy. I mean, that's the main thing with her is she's got to clear that hurdle of the part of your personality that people can just kind of gravitate toward.
Right. The personability. The fact, I asked John McCain about that.
Yeah.
How important is personability when it comes to campaigning?
Name dropper.
Well, when John McCain was here and sat in that very seat.
Yes, right.
Actually, no, he sat in that seat back there. He told me that the first thing he said, it's important if it's sincere, almost calling out politicians on having this fake sense of like empathy or, you know.
Yeah. Well, okay, so that's what she's got to do. She will do fine in the debate tonight. Jeb Bush better knock it out of the ballpark. And I think the way he does it is he sort of takes that Kasich approach. Especially because he's more on the outside now. You know, the top four supposedly are going to be Carson and Trump and Fiorina and Rubio. Those would be the four in the middle of the stage, so that you would think they would get the most. So Bush is going to have to pick and choose his moments.
Bush isn't even in the center anymore.
Correct. I know. It's a little bit shocking. I actually won't be surprised if we see more consolidation within a week or two after this debate. I don't know if that means Chris Christie or if it means Rand Paul. But there are some headlines out there this morning that will probably, Samya, generate into discussion tonight that tomorrow we will be talking about. And one of them, as you get ready to hear from Hillary, involves her and this scandal where she said that the VA problems were not widespread. She's getting some blowback on that.
Oh, man. Let's listen in. Manchester, New Hampshire.
Thank you, Steve, and everyone here at the college. I know we'll be back here in December for the debate in New Hampshire, and I am certainly looking forward to that. I want to thank Jim, Brett, and the New England Council, the Institute of Politics, and everyone who has anything to do with this incredible speaker series that you have now been holding for 20 years. It is a real pleasure to be part of Politics and Eggs. I know it used to be truly eggs, and I just signed one of the wooden eggs, so I am glad to be in the long line of speakers who have appeared before you. I appreciate what Steve said, because what motivates me, what my passion for politics and public service is really rooted in, is the belief that every one of us deserves a shot at making the most out of our God-given potential in America. And I was deeply influenced in that regard by my family, particularly my mother, whose early childhood and teenage experiences didn't break her or make her bitter, but made her resilient and very compassionate and understanding about the underdogs and those who are sometimes left out and left behind in our country. Her strong mothering and example was something that I really took for granted growing up. I didn't know anything about her story until I became a young adult myself. And then I was just overwhelmed because, as Steve rightly said, my parents provided a classic, traditional, middle-class life for me and my brothers. And it was very much the American story. I'm the granddaughter of a factory worker on my father's side. Came to this country with his family when he was a child in the 1880s, went to work in the Scranton lace mills, worked hard his entire life to give his children a better opportunity, and never doubted that it would happen in America. My father went to college to play football, and when he graduated, he took a sales job, and then after serving in the Navy as a chief petty officer during World War II, he came out and started a small business. And I'm now standing here before you as someone running for the presidency. To me, that's the way it's supposed to work in America. We're supposed to be building, maintaining, propping up those ladders of opportunity. So whether you're an abandoned girl or the son of a factory worker in Scranton, Pennsylvania, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you. That's what I grew up believing. That's what I had every reason to believe. And I believe today that talent is universal, but opportunity is not. I'm looking forward to taking your questions, but I want to make a few comments about what I think the next president will have to do to keep our country and particularly our economy moving in the right direction. I want you to think back to where we were economically in 2008. Shortly after that election, President-elect Obama called me, asked me to come see him in Chicago, and I didn't know why. But when I got there, he said he wanted me to be Secretary of State because he had to concentrate on the economy. He said, you know, it's worse than we even knew. Because he and I were both still in the Senate At the end of 2008, when the Bush administration came before the Congress and asked for immediate assistance in trying to prop up the economy. So that day in Chicago, the President and I talked about what he was facing. And he said, we have problems around the world, and I want you to be Secretary of State because he said I have to stay right here at home and figure out what we're going to do. And with good reason. We were losing 800,000 jobs a month. By the end of that period, 9 million Americans had lost their jobs, 5 million had lost their homes, and a figure that I still find astonishing, $13 trillion of family wealth was wiped out. Homes, IRAs, 401ks, savings, gone. So this election, to me, first and foremost, is about how we get the economy working for everyone again, how we rebuild broad-based, inclusive prosperity. Now, I know that the Republican candidates will have a debate tonight, and I, for one, hope that they will address the challenges that we face here at home and abroad, because I think we need a vigorous debate about what policies we should choose. And I say this with respect to all of the Republicans in the room. I think that that is missing in the Republican debate thus far. We need real solutions for real challenges, and we need to then vet them among voters about what will work, what sounds reasonable, what should be discarded. But it's not enough to stick to ideology. It's not enough to say, let's go back to trickle-down economics. That will not work. Now, we have made progress since that day I sat in Chicago talking to the president-elect. The auto industry was saved. It was on the brink of collapse. Crackdowns on the financial practices from the financial services industry and the mortgage industry began to take hold. We do have a lot of work still to do, but we've recovered 13 million new jobs created by the private sector. Unemployment has been cut nearly in half, and manufacturing jobs are holding their own, and the auto industry is growing again. Now, I believe that we should have evidence-based policymaking. That may sound like a radical, even novel idea today, but I think it's really important that we hold candidates and those who support us to a high standard. And I know that if we look back over the last 3+ decades, we've tried some things that have worked and we've tried others that have not. It will not surprise you to hear me say that I think the Democrats have the better side of the argument. And that is because if you look at even just the last 35 years, we've had 5 presidents, 3 Republicans, 2 Democrats. And each of the Democrats inherited some problems that they had to deal with. But even going further back, there is evidence that Democratic presidents see accelerated growth, lower unemployment, and smaller deficits. And although my Republican friends don't like it when I say it, you are 4 times more likely to end up in a recession under a Republican president. So I don't want to take anything away from the extraordinary efforts that Americans have made over the past 6.5 years to get themselves back on their feet. We are standing, but we're not yet running. Most people's paychecks haven't budged in years. The vast majority of Americans have not recovered where they were before the Great Recession. Corporate profits, however, are at a near record high, and Americans are working as hard as ever. The minimum wage is not going to keep anybody who works full-time out of poverty. And women are still paid less than men for the work that we do. Just last week, the Department of Labor released new data showing that now that our economy is getting stronger, men's pay is going up twice as fast as women's. I didn't hear anything about equal pay in the last 2 Republican debates. I hope I will tonight. Here in New Hampshire, the gender wage gap is actually larger than the national average, even though women work in greater numbers and graduate from college in greater numbers in New Hampshire than they do nationwide. In other words, women in New Hampshire are arguably achieving more and being paid less. Why does that matter? Because it's not just about women's incomes, it's about family incomes, it's about growth, it's about stimulating the economy from the bottom up through consumption. Meanwhile, the cost of everything from college to prescription drugs keep going up, and student debt is weighing so many people just down in a way that we haven't seen, at least in my lifetime. I borrowed money to go to law school, but I could pay it back without it making my choices so limited, as I hear from so many young people across this state. In many states, quality childcare is actually more expensive than college tuition. And paid family leave is not available in most of our country, even though it would help a lot of working parents. Because it's not just good for mothers, it's good for fathers, it's good for sons and daughters taking care of their parents. I met a man in Manchester here a few weeks ago whose mom has Alzheimer's. He's a teacher. He can't afford to hire a caregiver, and he can't afford to quit his job. And after he told me this, I asked him what he did. He said he takes her to work every day. She's at the stage of her disease where she doesn't cause a disruption, so he somehow manages that. Can't think of anything else to do, and surely we ought to be smarter in helping more families who are taking on increasing caregiving responsibilities that will only grow greater in the years ahead. Now, these are the kind of problems that may not be in the headlines and they may not be in the debates, but that's what keeps so many of the families I talk to up at night. They worry about affording college. They worry about their son or their daughter with an addiction. They worry about untreated mental health problems. My mission as president will be raising incomes for hardworking middle-class families and reining in the expenses that they face, starting with making college more affordable, refinancing student debt, bringing down the costs of prescription drug and out-of-pocket health expenses. I will fight for a higher minimum wage and for fair pay for women, and to make quality child care more affordable. In addition to the conversations that I have across the country that really do give me a sense of the texture of people's lives, I get letters. I got a letter the other day that I was signing a response to, and this young mom had sent a picture of her and her little baby, 10-week-old baby, as I recall. And she said, you know, my job is important to me. It's important to my family's income. Both my husband and I work. But I'm not sure how I'm going to balance taking care of this new baby, the most important job I've ever done or ever will do, with the job that I have to go back to. I hear that everywhere. And I also believe strongly that we need to do more to incentivize companies to share profits with their employees. That's something that happened right here in New England with Market Basket, and I think others can follow that lead. I've also said here in this state that I want to be the small business president. Maybe it's because of my dad, and it was a really small business. We often helped out. He had a small printing plant where he printed drapery fabrics that he sold. And my mom and my brothers and I would help out. Sometimes he would hire some day labor to help out. But it was a really small operation. Yet we know that small businesses create still today most of the jobs in America. They're the backbone of the economy here in New Hampshire, and they represent American ingenuity and hard work. But we're slipping. A recent global study showed that where we used to be 1 or 2 in the world in creating small business, we're now 46. It should not take longer to start a business in the United States than it takes to start one in France. And it makes no sense for big corporations to get tax breaks, but still too hard for small businesses to get loans. I want to do everything I can to help. Make it easier for people to start businesses, cut that red tape, increase access to startup capital, and really take a hard look at licensing requirements from state to state. There ought to be a sensible way to harmonize those so that it's not so difficult in some states to start a business and much easier in the state next door to start the very same business. You know, the businesses with 1 to 5 employees spend an average of 150 hours and $1,100 per employee to do their federal taxes. There's got to be a way to simplify all of that. And we need to help businesses get into new markets. That's something I spent a lot of time doing as senator from New York. Those of you who know New York understand that the stereotype, or maybe the caricature, that New York is New York City is just totally wrong. It's a very big rural state filled with small cities and small towns outside of the metropolitan New York area. And as I both campaigned and then as I served for 8 years as senator, I met so many upstaters who were producing great products, but they couldn't find markets for them. One of the easiest fixes was to connect up restaurants in New York City with produce and livestock farmers upstate, but also to find ways to help these small businesses get on the internet. And that was, back at the beginning of the aughts, around 01, 02, 03, and it wasn't as common then. And my office went to work to make that happen. Probably my favorite example is every year I started a farm day, and of course I took a lot of ribbing from my colleagues from big farm states who said, "What do you mean? You have one farm in New York and you're going to have a farm day for that farm?" I said, "No, we have a lot of farms in New York, and we actually produce a lot of products. We're like 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the production of, dairy, for example. And so come to my farm day." And with some skepticism, they came. And at one of those farm days, late in the afternoon, we have a lot of really good wine being produced in New York now. And there was a really, really small business, a small dairy that produced really good ice cream. And late in the afternoon, a gentleman took the wine from one place and poured it on the ice cream. And then he started going around saying, "This is really good." By that time, I think anything would have tasted good, but we took him seriously. And now this little dairy is making wine ice cream and exporting to about 10 countries around the world. We just have to be more creative in supporting small businesses. And I want to bring back a program that was started in the Clinton administration called the New Markets Tax Credit, which helps small businesses in economically struggling communities. I was also relieved yesterday to see that the House finally voted to reauthorize the Export-Import Bank. Now the Senate needs to do exactly the same. For the life of me, I don't understand the arguments. I traveled to 112 countries. I know what other countries do to support their businesses, and a lot of those businesses are not even real businesses. They're state-owned enterprises with all that entails. And the Export-Import Bank's sole purpose is to promote U.S. businesses abroad. Here in New Hampshire, for example, there are a number of businesses that it has helped. One's an electronic company called Conductive Compounds in Hudson. They have 16 employees. Half their business comes from exports. They sell their products across Europe and Asia with the help of the Export-Import Bank. Now that the bank's authorization had run out, they're finding it harder to do business. And we've got to stand up for this very simple idea. We need to support our businesses to export. Since 2007, the bank has supported nearly 2,400 jobs across New Hampshire alone. And last year, more than 29 million in New Hampshire exports were sold overseas thanks to help from the bank. So you'd think it would be a no-brainer. Republicans and Democrats have worked together on this for decades, and it actually returns a profit to the Treasury. So it's not one of those government programs where money's going in and nothing's coming back. It actually has a surplus. So it became a political football, whether for ideological or political reasons. There are people in Washington against it, and that makes absolutely no sense. And the same goes for other sensible ideas, like, beginning once again to repair and build our infrastructure. We're still fighting over, trying to reauthorize and fund the highway bill. When I was there in the Senate, I was on the committee. Every 6 years, we got together, we argued, and came up with a bill, and we funded it. Now it's long overdue, and they can't figure out how to fund it. That's why I'm proposing a national infrastructure bank to put Americans to work rebuilding our roads, our bridges, our airports, our rail systems, also to invest in all of the new infrastructure like expanding our broadband network. I want more investment again in science and medical research, something we used to lead the world in, and we are now beginning to stall because we haven't kept up the investment that we need. And we need to double down on 21st century clean energy production. I think that's the best way to combat climate change. It's also a great way to put millions of people to work. In Iowa, they're already getting about a third of their electricity from wind. And we can do the same across America. That's why I've said by the end of my first term, I want us to have deployed 500 million more solar panels, and by the end of my second, enough clean power to electrify every home in America, and that is eminently doable. But we've got to get over the two big humps. One, the continuing denial of climate change, which I'm always struck by when somebody who denies it is asked what they think, and they say, well, they don't know because they're not a scientist. And my response to that is, well, go talk to a scientist and listen to the science, because these are great economic opportunities for us. And I know that we can be number one in the world. And some people in New Hampshire might think, well, solar has nothing to do with us. Well, look at Germany. Germany's not a tropical climate. And look what they've done with solar. We can do solar and wind and geothermal. We can use natural gas as a bridge. We can begin to phase out the fossil fuel subsidies and the reliance on coal and create a new energy economy right here in the United States. So, I'm looking for us to find common ground, and that's something that I did as a senator. It's something that I did in the State Department. Obviously, we need to find common ground to rein in excessive risks on Wall Street. We need to find common ground to help us once and for all get reasonable gun safety measures passed that can help keep Americans safe in their homes and their schools. I want us to roll up our sleeves again and act like Americans. We're all on the same team. At the end of the election, we're not Republicans or Democrats or whatever else we might call ourselves. We're Americans. And the world needs our leadership. And Americans need to believe that we have an economy that will work for everyone the way it has in the past. I think this is all doable. I am confident, I am optimistic, and I feel that our country deserves the best each of us can give it. If you're looking for somebody who will tell you everything that's wrong for America, I am not your candidate. Because I think that there is far more right with our country than is wrong. And I'll tell you something else. I don't think we have to make America great. I think we have to make America greater, fairer, more just, filled with opportunities, restore the basic bargain that if those people who are pessimistic would just listen to, you know, if we work hard and we do our part, we ought to be able to get ahead and stay ahead. That's what I want. Steve started off talking about my mom, and I really appreciate that. I never talked about her publicly when she was still with us because I didn't think she would like that very much. She lived with us the last 10 years of her life, and I would come home from the Senate or from the State Department and have a chance to catch up with her on her day, and she always had something interesting to say, some insight that she shared with me. I'm a very fortunate person because of that. And now I have this new granddaughter, and she is truly the most amazing, wonderful grandchild ever. I don't care what any of the rest of you might think. And Bill and I will do whatever we can to give her the best opportunities in life. But that's not enough. Maybe now as a grandmother, I'm as concerned about what kind of country she's going to grow up in and what kind of world is going to be waiting for her as I've ever been. And I don't think it's right that the granddaughter of a former president would have more opportunities in America than the granddaughter of a factory worker and the daughter of an abandoned mom. I think everybody in this country deserves the same chance and shot. And it will be my mission as your president to do everything I can every single day to make sure the granddaughters of factory workers and the grandsons of truck drivers have the same opportunities to live up to their own God-given potential too. Thank you all very much.
We have a few minutes for a few questions, and we only ask that people don't make speeches. We prefer people who live in this wonderful state, with the exception of yours truly. If I could just ask the first question of the Secretary. Fast forward, the people have chosen you to be the President of the United States. It's January 2017. What's the first bill that you will send to Congress?
Well, it'll have something to do with the economy, I can tell you that, because I think that has to be the focus of everything about my presidency, to make sure that we are building a modern, competitive economy that provides broad-based prosperity. So it will include whether it's raising the minimum wage or tougher enforcement on equal pay for equal work, or cracking down on the abuses of the tax system that favor the wealthy and the big corporations over the working folks and the small businesses. And maybe it'll be a package of them, but that's what I intend to be working on and to make as the very beginning of my administration.
We have Bob from the New Hampshire AARP.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that great presentation, and thank you for your time. I'm Bob Denz. I'm a volunteer with AARP New Hampshire, a volunteer spokesperson. We have 228,000 members. I think that's a low figure right now. AARP nationwide is concerned about Social Security in the future. Not for people like me who came out of World War II and my buddies. We're on the back nine, but we're for our children and our grandchildren. Now, about a week or two ago, you mentioned something very interesting, enhancing Social Security. So could you tell us how you might strengthen Social Security?
Yes, I think there are three parts to what we have to do with Social Security. And the first is we really do have to defend Social Security from the continuing efforts by some to privatize it, which I have been studying and opposing for a long time because the numbers just don't work out. And in the Bush administration, when I was in the Senate, I was one of the leaders in the fight against the Bush plan to privatize. And it is something that I, number one, will focus on. We are not going to privatize Social Security. Secondly, I am concerned about those people on Social Security who are most vulnerable in terms of what their monthly payout is. That is primarily divorced, widowed, single women who either never worked themselves or worked only a little bit, so they have either just their own earnings to depend on, or they had a spouse who also was a low-wage worker. And the first and most important task, I think, is to make sure that we get the monthly payment for the poorest Social Security recipients up. So that would be the first thing I would look at. Thirdly, we do have to consider ways to try to make sure that the funding of Social Security does maintain the system. I think we have a number of options. This would be something that I would look at. I do not favor raising the retirement age, and I don't favor it because it might be fine for somebody like me, but the vast majority of working people who have worked hard and have had a difficult, maybe last couple of decades trying to continue to work, it would be very challenging for them. If there were a way to do it that would not penalize or punish laborers and factory workers and long-distance truck drivers and people who really are ready for retirement at a much earlier age, I would consider it, but I have yet to find any recommendation that I would think would be suitable. And I want to look at raising the cap. I think that's something we should look at, how we do it, because I don't want it to be an extra burden on middle-class families. And in some parts of the country, you know, that there's a different level of income that defines middle class. So what do we skip, and what level do we start at? And we have to consider that. So those are my three priorities in looking at Social Security.
The gentleman in the middle here. Yes. Want to just identify yourself?
Thank you. I'm Eric Orff. I'm a wildlife biologist here in New Hampshire and have been one for 40 years, including 30 years with the New Hampshire Fish and Game. My big thing the last several years has been our moose. Our poor moose are down some 40% as our winters have grown shorter and our summers even hotter. I know you've really worked hard on climate change issues, but another factor is really the ethanol situation. Even Al Gore thinks that maybe it's a non-starter. And I know as a wildlife biologist across the country, as wildlife habitat has been turned into crops, it's exacerbated the problem. And we want you to be a cheerleader and help save our moose.
Wow. I can tell you that's the first time I've ever been asked that, and I am honored. Can I get that? That's great. You know, I will certainly look into this, and I thank you for your 40 years of service as a wildlife biologist. And let me say, let me pick up my moose here. Let me say that is great. I will put this moose on my desk, Eric, and I will remember the moose of New Hampshire. Thank you. That's great. That's good. I like that.
That's great. Hey. It's New Hampshire. Ambassador Dick Sweat has a question.
Hi, Dick.
Hello, Hillary. Thank you for coming today. We appreciate the words that you've given, and I would like you to answer a question about the balancing of our expenditures on military overseas versus our foreign aid. I believe, and I'd like to hear your point of view, that we can change some of that military expense into investments in new markets, and those new markets will give us the opportunity to build and to make those products that will go into those new markets. And I would appreciate your view on these two important issues.
That's a really interesting question, Dick. You know, I mentioned the Export-Import Bank for a purpose. Obviously, the Senate has to take it up now that it's been approved on a bipartisan basis in the House. But there are other things that can be done, and let me brag on the Bush administration for a minute. The Bush administration started a government agency called the Millennium Challenge Corporation. And its goal was to, and I was the honorary chair when I was Secretary of State, its goal was to look at how to incentivize changes in countries by ranking them on various aspects, both the good and the bad, like the bad meaning the level of corruption, for example, and to work with them on specific projects that would increase economic development. And so, for example, electricity is still a huge problem in sub-Saharan Africa. The Chinese are all over sub-Saharan Africa making investments in roads and extracting commodities and building soccer stadiums and parliament buildings and really bringing Chinese workers to do most of it. And so I'm thinking to myself, the American taxpayer has saved more lives in China because of our support for HIV/AIDS drugs, something else started under President Bush. And yet we don't get a lot of credit for that because you can't point to it. You know, you can line up the literally millions of people who've been treated and saved and the children whose lives are, you know, possible because of it, and the Chinese can point to a huge soccer stadium. So what we tried to do in the Millennial Challenge Corporation is to make investments in power centers, in irrigation, in the kinds of programs that you could actually look at, using American technology, American products, American expertise. And I think we have to do more of that, Dick, because part of our problem is that a lot of our foreign aid has gone for health and education, and it has made a difference in a lot of places. But if we're looking for influence in the world and we're looking for markets in the world, we've got to produce more of the kind of signature projects that make a difference in the countries and also open doors to American businesses. So we started that. We can build on it. We can do a lot more on it. And that's what I'm looking for. Is the other thing I would say, which kind of goes hand in hand, is when I was senator from New York, I would run a big procurement conference, and I'd like to do this as president around the country, for small businesses. I mean, if you're Boeing or GE, you know the procurement laws. You probably have 100 people working on it. You know how to fill out the forms, get in the door. But for small and medium-sized businesses here in New Hampshire or elsewhere, it can just seem like an overwhelming hill to climb, and you don't do it. So I want to do more to reach out to small and medium-sized businesses to help you understand how you can be connected into the procurement process of government agencies, and also, you know, as we do more work overseas, that as well. So I think it all goes hand in hand.
I think it's time to have a young lady ask a question, and someone in the rear here.
Hello, thank you. My name is Christine Hunt. I'm with the Live Free or Die Alliance. We're a nonpartisan group here in New Hampshire with over 90,000 members right now. And my question is about the death penalty. Right now, the only inmate on death penalty in New Hampshire has filed an appeal saying that the death penalty is cruel. What is your opinion on the death penalty? Thank you.
So your coalition, Live Free or Die, is focused on the death penalty, capital punishment. Is that right? Wait just a minute. Here you go. Here comes your microphone.
We're focused on all issues in New Hampshire. We're nonpartisan, so we don't support any issues, but provide both the pros and cons on each issue.
Great. Well, look, I think that we have a lot of evidence now that the death penalty has been too frequently applied and very unfortunately oftentimes in a discriminatory way. So I think we have to take a hard look at it, and a lot of states are doing that, as you can read, because states are beginning to pull back from either applying the death penalty or narrowing the scope of the cases where it can be applied. I personally think that's all to the good. I do not favor abolishing it, however, because I think there are certain egregious cases that still deserve the consideration of the death penalty, but I'd like to see those be very limited and rare, as opposed to what we have seen in some states where there are hundreds of people on death row and they would not be on death row in a comparable state, for example. So I think we have to be smarter and more careful about how we do it.
Tess?
Thank you. Thank you very much. You have been...
Just identify yourself.
Oh, Tess Kinning, President and CEO of Bi-State Primary Care Association. You have been a champion of community health centers, and we really appreciate that. Health centers serve 24 million people in predominantly low and moderate income families. So I wanted to hear your thoughts about how you continue the legacy of supporting low and moderate income families and your healthcare priorities.
Well, first of all, thank you for both heading and talking about a community health center, because they are such a critical part of our healthcare delivery system, and I want to do more to support them and to build them up, because even with the Affordable Care Act, which I support because I think it's an important foundation for us to try to do what we need to do to provide quality, affordable health care, you still have to have places like community health centers to really take care of a lot of low-income and moderate-income people, and also a lot of undocumented people and people who have no other way of paying for health care. The community health centers are one of the great important parts of our overall health care system. There are a couple things we have to do. We've got to get more competition into the insurance markets for the Affordable Care Act. New Hampshire actually is a good example, because you did have only one company when the exchanges started. Now you've got more, but one of them is probably the best run cooperative coming out of Maine that is now in New Hampshire. And a lot of the other cooperatives weren't as well run, so we need to look to see how we lift up the cooperatives so that they can provide a low-cost alternative with fewer benefits and fewer ways to get your health care needs met, but a good alternative for a lot of people. So we need more competition in the insurance market. We need to make sure that the out-of-pocket expenses, the deductibles and others, are not so great that people can't access them. I bet you have people who now have insurance for the first time who are still coming to the community health center because they would reserve their insurance for a big problem. So they're going to come to you because they don't want to have to bear the cost of the deductible because their income is not sufficient. So we've got to work out the economics of this more effectively, and the community health centers are a big part of that. I'll tell you what else is a big part of that is Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood provides the health services for several million Americans, primarily but not exclusively women. And I met with a group of Planned Parenthood advocates the other day, and a lot of the women who go there are low-income women. And if it has to do with a cancer screening or family planning or an HIV test, they're going to go to Planned Parenthood. So we need a network of health care that is broad, and who now are on the insurance plans, they still can afford to get their, what you might call primary care somewhere that is within their means, and then when they have a serious problem, the insurance kicks in. So we have to work at how we put all this together. Thank you.
We have time for two more questions. Lenny Glynn and the young lady here. Lenny?
Madam Secretary, thank you. I wanted to just ask your thoughts about an idea that my CEO, Bob Reynolds, put forward that was intended to try to make it easier to hire Americans and to give people wage increases. And that idea is this: what if we created a refundable tax credit for companies or organizations, even charities, that can show from one year to the next they're paying more money into the Social Security system? So you'd only qualify for that credit if you hired more Americans or you gave your existing workforce a raise. Leave it to the wonks to determine the scale of it and the funding, but in principle, that I think would lean toward helping it make easier for people to hire and afford it, and make it a little bit easier to give wage increases. And you couldn't qualify by hiring foreigners. You couldn't get it by raising the CEO's pay. Not that I'm against CEO pay, but you'd have to get it by giving wage increases or jobs to people under the Social Security cap.
That's a really interesting idea, Lenny. I mean, let me look at that. Let me vet it with people who know a lot more about all this than I do. I think that's a really interesting idea. I mean, what we've got to figure out how to do, and I would welcome anybody's ideas about this, is to increase employment, but then increase wages for those who are already employed. And, unemployment is down. Some argue that we still have a lot of people who are, they've given up looking, but the numbers are better than they were. But how do we make sure that work is a pathway to somewhere, particularly for young people? What I worry about most is young people feeling like they're in a dead end. They're weighed down by student debt. The jobs that are available to them are not providing a pathway toward the kind of future that will see increasing income, a good, solid middle-class life, and maybe more if they work hard. And we have a deeply concerned young population in our country, and I don't think we're paying enough attention to it. So I would maybe, I'll look at the idea, but I would also maybe tilt it toward, trying to figure out how we give those young people in America the first job. I have a tax credit for apprenticeship programs where you would actually pay apprentices and try to get them, into jobs. And this would not just be the trades. It could be computer programming, coding, whatever it might be. But they would be paid for it because we've got a lot of young people who have no real work experience. We have 6 million young Americans between 16 and 24 who are neither in school nor in work. So we have a potential problem, a drag on the economy. So let's look at that, and let's look at other ideas too. Thanks.
We have time for one more question. The young lady here in the white.
Good afternoon. My name is Christiana Thornton, and I am president and CEO of the New Hampshire Bankers Association. I was excited to be still called a young lady, though. So my question is, I represent all of the banking institutions in the state of New Hampshire. You may know that New Hampshire is home to only the second new bank to open up in the country since the Great Recession. But what I'm hearing from my members is significant concern about the implications of Dodd-Frank, in particular the unintended consequences that now is inhibiting our ability to provide certain products and services to our members, essentially thinking that really in some ways Dodd-Frank has gone too far and the pendulum has swung too far. Could you give some insight as to what your approach would be? Do you think Dodd-Frank is hands-off in terms of potential changes, or are you open to looking at ways that we might be able to fix some of the challenges that have come up since the passage?
Great question. We had an event at Smutty Nose Brewery and talked a lot about this because I agree that we have to separate out the big banks from community banks and even regional banks that are largely trying to get back to serving their customers and running into some of the difficulties that you referenced. So I am open to looking at how we help community banks and smaller banks, regional banks. So Dodd-Frank is not, I want to defend Dodd-Frank, particularly against the problems that were at the root of what happened in 2008. But I am open to figuring out how we help the community banks. And I've spoken to community bank leaders around the country. Here's the dilemma. If you guys can help me, I would really welcome it. It appears as though the large banks, and look, I represented most of them when I was a senator from New York, so it's not a surprise to me. They are driving changes in Dodd-Frank that they believe will relieve them of some of the regulatory oversight and limitations on ways of doing business that were called for because of what happened. And they are very much standing behind the community banks. And so we've got to separate out what is good for you and your members from what we need to keep in mind is necessary when you talk about, banks of, hundreds of billions of dollars of assets, even over $1 trillion today. The big banks today are bigger than they were in 2008. So it's not like Dodd-Frank has really, strangled them. So we've got to figure out how do we keep enough regulatory oversight and eliminate as much as it is possible the unnecessary risk that these very large banks pose while we try to, free up some of the pressures on the community banks. And that's what I am willing to do, and that's what I would look to do. So if you've got ideas, and if the community banks could come in with their own package and not in concert with the big banks, it would help, because we need to separate out the two different entities, in my mind, if we're going to try to protect the financial system and get credit rolling again and get more activity in community banks and regional banks again.
Madam Secretary, I just want to thank you for making yourself available here today to meet with all of your fellow citizens of this great state and answering the questions. Your advocacy on Ex-Im Bank, your advocacy on the Transportation Reauthorization Bill, those are two bills that could grow the economy, create more jobs, alleviate some of the public safety issues on bridges and highways that we have and tunnels. Your advocacy is so important, and we appreciate it. But I want you to know, Madam Secretary, you made history here today in the great state of New Hampshire. You received the Moose Party endorsement. That is big. You got it. All right? Thank you, Madam Secretary, and good luck.
All right there, folks. You just saw the Hillary Clinton event in New Hampshire. My name is Mike Page. We're going to get you going on the latest headlines that we are now covering right here on Fox 10 News Now. All right, there we go. And the camera goes crazy at the end. Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Page. Let's show you what we got going on for you this afternoon. I'll be here with you from 11 until 1 p.m., and then Samuel will come back. And here we go. So what our Sky Fox is on its way to Avondale for a possible shooting investigation. So if they get there and we see an investigation, we will take those images live for you. But that was the call that was put into our, and we heard on our scanners a little bit earlier, so we were going to see that. And then I have a little bit later for you a GOP debate preview. Yep, big debate coming up tonight, so we will preview that and all the action that is supposed to be taking place there. And then the South Carolina school resource officer that was fired earlier this morning, Samia was covering that. We do have another updated feature to that story, so that'll be coming up in just a little bit. Then the World Series drama yesterday. If you were watching right here on Fox, you definitely got your baseball worth in there for playoff action. It was just 14 innings long. And it was an awesome record, and we'll go more into why it was a record and all the drama that ensued. I mean, right in the first inning, you had a inside the Parker home run, and then the bottom of the ninth, the Royals tie it up with a home run, and then in the 14th inning, a sac fly wins it. You gotta love drama in October when it comes to baseball, and then we're getting ready for the GOP. It looks like they are all set to nominate Paul Ryan for Speaker of the House. So he is expected to talk a little bit later this afternoon And we will bring you that when that becomes available. So right now our Sky Fox is still en route to Avondale for that possible police shooting. So we will get you the very latest when that becomes available. All right, but I do want to update you on some of the stories, including that South Carolina officer who was fired today. Here's the story.
This cell phone video showing the forcible arrest of a high school student continues to spark outrage. Civil rights leader Jesse Jackson now weighing in.
She's 15 years old. This is a 15-year-old child, non-violent, no gun, no knife, no attack on the police, maybe some abusive exchange.
The video shot in a Columbia, South Carolina high school classroom by a student watching as a female classmate who reportedly was on her cell phone refusing to cooperate with a teacher is forcibly removed by the school's resource officer, Senior Sheriff's Deputy Ben Fields.
It adds even new light to me the fact that this child is in a foster home. She's not living at home with her parents. She's a guardian of the state. So the state has even more responsibility.
Fields eventually handcuffs the student and removes her from the class, and then returns to arrest a second female student who had protested the force being used in the initial arrest. Now we're learning there's another video showing the incident from a different angle.
School resource officer Ben Fields was terminated from the Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Meantime, the student's attorney says the young woman suffered injuries.
This was a child who was brutally treated and brutally attacked by a cop.
The FBI and Justice Department are also investigating the arrest. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, thank you very much. And another big story that we are following, the GOP debate is set for tonight in Boulder, Colorado. And we have that preview for you.
Colorado is expected to focus largely on the economy, something Donald Trump thinks is his strong suit as he takes on Ben Carson.
Fight for faith.
How much fight does Ben Carson have in him? Enough now to climb to the top of a national poll, building on the lead he's already established in Iowa and ahead of even Donald Trump, who did something last night you never see politicians do. He took voters to task in Iowa.
Because in most polls, I'm number one. Now, until Iowa came along, I said every poll. And then Iowa came. What the hell are you people doing to me?
We're not even halfway through the whole series of Republican debates, but with the first contest now just 3 months away, there is a time crunch, and for the one-time juggernaut campaign of Jeb Bush, a money crunch too. A fellow Floridian, Marco Rubio, may be his prime target now. Bush's campaign manager went off on Rubio, comparing resumes.
I think that stands in stark contrast to others in the field, including Senator Rubio, who are short on accomplishments. And the reality is that we need some.
We're going to be in the 21st century.
And then there is Carly Fiorina, whose previous debate performances fueled a rise in the polls. Yet she has since faded, looking for another opportunity tonight. Now, this is still going to be a crowded stage tonight. 10 candidates for the main event for a debate that's expected to last about 2 hours. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Yeah, and if you remember, Donald Trump and Carson were fighting to keep it only at 2 hours. Before, it was originally scheduled for 3 hours, and Donald Trump and Carson were threatening to possibly step out of the debate if it didn't come down to 2 hours. So should be an interesting night. Of course, there's always going to be those sound bites. So the debate is happening later tonight, and then, but maybe you're a sports fan, and maybe you don't want to watch the debate. Well, that's all right, because baseball, Game 2, World Series, is right here on Fox. So what a game, though, for Game 1 yesterday. I don't know if you guys, I hope you guys all saw it. It was a marathon of a game. 14 innings. And I got some really fun facts for you as we talk about this game. Number one, it was the longest game in World Series history by innings. It's a three-way tie, actually. Game 2 of the 1916 World Series between Boston and Brooklyn, and Game 3 of the 2005 World Series between the White Sox and the Astros. I know that series very well, as I'm a White Sox fan, and yes, that went 14 innings as well. Before we talk a little bit more about baseball, we have John Kerry that just popped into our monitors. We will go to that event right now for you. So that's a little tease for you. We're going to keep on giving you a little bit more on the World Series, little facts and history. So here we go to Kerry.
I want to be about every word that I'm uttering it today, but I'm trying to save a little case of laryngitis and make sure that I don't exacerbate it, because I leave tonight for Vienna for 2 days of important meetings, and I want to make sure that I can actually talk during those meetings. I appreciate the chance to speak today to you, an audience of experts and students who are on their way to being experts, but all of you who spend an awful lot of time thinking about some very serious issues. And the truth is that for generations, Carnegie has been training the foreign policy leaders of the future and generating at the same time real-time solutions for those of us who are practicing at that time. It's an understatement to say today that we're facing a very different world, a world of remarkable complexity. All of you have probably read Henry Kissinger and Diplomacy or countless.
All right, I just want, and we just lost it there.
I have, and Henry would be the first to tell you. I had the privilege of having a lunch with him in New York during the United Nations meetings, that he never had it coming at him with the numbers of different places and crises, and in a world that is as multipolar as now. I mean, a bipolar Cold War with the former Soviet Union, the United States, and West was pretty clear about what the choices were in many ways. Didn't mean they weren't tense and they weren't difficult, and that there weren't some proxy wars, as we saw in Vietnam and elsewhere. But it truly was not seeing what we see today, which is a world of violence where it's not state on state, with a few exceptions. It's non-state actors who are confounding states and the global order. And that presents a very different challenge. So I can tell you that despite the complexity, and I am certain of this, the United States of America is more deeply engaged today in more places on more important issues with impact than at any time before in our history. And I could document, I'm not going to run around the whole world, but I mean, I could start with TPP, and I could go to North Korea, and I could start talking about South China Sea, and then I could roll into Afghanistan and Pakistan and India and roll around the world. I'm not going to do that. I want to focus on one particular and particularly important area of the globe today, and that's the Middle East. And I'm not even going to go into all of the aspects of it. But 20 years ago, next week, after attending a peace rally, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin was murdered by an extremist who claimed to be doing God's will. At the funeral, King Hussein of Jordan, Rabin's one-time enemy turned partner in peace, declared, I quote, "Let us not keep silent. Let our voices rise high enough to speak of our commitment to peace for all times. And let us tell those who live in darkness, who are the enemies of life and true faith, this is where we stand. This is our camp." At the same ceremony, Rabin's granddaughter, Noah, a teenager, said that, quote, "Others greater than I have already eulogized you, but they never had the pleasure to feel the caresses of your warm, soft hands, to merit your warm embrace, to see your half smile that always told me so much, that same smile which is no longer frozen in the grave with you. Now, these quotations remind us that beyond all the cold statistics, beyond the headlines of the daily newspapers, beyond the clapping talking heads on one show or another and eternally perpetual talk show circuits, the impact of violence in the Middle East, there is humanity. There is a humanity of people just like us who yearn simply to help one another and to share affection from one generation to the next. And beyond all the complexities in the region, there is also something fairly basic going on. A struggle between people who are intent on opening wounds or leaving them open, and those who want to close them and who want to heal and build a future. It is this struggle between destroyers and builders that informs every aspect of American policy in the Middle East. Now, this is the glue that holds the components of our strategy together, and we do have a strategy. Whether we're backing an electoral process in Tunisia, mobilizing a coalition against
All right, I just wanted to dip out of the John Kerry coverage to show you that we are on the scene in Avondale of a shooting taking place. We don't have any more details of that, but it's an active shooting investigation in Avondale. We will be monitoring this and bring you the latest as it becomes available, but this is live Skyfox aerials in Avondale. We will get back now to John Kerry.
Interests to try and do that. We have to remember that the Middle East is home to some of America's oldest friends, including our ally Israel, but also our many Arab partners in this now more complicated world. We also learned from 9/11 that regional threats become global very quickly. And we have seen that ideas transmitted by terrorists in Raqqa and Mosul can reach impressionable minds in Minneapolis and Mississippi. We are aware as well that events in the Middle East can affect perceptions on every single continent, because people on every continent are influenced by the spiritual and ethical traditions that have their roots in those ancient lands. I hear about this everywhere I go. People are amazed. It's good to see the former prime minister here. I'm amazed. He knows what I'm talking about. All over the world. Foreign ministers, prime ministers, finance ministers, presidents say to me when I visit, no matter where I am, you've got to do something about the Middle East. You have to change this because it affects us. Now, it is true, of course, that we rely less on Middle East oil than we used to. But it's also true that the energy market is global. And any serious disruption of Gulf oil supplies could quickly harm our financial systems, lower exports, cost millions of jobs. That's an interest. So the Middle East matters, and it matters way beyond oil, my friends. It matters a lot in the context of this world where we are trying to bring people together to seize a future. That's why it is so appropriate that Carnegie is launching this ambitious project this week called Arab World Horizons, to examine trends that will shape the Middle East for decades to come. And I encourage you to begin this project with a healthy degree of optimism. And before you conclude that I've had too much caffeine, let me emphasize, I mean what I just said. I mean it. A couple of years ago, we asked the McKinsey Company to study the economic prospects of Jordan, Syria, Israel, Egypt, and the West Bank. And a good starting place for all of you is to go back to the Arab study report on economic growth of a number of years ago, which was stark in its appraisal of what had not happened that should have happened in many of the Arab countries in the region. But interestingly, my good friend, the foreign minister of the United Arab Emirates, Abdullah bin Zayed, recently also commissioned a separate study, which similarly showed what we looked at through McKinsey Company, where we looked at every sector from farming to tourism. My friends, the potential for growth is simply extraordinary. The potential of this region to be a driving financial center, harnessing the incredible technology and capacity of peoples in many of the countries, is simply extraordinary. Just imagine a future where people from the Nile to the Jordan to the Euphrates are free to live and work and travel as they choose, where every boy and girl has access to a quality education, where visitors are able to flock without fear to the world's greatest tourist attractions. I mean, think of that, the world's greatest tourist attractions. I've driven by them. I haven't even had time to stop at some of them. The place where John the Baptist, christened so many people, including Jesus, the temple near it, a Muslim mosque, which is one of the oldest in the region and most important. The extraordinary history of the generations of struggle that have taken place in the Middle East. There is something there for everybody. Even an atheist who's a budding architect would have trouble not having an interesting time. And where you have neighboring countries are actually eager to trade. I hear this from the ministers in each of the surrounding countries, how much they wish things could just change so they could begin to engage in the normal commerce of the region, ready to cooperate on projects that actually link their economies together. Now, sadly, we have become so accustomed to dwelling on the problems of the Middle East that we sometimes forget that staring us in the face are some incredible opportunities, and we all ought to be doing more to focus on those opportunities, because the people in all the countries are beginning to simply lose belief in any of their leaders. Palestinians don't have belief, Israelis don't have belief, and people in the surrounding Arab countries don't have belief. And what it takes is real leadership and real decisions and real events on the ground to begin to change those hopes. So we ought to be doing more, all of us. And here I specifically include governments in the region need to take advantage of these huge opportunities that exist today. Now let's be honest with each other. Apart from petroleum, Middle Eastern countries right now simply don't produce enough of what the rest of the world wants. They don't trade efficiently even among themselves. And they aren't making wise use of their human capital. Only about 1 woman in 4 participates in the economy, and youth unemployment is at 25% or higher. This leaves millions of unhappy young people who, because of the pervasiveness of social media, are completely aware of what everybody else in the world has, and they don't. Everybody's connected 24/7. You can be impoverished, and they still have a smartphone, and they can still Google, and they can still Facebook, and they can still figure out what the other person has, and they can talk to those people, and they do, in very simple declarative sentences. So what happens to all that energy and ambition? In the United States, the average age is 35. In the Middle East and North Africa, it's under 25. And many of those countries have populations where it's 60, 65% under the age of 30, 35. So the region's future really depends on the choices that these young men and women are going to get to make. But who are they going to listen to? You need to talk about that as you have this conference. What ideas will command their loyalty? What might excite their imagination? Individually, each one of these young people is a story that will end either in frustration or in opportunity. And collectively, they present a profound challenge because the outcome of that race between frustration and opportunity will do everything to define tomorrow's Middle East. So to be clear, there's no single way, there's no just one way to win this race. Governments in the region have to look both inward.
All right, we're going to dip out of John Kerry's speech and go live now to Sky Fox in Avondale. And every time I go to it, it just wants this. So it just goes black there. But let me get you the graphic. As this is a shooting investigation going on right now near 4th Street and Van Buren in Avondale. As you can see, it's an apartment complex area where this investigation is being taken care of, and we're working to get you more details, see if anybody was hit or if it was just a shooting. These are Sky Fox aerials in Avondale. All right, and we just got breaking news as well. The House Republicans nominate Paul Ryan to be the next Speaker of the House. That is happening right now, and he's expected to make a statement in a short while. Once he gets to the podium, we will bring that live to you. But let's go back now to the shooting investigation in Avondale. So as we watch these aerials, we will be hearing from Paul Ryan very soon. Once he hits the podium, we will take that live. But right now, this is Avondale, Arizona, near 4th Street and Van Buren, where there is a shooting investigation. You can see the yellow tape is up as police are coming and going from the scene. And that signal keeps going in and out. Looks like it is back. But we are following a shooting investigation in Avondale. And looks like it came back up here. So we'll take that as police officers are, as you can see, talking to witnesses, trying to get a sense of what happened. And as soon as we get more information, of course, we will be updating you. And we appreciate everybody watching Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. Biggest news that just happened within the last couple of minutes is that House Republicans nominated Paul Ryan to be the next Speaker of the House, and he is expected to make a statement once he hits that podium. We will cut away from this and bring you his statement. We're sorry for this continually going in and out of black. We'll come back on screen here as we are monitoring lots of stuff this afternoon. My name is Mike Pace. Happy to be here with you on Fox 10 News Now. We were just showing you a police investigation in Avondale, and now Paul Ryan has just been named Speaker of the House. That just came breaking within the last couple of minutes, and once he hits that podium, we will bring that to you live, as we always do on Fox 10 News Now, always trying to get you the very latest when it comes to news and breaking news situations. And as you can see, I'll kind of pan over and show you as Sky Fox is overhead in Avondale near 4th Street and Van Buren. You can see a bike down there, a bicycle. As you can see, there is now a scene that we are seeing from Sky Fox near 4th Street and Van Buren in this apartment complex. You can see a bicycle down. We just heard the call. This happened really about 10:50 this morning as we waited for Sky Fox to get on scene. So we are updating you as always anytime there's breaking news situation. We got it right here in Avondale near 4th Street and Van Buren. You can see there is blood on that pavement as well as a bicycle. They got it taped off the scene where that parking lot is. You can see a pickup truck there, a white pickup truck. Don't know if that is anybody that they are trying to look at as far as suspects. We don't know really too much. Avondale's not giving us too much info right now. Again, this is near 4th Street and Van Buren in Avondale. We appreciate everybody always watching on Fox 10 News Now. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. part of Fox10Phoenix.com. The great thing about Fox 10 News now is that you don't always have to wait until the news program is on. We like to let you know what's going on in the state, in the cities, and the nation for that part. We're getting some new details in, so hang on for 1 second as we break down these details, and we will be updating you in the next couple minutes. All right, so it looks like Skyfox went black again, working to get you the very latest to that shooting investigation, but you did see a scene there as it was also taped off as well, and we saw a downed bike and possibly some blood. So that is a scene there near 4th Street and Van Buren in Avondale. We're also seeing that it's getting pretty close. We're maybe going to see Paul Ryan in just a few short minutes. It looks like there's some action going on near where they're going to be making a statement. So we will bring that to you live when that happens. A lot of stuff going on right now. We appreciate everybody watching Fox 10 News now. We also... Man, this the image just keeps going in and out today. Looks like it's back. Cross your fingers. Now, freeze up. We're playing the freeze up game today, folks. Okay, we will get you more info when that becomes available. We'll be updating you all day and afternoon and into the evening about this shooting. Let me just switch this out. Okay, we do also have some breaking news that just came in to my desk here. This is a press release that involves a youth corrections officer in Arizona being arrested. So let me just read you this press release. The Arizona Department of Juvenile Corrections received reports Friday, October 16th, alleging sexual misconduct involving youth corrections officer Patrice Dawson. The department took immediate steps to investigate the allegations, and YCO Dawson's employment was terminated upon confession. Dawson was subsequently arrested and charged with a Class 3 felony in relation to the misconduct. ADJC takes the safety of our youth very seriously and enforces a zero-tolerance policy for misconduct. The department works to educate our youth on the importance of reporting misconduct and takes such allegations very seriously. The department continues to investigate the circumstances surrounding the incident. So, not too many details there, but we can say that a youth corrections officer has been terminated for allegedly sexual misconduct. And that is a Class 3 felony. So that news just coming in. That's one of the advantages of Fox 10 News now. We could just push out the news and the news alerts to you. It looks like that chopper is back up here, and you can see more of the apartment complex near 4th Street and Van Buren in Avondale. As there is a shooting investigation. Okay, this is what a witness at the scene is telling Fox 10 right now. That a young adult, not a teenager, was shot by another male. This is what a witness is telling us at the scene. Telling our own very photographer, Rick Davis, at the scene, that was a young adult that was shot by another male. The shooting allegedly occurred overnight. We are trying to confirm this all through Avondale Police, but that is the very latest from a witness telling us that a young adult was shot by another male. So that is what is going on in Avondale as that Sky Fox continues to black out on us, and it looks like Sky Fox is now leaving. So we will try to provide as many details as we can about this situation in Avondale. And it looks like we're going to be getting pretty closely Paul Ryan the new Speaker of the House. He's going to make a statement. Let's take you, show you what we're looking at right now. We are waiting Paul Ryan's statement on Speaker of the House.
There we go. Embrace the moment. Thank you, everybody. This begins a new day in the House of Representatives. John Boehner served with humility and distinction, and we owe him a debt of gratitude. But tomorrow, we are turning the page. We are not going to have a House that looked like it looked the last few years. We are going to move forward. We are going to unify. Our party has lost its vision, and we're going to replace it with a vision. We believe that the country is on the wrong track. We think the country's headed in the wrong direction, and we have an obligation here in the People's House to do the people's business, to give this country a better way forward, to give this country an alternative. We are going to respect the people by representing the people. And I want to thank my colleagues for bestowing onto me this great honor. Thank you.
Well, that was fast. A very fast statement from the new Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. Just been nominated, just did a very, very fast statement there in Washington. He is the new Speaker of the House, saying that the country is headed in a wrong direction. It's about 12 o'clock now. We're going to get you updated on the very latest stuff happening. Here we go. This is when we, near the top and bottom of every hour, we try to give you guys updates as they become available, and this is what we are monitoring right now. The shooting investigation in Avenel, as well as Paul Ryan, we just saw, the new Speaker of the House. South Carolina school resource officer has been terminated. World Series drama and record. We're going to be naming off some crazy records that happened and some facts that happened after yesterday's game. And it's just getting started, the World Series. So we're going to be continuing to talk about the World Series as it is on Fox. And then, hey, GOP debate happening tonight. So we're going to get you a bunch of updates all afternoon and evening right here on Fox 10 News Now. We appreciate always everybody watching as we try to update you guys when everything happens and all the funny things that happen sometimes, you know, with News Now, and it's a great place to be. So we appreciate everybody watching on fox10phoenix.com. Let's get you updated on some of those stories, like including the South Carolina student resource officer.
This cell phone video showing the forcible arrest of a high school student continues to spark outrage. Civil rights leader Jesse Jackson now weighing in.
She's 15 years old. This is a 15-year-old child, non-violent, no gun, no knife, no attack on the police, maybe some abusive exchange.
The video shot in a Columbia, South Carolina high school classroom by a student watching as a female classmate who reportedly was on her cell phone refusing to cooperate with a teacher is forcibly removed by the school's resource officer, Senior Sheriff's Deputy Ben Fields.
It adds even new light to me, the fact that this child is in a foster home. She's not living at home with her parents. She's a guardian of the state. So the state has even more responsibility.
Fields eventually handcuffs the student and removes her from the class, and then returns to arrest a second female student who had protested the force being used in the initial arrest. Now we're learning there's another video showing the incident from a different angle.
School resource officer Ben Fields was terminated from the Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Meantime, the student's attorney says the young woman suffered injuries.
This was a child who was brutally treated and brutally attacked by a cop.
The FBI and Justice Department are also investigating the arrest. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, now we're going to take you over to Litchfield Park. This is a parking lot of a YMCA, and as you can see, some solar panels are down, and they damaged those 3 cars there. These are live Skyfox aerials happening right now. We appreciate you guys all watching on Fox10Phoenix.com. This is Fox 10 News Now, where we try to always update you guys with the latest happenings. And this is in Litchfield Park, and those 3 cars are now damaged by that solar panel in the parking lot of a YMCA just dropped down and smashed into those 3 cars. So you can see here, those 3 cars are damaged by that solar panel just dropping down and hitting those 3 cars in Litchfield Park. This is a parking lot of a YMCA. All right, we just wanted to show that to you as our Skyfox was able to capture that parking lot in Litchfield Park at a YMCA there. So yeah, it's coming up on well, it's already the afternoon now. See how fast the day goes by. We appreciate everybody watching on Fox 10 News Now. A lot of things happened already. Now this is what we're covering: a shooting investigation in Avondale. We don't have too many more details, just that a witness at the scene tells our very own photographer, Rick Davis, that a male was shot, but we have not been able to confirm that with the Avondale Police. We'll be updating you guys throughout the afternoon and evening. Sami is going to be back at 1 o'clock. And then, Speaker of the House, now, Paul Ryan. He was just nominated by his GOP colleagues, so he will be the new Speaker of the House. And he just made a statement about a couple of minutes ago, and it literally lasted less than a couple of minutes. It was a very, very quick statement saying that he believes that the country is headed in the wrong direction, and this is a time that he feels that he can make a difference as Speaker of the House. So that is the very latest news that we've been really just happening in this last about 15-minute window that we've been having. So we appreciate everybody watching here on Fox10Phoenix.com. This is Fox 10 News Now. My name is Mike Page, and we got some other news to talk to you about. GOP debate happening later today in Boulder, Colorado. So that should be always interesting. But if you don't like maybe politics, maybe you like sports, we got Game 2 happening tonight. World Series right here on Fox 10. And if you missed yesterday, you missed some drama, you missed some even records happening. Yes, it was the longest game in World Series history by innings. It went 14 innings. The Mets were on top, 4-3 in the bottom of the ninth. And then the Royals. You know, the Royals are very... I say the Royals are like this. This is how... because they always come back. They fight. They go for it in the bottom of the ninth. They tied it up with a home run. So a lot of drama, and then it took all the way to the 14th inning to get a winner, and that was the Royals. They went 5-4 from a sac fly. But just to me, the feeling I get from the Royals is it's like the Royals are like a bad date that just keeps calling you back because they're never done. The Royals are never out of it. So that's the kind of drama that we got going on for October baseball, and you really got to love October baseball because now the Royals are just 3 games away from winning the World Series, first time in 30 years. They won it back in 1985. So it should be interesting. I got some other facts here for you from the game here. Came on the anniversary of the last time both teams won the World Series. The Royals last won the World Series back on October 27th, 1985. The Mets last won the World Series on October 27th, 1986. How crazy is that? That's cool. That's some cool history there for you. It included the first leadoff inside the park homer in World Series game since 1903. That is some awesome statistics. If you're a statistic lover, you're going to like that. The 14-inning game in 1916 also featured an inside the park homer. Crazy. I love baseball for these weird facts sometimes, but you got to love it, right? And then a Mets rookie did something no one ever did before. What was that? Well, Michael Conforto is the first person ever to knock in a run in the Little League World Series, College World Series, and Major League Baseball World Series. How neat is that? First player ever to knock in a run, Little League World Series, College World Series, and then the real Major League Baseball World Series. Talk about a trifecta. Gotta love these facts that we keep talking about. So who knows what's going to happen in Game 2? But you got to watch. You got to watch Fox 10. World Series action tonight happening back in KC. Always a lot of drama when it comes to baseball in October. So neat. So neat. Also, there was also this. Pitch FX had Chris Young with 2 pitches, 90 miles per hour to Daniel Murphy He hasn't thrown a pitch in the 90s since 2009. Cool. I like that. And then it had the oldest losing pitcher in World Series history, Bartolo Colon, 42 years old, 157 days, is the oldest pitcher to lose a World Series game. The previous oldest was Grover Alexander back in 1928. He was 41 years old. Gotta love some of those statistics. Let's get you caught up on the GOP debate. I got a preview here for you if you're getting excited for that. Take a look.
Something Donald Trump thinks is his strong suit as he takes on Ben Carson.
Fight for faith.
How much fight does Ben Carson have in him? Enough now to climb to the top of a national poll, building on the lead he's already established in Iowa and ahead of even Donald Trump, who did something last night you never see politicians do. He took voters to task in Iowa.
Because in most polls, I'm number one. Now, until Iowa came along, I said every poll. And then Iowa, what the hell are you people doing to me?
We're not even halfway through the whole series of Republican debates, but with the first contest now just 3 months away, there is a time crunch, and for the one-time juggernaut campaign of Jeb Bush, a money crunch too. A fellow Floridian, Marco Rubio, may be his prime target now. Bush's campaign manager went off on Rubio, comparing resumes.
I think that stands in stark contrast to others in the field, including Senator Rubio, who are short on accomplishments. And the reality is that we need someone who has a proven record of fixing things.
Tonight I'm paying attention to all the noise. I'm focused on a campaign that's a serious campaign. And this election is a generational choice for our country about what nation we're going to be in the 21st century.
And then there is Carly Fiorina, whose previous debate performances fueled a rise in the polls. Yet she has since faded, looking for another opportunity tonight. Now, this is still going to be a crowded stage tonight. 10 candidates for the main event for a debate that's expected to last about 2 hours. In Washington,
All right, 2-hour event happening there in Boulder, Colorado, a little bit later this evening. I got some other stories for you, including in Massachusetts, real expensive towing bill. If you've ever been towed, you kind of know this, that feeling. Well, what about if you had a bill like this? Take a look. I got stuck.
Joel Raymer says this is a photo of his Jeep stuck in several feet of mud while he was off-roading with his girlfriend October 18th. As we first reported Monday, Walpole police arrested the couple for trespassing on land belonging to a public utility. The Jeep had to be towed.
When I went to pick up the vehicle from Assured Collision, he had informed me that there was some damage done to the vehicle, but didn't really get into details, and also informed me that the bill was $48,000.
Assured Collision of Walpole used several pieces of equipment, a 7-man crew, and spent 12 hours hauling the Jeep out. They submitted a bill to Raymer's Insurance for $48,000. What did you think when you got that price tag?
I thought they made a mistake.
We asked the statewide towing association, which represents 200 Massachusetts tow companies, including Assured Collision, to review the bill. They sent us a statement saying some of the charges, quote, appear to be significantly in excess of the industry standard. Assured Collision charged $1,250 per hour for an on-site supervisor. The association says the industry average is between $175 and $325 an hour. There was a $5,000 line item for dangerous condition liability. The association says they've never heard of that type of insurance. And the association says line-by-line equipment in some cases should have been included with the trucks, but it appears it was billed separately. Assured Collision told Fox 25 the photos provided by the owner don't accurately reflect the dangerous conditions their crew endured. The owner said the Jeep was in a swamp. They said the proximity to power lines only increased the risk to their workers. They declined to comment on camera, but the owner told us he has placed a lien on the Jeep. The owner of Assured Collision said the scene was a hazmat situation. He says his workers were also exposed to poison ivy. The Department of Public Utilities says it actually caps how much tow companies can charge for tows mandated by police. The DPU told us they're investigating this bill. I'm Carrie Kavanaugh, Fox 25 News.
Interesting story. I like that kind of story. So, always interesting when it comes to news. You never know what you're going to get. So, I'm happy to be here with you guys. It's about 12:15 on a Wednesday Wednesday afternoon here. Looks like we might actually be getting some chances of rain tomorrow and Friday. As you can see, from our Pacific satellite here, with some activity of some lower pressure coming in. When the lows come in, that sometimes can mean rain. So we will be monitoring that for you in the coming days. But I've been told, though, trick-or-treating does look great at 75 degrees and a sunny Saturday. So that's good news for all the little kids there. I do want to show you the full press conference that happened in South Carolina today, just in case if you didn't check it out earlier today. This is the sheriff in Richland County announcing that the deputy, that the student resource officer that was seen tossing a high school student in class was terminated today. So that is the full press conference that I will show you right now. Let me just get this trimmed up here. Okay, we are set.
Those who've been at my press conference before know that I typically do not read from a press release, and I'm not going to do that today, but we have printed out something that I'm going to kind of use as a guideline. Certain topics and areas I want to make sure that we get fully covered. And let me begin by saying that nothing I say today or any actions or anything that I'll say in the future should be construed to condone or justify any of the actions of Ben Fields at Spring Valley on Monday. He was wrong in some of his actions. It's not what I expect of my deputies, and it's not what I tolerate from any of my deputies, and especially those that are in a school when we're dealing with juveniles. Now, as in any incident, videos are very useful to us. We're glad that the students did take the videos. We welcome people to video us when we do our job, and most of the time it shows that we're doing our job in a correct manner, and then when it shows that we don't do it in the correct manner, then we'll address it. But videos are something that we welcome. Hopefully one day soon we'll have videos on cameras on all of our deputies. We have them in our cars, but we haven't got to the point where we've got them on all of our deputies. Videos are just a snapshot. They don't tell the complete picture. My job and our job is to get the complete picture. And to do that, we have to look at all the videos, we have to take statements, we have to look at everything so we can look at what the full picture of the events are that happens in any kind of incident. Now, this happened 11 a.m. approximately on Monday. We're just slightly over 48 hours, and I'm going to have to say I congratulate my Internal Affairs Division for doing a very quick job and doing a very thorough job in the task that I gave them to do, and that was to investigate this incident as a policy violation, see if Deputy Fields broke any of our policies and procedures that we do. I think somebody asked yesterday, normally in cases like this, it takes a long, extended time to do it. This one did not need to take very long. The videos helped, the statements we got, our proper policy and procedures that we go by are already there for us to know what they are. So it was not something that needed to take long, and it didn't take long. I think sometimes in these cases and maybe other places, they take a little bit unnecessary time. We felt like we needed to do this very quickly because the public needed to know what happened and what our response was going to be to this. Again, our responsibility was to do the internal investigation solely on policy violations. When this was first brought to my attention on Monday, even though I was out of town at a law enforcement conference in Chicago, we took action very quickly. Deputy Fields was placed on suspension without pay. He's been on that until today. I also immediately contacted the FBI and asked them to do the criminal investigation on this. The first was a phone call, and then it was followed up by a written request. I felt like that the FBI was the only agency that needed to be investigating this, that did not want anybody to come up with any type of reason to say that this was not properly investigated and handled by authorities that need to be handled. The FBI is one of the most trusted and respected law enforcement agencies in this state and probably in the world, and that's why I turned to them and asked them to conduct a full and thorough investigation to see if there was any criminal violations, and the FBI accepted that. I also contacted the U.S. Attorney's Office and asked them to be part of that, and that the Justice Department be part of looking into these actions also. Our U.S. Attorney William Nettles agreed to that, and so the FBI and Civil Rights Division has initiated their investigation. It was started yesterday. They've already have it full swing. We're fully cooperating with them to make sure that they have everything that they need. We took statements from the teacher and the administrator that was present. This incident started with a very disruptive student in a class. The student was not allowing the teacher to teach and was not allowing the students to learn. She was very disruptive, she was very disrespectful, and she started this whole instance with her actions. She refused to leave the class as directed by the teacher. She refused to follow his instructions. He called for assistance from the school administrator. The school administrator got there. He was African American, and he attempted to get her to leave the class also. She refused his instructions, was continually disrespectful to him. All the while, the students are still in the class. They're supposed to be there learning. Their education was put on hold while this disruptive student had to be dealt with. At that point, School Resource Officer Ben Fields was called. The situation was explained to him. He attempted to get the student to leave. He was then asked to remove her from the class. And at that point, I think we've seen the various videos. I will note that the teacher and the school administrator in their statements both fully support the actions of Ben Fields. They said that he acted appropriately, that he didn't use excessive force, and he did what was necessary. And that came from both of them who were present when this happened. The third video from another student who also supports Officer Fields actually shows the female student striking Ben Fields. The third video from another student who also supports Officer Fields actually shows the female student striking Ben Fields and her resisting when he tried to get her from her chair. Once he put her hands on her, he was allowed to do that. He placed her under arrest. He verbally told her that he was under arrest. He attempted to use force to make the arrest. I do not feel that the proper procedures was used at that point, and that's what's caused me my heartburn and what my issues with this. The maneuver that he used was not based on the training or acceptable. Our training unit looked at it, they examined it. I have a written report from them, which I'll share with all of you, which goes into details on the force continuum, how we train our officers, and what we expect of them in circumstances like this. Their recommendation to me was that Deputy Fields did not follow proper training, did not follow proper procedure when he threw the student across the room. From the very beginning, that's what's caused me to be upset when I first saw that video, and continues to upset me when I see that video, is the fact that he picked the student up and he threw the student across the room. That is not a proper technique and should not be used in law enforcement. And based on that, that is a violation of our policy. And approximately 20 minutes ago, School Resource Officer Ben Fields was terminated from the Richland County Sheriff's Department. We have some 87 school resource officers throughout the schools in Richland County. Every day these deputies do a fantastic job. They work very closely with the students, the faculty, and the parents, and they develop a great relationship. Monday's actions by Deputy Fields was not typical of the job I expect them to do, parents expect them to do, students expect them to do, and the community expect them to do. By and large, we have great SROs. We get COPS grants. We get COPS grants to assist us in putting school resource officers in our schools. As a requirement of the COPS grant, we recently had an investigative team come down and just do a routine examination of our school resource officer program. They went to various schools to look at the number of incarcerations that we have, the number of discipline actions that are taken out of schools, the activities of our SROs. One of the schools they went and they did a close examination of was Spring Valley High School. And they talked to School Resource Officer Deputy Ben Fields, and they gave Spring Valley very high remarks for their efforts in reducing the number of arrests in that school. Their examination is to make sure that there's no civil rights violations with our school resource officers and the school district. And that was just recently conducted. My responsibility now is to continue to build and maintain the relationship that the Sheriff's Department has with the community. This is accomplished by doing many things. The first one is taking responsibility for officers when they do something wrong. I've built my reputation on standing up for our deputies when they are right, and also standing up here and saying and admitting that when our deputies do wrong. And Deputy Ben Fields did wrong this past Monday. So we're taking that responsibility for that. You need to act swiftly and with transparency. That's what we've tried to do. We also want to publicly address the situation and request an independent investigation. We have done all those things. I feel like we have moved very quickly on this. We've done the right thing in our actions in terminating him. We're doing the right thing and continuing to build that relationship that we have with the community. I've contacted various elected officials from federal, state, and local and discussed that with them. Discussed it with our religious community. We have a group of pastors that are here with us now that I've been in close contact with. Our Citizens Advisory Council, we have those members here. For those who are not familiar with us at Richland County, we're the only agency in the state of South Carolina that has a Citizens Advisory Council. These are individuals from our community that come in and they review everything that we do at our Sheriff's Department, our policies, our procedures, our disciplinary actions, our terminations. They have full access to everything that we do. They help us have transparency. They help us have the voice of the community in everything that we do at this Sheriff's Department. They are here now. This case will be presented to them and they'll review it. But we didn't have time to call an emergency meeting and present it to them first. I felt like we needed to do what we're doing right now, and it needed to be done very quickly, but I've invited them to be here. The chairman's here, and the majority of their members are here also. You know, our schools are schools for education. SROs are part of that process. And when a classroom is disrupted by a student, that disrupts the education process. And the students can't learn and the teachers can't teach. We have to have discipline in our schools. Now, whose responsibility is that? That falls on all of us. That falls on parents, that falls on the students, that falls on the teachers and administrations. We must not lose sight that this whole incident started by this student. She is responsible for initiating this action. There's some responsibility that falls on her. Now, the action of our deputies, we take responsibility for that, but we also have to put responsibility on her for disrupting that school, disrupting that class, and causing this incident to start from the very beginning. Now, what she did doesn't justify what our deputy did. I don't want anybody to think that. It doesn't justify his actions, but she needs to be held responsible for what she did. Our schools must be an educational environment, and it's the responsibility of everyone to make sure it's that way. And it starts with the parents, goes through the students, and goes through all of us. This has been a very difficult situation for all of us. I not only answer to the citizens of Richland County, but I also answer to a 12-year-old at my house, my daughter who's in the 7th grade. And I would hope that all parents would take the opportunity that I have to sit down and talk with your children about what happened. This needs to be a learning opportunity for all of us. We need to talk to our kids that sometimes young people make bad decisions, and they should be held accountable for that. And that they should have discipline, and they should have respect, and they should have that everywhere, but it's particularly in our schools. And I've talked to my daughter about that, and I've talked to my daughter also that police officers make mistakes too, and they're human, and they need to be held accountable, and that's what we've done with Deputy Ben Fields, that we've held him accountable also. Denying that this was a very terrible incident, it's not going to accomplish anything, so we're not denying that. But we also don't need to create unnecessary conflicts. This should be a time of building bridges and not tearing bridges down. So I hope those in this community that will remain to be here long after all these cameras are gone, that we'll continue to build the bridges that we have between our citizens and the Sheriff's Department. We have an excellent relationship here. This one incident's not going to tear it down, and we're going to work very hard to continue to have that relationship through our Citizens Advisory Council. That is a tremendous asset to us. Relationships we have, the religious community, with all the communities here. We're not going to let this destroy what we've built up for so many years and having a great relationship here between the Sheriff's Department and the citizens. Questions?
Sheriff, what should... has this officer faced disciplinary action before? Have you had complaints about his behavior, either directly to you or through parents or through school associations or through the school district? And also, could you please give us his personnel file today?
No, I'm not going to release his personnel file. I'm standing here right here today.
I'm sorry?
No, not right at this moment. I'm not going to release his personnel file.
Okay.
We'll deal with that. He has had complaints in the past. We have not had complaints from the school district on him at any time. We have not had any complaints from the school district on him. He has had complaints in the past. Some of them have been sustained, as meaning he's done them, and some of them have not been. He's been sued in the past. The lawsuit went to trial, and a jury found that he did not do the things that he was accused of.
Sheriff, can you tell us what Ben Fields should have done in that situation?
I can tell you what he should not have done. What he should not have done is thrown the student. That's what he should not have done. He could have maybe done a lot of things that he is trained to do, but he was not trained to throw the student. When you make an arrest from someone who does not have a weapon that you need to escape from, you never let go of that subject. You maintain control of him, the person you're trying to arrest. When he threw her across the room, he lost control of her. That's not acceptable. That's what violated our policy.
Is there a policy gap?
Has Deputy Fields expressed any remorse to you or to the department?
I don't know if the word is remorse. He's sorry that this whole thing occurred. It was not his intent. His intent was not to do anything that brought discredit on the Sheriff's Department or him or that school. He tried to do his job, and that's what he feels like he did. He tried to do his job. It happened very quickly. His actions was something that if he probably had to do it over again, he would probably done them different.
Did you speak to him personally? Sure.
Yes, I did speak to him personally.
This goes back to that. As lay people who haven't had law enforcement training, how do you do that correctly? You don't obviously throw her out of the chair, but how do you get her out if she's refusing to get out of the seat?
Well, the first thing you do is you try to use some verbal communications. We would hope that physical force would be the last resort. She wasn't a danger at that point. She was just being non-compliant and disrespectful. You try to use verbal commands, and you try to do it verbally. You try to de-escalate the situation instead of escalate it. And then when you do have to put your hands on someone, there's techniques that we're taught. There's pressure points. There's other things that you use. It's called pain compliance. And throwing someone across the room is not pain compliance, and that's not something that we teach.
Sheriff, clearly you are taking this utmost of seriousness. We've heard from the community with the backdrop of the church massacre here earlier this year with Baltimore, New York, Ferguson, everything that's happened here. Just wanted you to be a little reflective maybe and tell us, what is it like? There is great interest from around the country in this. What is it like to be at the center of something like this in this particular time? You've been a sheriff for 20 years. I'm sure in law enforcement much longer. Columbia's changed. The country's changed. What's it like to be here today?
Well, I think what you're seeing today is bringing out the best of the Columbia community. You haven't seen riots. You haven't seen protests. You haven't seen burning the buildings. What you've seen is people come together. We have the numerous churches represented here. We have the Citizens Advisory Council here. I think people here know that we're going to do the right thing, and they expect us to do the right thing. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing some swift action by us. You're seeing that we're doing the right thing. And I think that's what this community expects us to do, and they waited to see us do that. And I think you've seen that throughout South Carolina, that we deal with situations. We don't run from them. We don't deny them. We address them head on, and then we try to find solutions for them. And then we move on. And that's what you're seeing here.
Sheriff, I have a follow-up.
Sheriff, initially your office told us that there had been no injuries sustained in this incident. Yesterday you characterized that the girl had received something like rug burn. Now her lawyer says that she sustained injuries to her arm, neck, and back. Was your original characterization accurate?
It was accurate with the information that I was given. That's what I was told, and that's what the officers on the scene and the school administration all expressed. Nobody said anything about any injuries besides what I described yesterday as occurring. Now, what's occurred once she has an attorney, that may be a different story.
Sheriff, while he was found to have violated some policies and procedures, will this incident change any of the training SROs have to go through or any of your other deputies?
Well, of course, we're going to use this as a learning opportunity for all of us. We'll take what he did and the mistake that he made. We'll make sure that all of our deputies who are in the schools and then all the deputies throughout the Sheriff's Department learn from that and know that you have to do things differently and not like he did. We're also going to talk very closely with the school districts and making sure that they understand that when they call us, that we're going to take a law enforcement action. They're there to take administrative actions. And if they want us to take a law enforcement action, then we'll do that. But if they don't want us, then they don't need to call us that. It maybe needs to be re-examined on the role of the SRO that some of these schools are using us for. Should he have ever been called there? That's something we're going to talk to the school district about. Maybe that should have been something handled by the teacher and that school administrator without ever calling the deputy.
Sheriff, you said that her actions were very disruptive. The students' actions were very disruptive during class. Can you give specifics on how and what she did to be very disruptive?
She wasn't following instructions of the teacher. There were certain things the students were supposed to be doing. I think they had Chromebooks they were supposed to be studying from and doing something that's education related. She was not doing that. She was using her phone. He had asked her to put it up. She continued to do it. She wasn't doing what the other students were doing. He was trying to teach. The teacher was trying to teach. That's his job. She was preventing that from happening because she was not paying attention. And then she was verbally disrespectful, would not do what he asked her to do. When he wrote her up and told her to leave and go to the office, she refused to do it. She continued to disrupt the class. So from the moment that she started, and it continued right on through when the officer got involved in it. So she prevented what occurred and what's supposed to happen in a classroom, and that's for the teacher to teach and students to learn. She prevented that from happening by her actions.
She facing charges.
Were there any prior behavioral issues with the students or anything that Officer Fields and administrators would have been aware of?
I don't know. I don't know the students' history at the school. And really, to me, that doesn't matter. That's not something we looked at. And I think I said that yesterday. The student's behavior, what she did, was not what I looked at. What I looked at was what my guy did. And that's why he was terminated for, was his actions, not anything that she had to do. It's entirely what he did. That's what we looked at.
Sheriff, is she facing charges, Sheriff?
Did the school ever relay you any concerns about Deputy Fields? It seems he had a certain reputation among some of the students. They nicknamed him Officer Slam. Was any of that ever brought to your attention?
No, he's been at that school for 7 years. He's highly respected as a school resource officer. They wanted him at Spring Valley, he has tremendous support from the faculty and staff at Spring Valley and from students. You know, of course, when something like this happens, you do have people that's going to come up and say things they've never said before. We have never heard anything like that. It's never been a complaint. It's been absolutely, totally the opposite. If the school had had any problems, they wouldn't allow him to be a football coach. He was part of that school administration, part of that staff. So there was no signs or no indications or anything like that. And, you know, I've read and heard some things that students have said, but I've also been contacted by a lot of parents, a lot of students, and from officials from that school who were totally in support of him, what he's done in the past and what he did the other day. But again, my decision is based on what he did as a deputy sheriff. As a representative of me at that school, when he put his hands on her and when he threw her across the room, that's what I made my decision on.
Sheriff, given that the officer did not follow policy, have all charges been dropped against Nia Kennedy?
Based on the information that you now have, what injuries did the student sustain?
I don't know. I've just heard the same news reports that the attorney now, and again, you know, you have to look at what happens now, how different people now will become involved in it. You know, I've heard criticism that we didn't move fast enough. This is slightly over 48 hours. I doubt very seriously there's been any other case in the nation that something similar like this that moved as quickly and we took action as what we have done. You know, that's what we're going to do. Somebody in the back had something. Somebody in the back?
Yes. Have all the charges been dropped against Nia Kennedy, or why was she arrested?
I don't know all the facts about her. I did not deal with that. To my understanding, no charges have been dropped against anybody. And to my understanding, the charge is going to continue. What they did was wrong. They violated the law. Now, what Officer Fields did is wrong also. We're dealing with that, but we're not going to lose sight of what the students did also. So I don't know all the facts. I don't know all the facts from her arrest, so I can't address her. What I'm addressing is what my officer did.
What about in the past? Has he ever...
All right, we will dip out of that coverage there. That happened a little bit earlier today in South Carolina, where the sheriff did announce that he terminated the school resource officer for that video that was shown earlier this week. How we doing, everybody? My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you, catching you up on the latest headlines that we are following right now, including a Halloween threat across the nation. I'll have that story in just a little bit. Youth corrections officer terminated right here in Arizona. Let me read you the release that came to our way just about a half an hour ago. The Arizona Department of Juvenile Corrections received reports Friday, October 16th, alleging misconduct involving youth corrections officer Patrice Dawson. The department took immediate steps to investigate the allegations, and YCO Dawson's employment was terminated upon confession. Dawson was subsequently arrested and charged with a Class 3 felony in relation to the misconduct. So that is the very latest with that. We don't have too many details on that, as you can see, but that was the initial release. We'll try to get you more updates as they become available. And then also happening right now, a bizarre story. Let me take this down because I really need to set you guys up for just a bizarre story happening in Pennsylvania, where there's a runaway blimp going on right now. Look at this. The Pentagon says fighter jets are tracking an Army surveillance blimp that tore loose from its ground tether in Maryland and is now drifting over Pennsylvania. It's a runaway, unmanned blimp. So who would have thought that would have been one of the stories we've been covering today, but you never know. That's why you always got to watch Fox 10 News now, as this blimp is this is Blimp Watch 2015 as hopefully it doesn't hit like any power lines or anything like that. That's what they're probably most concerned about, as this is a really interesting story. It's an Army surveillance blimp that tore loose. I'll show it to you one more time. Now, a statement from the North American Aerospace Defense Command in Colorado says the blimp detached from its station in Maryland about 12:20 Eastern Time. 2 F-16 fighter jets from the Atlantic City Air National Guard base in New Jersey are monitoring the craft. FAA officials are working with the military to ensure air traffic safety in the area is all right. The aircraft is known as a Joint Land Attack Cruise Missile Defense Elevated Netted Sensor System and can be used as part of a missile defense system. It's not immediately clear how the blimp really became loose. Wow. We're getting this video in there. Really, really interesting stuff. We'll be monitoring that, and if we do get a live situation, maybe one of our affiliates has a Skyfox, we will bring that to you. But wow, who would have thought? I also want to bring you up on this Halloween threat that is happening across the country right now. It says all police departments across the country are on alert as a group is allegedly planning what they call a Halloween revolt. Members of the group are being encouraged to dress up in costume to cause a disturbance, then ambush police who come to help. Police say alerts like this one are sent out more than people realize, but they should be taken seriously. So we're going to check in with our local law enforcement out here a little bit later this afternoon to see if they're getting any threats as well. But just a sad kind of, why can't people just trick or treat like normal? Don't put out threats there, because you're going to get caught eventually. So crazy story there as well. So we will be monitoring that, try to give you a local angle if we can. Coming up in a little bit is the GOP debate happening in Boulder, Colorado. We'll see who comes up on top this time. Will it be Carson? Will it be Trump? Or will it be someone else from the field? Who knows? That's the exciting parts of debates always. Do want to give you this preview just in case you guys will be watching.
Economy, something Donald Trump thinks is his strong suit as he takes on Ben Carson.
Fight for faith.
How much fight does Ben Carson have in him? Enough now to climb to the top of a national poll, building on the lead he's already established in Iowa and ahead of even Donald Trump, who did something last night you never see politicians do. He took voters to task in Iowa.
Because in most polls, I'm number one. Now, until Iowa came along, I said every poll. And then Iowa came. What the hell are you people doing to me?
We're not even halfway through the whole series of Republican debates, but with the first contest now just 3 months away, there is a time crunch, and for the one-time juggernaut campaign of Jeb Bush, a money crunch too. A fellow Floridian, Marco Rubio, may be his prime target now. Bush's campaign manager went off on Rubio, comparing resumes.
I think that stands in stark contrast to others in the field, including Senator Rubio, who are short on accomplishments. And the reality is that we need someone who has a proven record of fixing things.
Tonight I'm paying attention to all the noise. I'm focused on a campaign that's a serious campaign. This election is a generational choice for our country about what nation we're going to be in the 21st century.
And then there is Carly Fiorina, whose previous debate performances fueled a rise in the polls. Yet she has since faded, looking for another opportunity tonight. Now, this is still going to be a crowded stage tonight. 10 candidates for the main event for a debate that's expected to last about 2 hours. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
So she trades you out. It's a fact. More and more kids these days have food allergies.
He is allergic to dairy, so anything that has milk in it. And then he also is allergic to shellfish.
Give me a couple of big breaths through your mouth.
For Mom Shelley Cavanis and 11-year-old son Jackson, Halloween, where candy is king, can be tricky.
He needs to be aware of what he's putting in his mouth.
Last July, Jackson ate a whey protein bar. He was rushed to hospital.
He vomited on the way to the emergency room, had more difficulty breathing.
He was minutes away from cardiac arrest.
I knew that I probably wasn't going to die, but I didn't want to I wanted to stay alive.
Afterwards, he said, sorry. I just kept waking up to see and make sure that I was still alive.
He hasn't had any reactions since July that you're aware of?
Enter the Teal Pumpkin Project.
You paint your pumpkin teal, put that out, and that tells people that are coming by that you have non-food treats at your house.
Which is a big deal for kids like Jackson with potential life-threatening allergies.
They'll see our teal pumpkin sitting on our front step, and they'll know that this is a good house to go to.
Trick or treat, make way for trick or toy. Dan DeRue, Fox 31 Denver.
I like that story. Trick or toy. Awesome, awesome story there. As we try to throw in some good stories too, some good feel good stories. As sometimes a lot of the times with the news that we cover is just always tragic and sad at the same time. So always try to throw those in there for you. How we doing, folks? We're coming up on 1 o'clock, which means Samia is on deck for her show, so be on the lookout for that. She's going to be up here shortly. We covered a lot of things this afternoon while I was here when I got on at 11. We saw the tail end of Hillary Clinton at her campaign event in New Hampshire. Then we went to breaking news over in Avondale where there was a shooting investigation. And we'll be trying to be getting you more details as they become available with that. A witness told our very own Fox photographer Rick Davis that a male was shot, but we have not been able to confirm that with the Avondale police yet. So be on the lookout for an update later this afternoon or early evening. I'll be back at 5 o'clock today. But topping out one of the top stories that we've been talking about this afternoon is, World Series Game 1 was very interesting to say the least. I mean, to start the game, we had an inside-the-park home run. Who would have thought, right? In a World Series game, Royals struck first 1-0, but then the Mets crept back into it, and it looked like they were going to win it. They were up 4-3 in the bottom of the ninth when home run happened, ties it up. Talk about October heroics as Alex Gordon hits a homer to tie the game in the ninth and send it into extra innings. And boy, was it extra innings. The game went 14 innings, a 14-inning Game 1 marathon. And who knows what's going to happen Game 2, but you know what? We can guarantee it that it is going to be on Fox 10, so we hope that you are all watching the game tonight. As you know, put it this way, there's going to be more drama in the game than at the debate. So you don't even have to worry, really. We'll update you on the debate on what happens, but just watch the World Series on Fox 10 tonight, happening at 5 o'clock local Arizona time. 8:07 first pitch out in the East Coast, 5:07 out for us. Want to give you a little bit more facts of the game that happened yesterday on this wild game before Samia is up next with her show. So it was the longest game in World Series history by innings. It was really a three-way tie between Game 2 of the 1916 World Series between Boston and Brooklyn, and then Game 3 of the 2005 World Series between the White Sox and Astros that also went 14 innings. Tuesday's game in Kansas City was the longest Game 1 in history by innings and the second longest World Series game in hours, only behind the 2005 White Sox-Astros marathon game. I know, that game was crazy. I remember it 10 years ago. what happened was the game went past 1 o'clock in the morning Chicago time. Really, really something, but it was worth it because the White Sox won that game. In fact, they swept the whole series. They won it. They even only lost one game in the playoffs as well. They went 11-1. They were just meant to win that year. Some other facts from yesterday's crazy game is this is my favorite. This is probably my favorite fact of the game. It came on the anniversary of the last time both teams won the World Series. Talk about crazy, right? Yeah, the Royals last won the World Series on October 27th, 1985, and the Mets last won the World Series on October 27th, 1986, the year after. And now they're playing each other, and someone is going to win. Royals are just three games away from making it a 30th anniversary celebration World Series time. We'll see what happens. Game 2 happening tonight, 5 o'clock our time, Arizona time, 8 o'clock Eastern. We'd love for you guys to watch it, and I'll have some details and break down that game tomorrow for Friday Eve. Tomorrow is Friday Eve. So we will be monitoring more stories for you, obviously. That correction officer that was arrested and terminated, we'll get you more details as they become available as well. And yeah, it's just going to be a lot of action for news now coming up in the afternoon hours, as they always are, because that's when really stories start to develop, and our morning reporters are starting to get a sense of what their stories are going to be like for the evening shows. So be ready for that. Samia is on deck coming up. She's waving me off. So here we go. I'm going to throw up a graphic, get her settled in, and I will see you guys all at 5 o'clock. Take care, guys. Have a great afternoon.
All right, guys, it's Samia. I am back and joining you from 1 to 3. Hope you guys are having a great Wednesday. Hope you guys are pumped and excited for tonight's GOP presidential candidate debate. It is on tonight at 5 o'clock. I am hoping that I can get Steve Kraft up here. So Steve is working an evening shift because the debate is tonight. So he won't even be in until 1:30. But my goal is to have Steve Kraft up here during the 2 o'clock hours. We can talk about the upcoming GOP debate. I love asking him questions. You guys can ask him questions. I'm really excited to hear who he thinks is going to stand out. I'm intrigued by his opinions in general. So that being said, the GOP debate is tonight in Colorado. It's just in a couple of hours. I think it's 5 o'clock Arizona time. So what I'm going to do is play a couple stories for you from Fox National, both of them previewing tonight's debate.
The 2016 Republican presidential candidates are getting ready to face off once again as the third GOP debate of the campaign season gets underway tonight at the University of Colorado in Boulder.
They're all going to be looking for moments, the kind of moments that we in the television business will replay again and again and again.
The top 10 candidates in the polls will take part in the primetime debate, with the remaining hopefuls going head-to-head in an earlier event.
If you don't stand out in the first 3 debates in some way, the way Carly did, the way Marco did, I think you've got very little chance if you're trailing way behind. So the pressure is on them in some way.
Donald Trump and Ben Carson are expected to attract the most attention tonight. The two frontrunners are at the top of the polls, with the retired neurosurgeon surging in recent weeks.
I think the thing that has to concern Donald Trump is the CBS New York Times poll, which shows Ben Carson in first place for the first time.
But Carson says his improving numbers won't change his strategy for tonight.
I'm just going to keep doing what I've been doing, and that is telling the truth and talking about the things that I think are relevant to the people.
The debate is expected to focus on domestic issues such as jobs, taxes, and the general health of the U.S. economy.
I think Carson is going to be the second most under pressure, because he doesn't have a lot of experience with economics. He's been doing brain surgery for much of his life.
At the demand of Trump and other candidates, tonight's debate will be limited to 2 hours. Kelly Wright, Fox News.
I feel like that's fair. I feel like the candidates should have the right to demand that it's no longer than 2 hours, because I can't imagine standing for 3 hours straight, not being able to snack. I mean, yeah, maybe they can drink some water, but standing nonstop, that's a commitment. Although it should, I guess, be part of the job. I mean, if you're going to be president, it's going to be difficult, so who knows. Anyways, we have another story, a preview of tonight's GOP debate, this time from Fox News reporter Doug Luzader.
And tonight's debate in Colorado is expected to focus largely on the economy, something Donald Trump thinks is his strong suit as he takes on Ben Carson.
Fight for faith.
How much fight does Ben Carson have in him? Enough now to climb to the top of a national poll, building on the lead he's already established in Iowa and ahead of even Donald Trump, who did something last night you never see politicians do. He took voters to task in Iowa.
Because in most polls, I'm number 1. Now, until Iowa came along, I said every poll. And then Iowa came. What the hell are you people doing to me?
We're not even halfway through the whole series of Republican debates, but with the first contest now just 3 months away, there is a time crunch, and for the one-time juggernaut campaign of Jeb Bush, a money crunch too. A fellow Floridian, Marco Rubio, may be his prime target now. Bush's campaign manager went off on Rubio, comparing resumes.
I think that stands in stark contrast to others in the field, including Senator Rubio, who are short on accomplishments. And the reality is that we need someone who has a proven record of fixing things.
Tonight I'm paying attention to all the noise. I'm focused on a campaign that's a serious campaign. And this election is a generational choice for our country about what nation we're going to be in the 21st century.
And then there is Carly Fiorina, whose previous debate performances fueled a rise in the polls. Yet she has since faded, looking for another opportunity tonight. Now, this is still going to be a crowded stage tonight. 10 candidates for the main event, for a debate that's expected to last about 2 hours. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, so That was Doug Luzader's report. I asked you guys in the chat room who you guys were looking forward to hearing from, who you're supporting, who you're not looking forward to. Let's see. King Bob says he's looking forward to Trump eating the other candidates. Resolute Bell saying, I'm hoping for more info and less animosity. Fanny chiming in saying, Trump has loads of experience in economics. And let's see. What else are you guys talking about? Actually, I asked you guys a follow-up question asking if you think they're going to discuss drugs, marijuana specifically. You know, they aren't in Colorado where marijuana is legal for recreational use. So I'm very intrigued to see if that is a topic for them as well. All right, moving on to some other hot topics. We have the cop gets fired for tossing the student. You guys saw the big announcement this morning. If you didn't, then you probably watched as Mike replayed the clip of the sheriff announcing that the deputy involved in that incident would be terminated. I'm talking about this guy. I'm going to go ahead and play the video for you. I know I've played it nonstop, but might as well give you guys the visual. Deputy Ben Field has been terminated. He is no longer a part of the sheriff's department, according to the sheriff who made the announcement this morning, Sheriff Lott, out in Richland County. Obviously, this is a controversial situation. There's a clip I played for you this morning, and I really like this clip. It was a witness, someone in the classroom reacting to what happened, and I'm going to go ahead and play that clip again for you guys now.
Well, at the beginning of class, I actually thought it was just going to be a normal day. You know, we're going to come in, get to work, and finish off, go to lunch. Well, we were doing an assignment on the computer, and I believe the girl had her phone out. And so our teacher, Mr. Long, came over, you know, asked for the phone. You know, she denied, she said no. Then shortly after that, he threatened to call an administrator. He did. He came. When he came, the administrator tried to get her to move and plead with her to get out of the seat. She still denied. And then, because she really hadn't done anything wrong. He said, I'm gonna treat you fairly. And she said, I don't even know who you are. And I believe you can hear that in the tape. And that is where it started right there. And after that, I've never seen anything so nasty looking, so sick, to the point where, you know, other students are turning away, you know, don't know what to do, and they're just scared for their lives. That's supposed to be somebody that's going to protect us, you know, not somebody that we need to be scared of or afraid, you know, things like that. So it was definitely a scary experience. Probably about, as soon as he walked in, probably about 3 minutes. And then when I saw what was going to happen, my immediate first thing, you know, to think is, let me get this on camera. This is wrong, you know, and that was the first thing she said. And afterwards, after he got her, I think he felt it was necessary to arrest the girl who said that this is wrong. And in my opinion, that's not right. We're 15, 16-year-old, you know, kids in a high school. How else do you expect us to react to that? So that's my question to him, as to not only when you did that, what were you thinking we were going to do afterwards, but how? You know, how did you even let it get to that point where you throwing a girl, you know? I think she was frozen, to be honest. I don't know, initially when he first came over there, and after she said, I don't know who you are, you know, and that's when it began to happen. To see that firsthand right in front of her, I don't know how, it was painful. And I'm not even the one being, you know, detained, but it was painful to watch. It was painful to see what she was going through all over her cell phone, all over, because she wouldn't comply with her cell phone. That's not needed. You know, it's a bunch of options that he could have took to take care of that situation differently, and instead he chose the wrong one. And now we're here today, you know. So I don't know how I look.
All right, that was a student who was in the class where that incident took place. Moving on to bullet point 3, we have the soap star that was arrested in Scottsdale. We told you about this story yesterday. Well, we have more details. Plus, we have the raw video of the actual arrest from the police body camera. So I'm going to play both of those for you now. First, we're going to actually play Mark Martinez's story that aired in the 10 o'clock newscast last night. I hear that we had a really, really late newscast because of bullet point 5, the Mets winning game 1, but it going into many, many, many innings. I think the Mets won 5-4. Was it 14 innings, I believe? Anyway, let's go ahead and watch this story that Mark did of the soap opera star who was arrested in Scottsdale. Casey Moss, Days of Our Lives.
Soap opera star fall from grace. The actor from NBC's Days of Our Lives getting arrested in the Valley.
This is Casey Moore, caught on camera causing a ruckus at a Scottsdale hotel where he ended up in the back of a police car. Mark Martinez joins us live with the details. Mark.
Yeah, Carrie, that's right. This is how most soap opera fans know Casey Moss. He plays J.J. Devereaux on the long-running soap opera Days of Our Lives, but he certainly looks a lot different in his mugshot. This is after his arrest in Scottsdale yesterday morning. He was in town to promote a new book based on the show, but now his future as a member of that cast may be in doubt.
I didn't do anything, man. Yeah, man. I didn't do anything.
Relax, bud. A Scottsdale police officer's body camera catches the moment 21-year-old soap opera actor Casey Moss is put into the back of a police SUV.
The officer asked for his name, and he said, "My name is Casey Moss, and I'm an actor on Days of Our Lives."
Employees at the W Hotel say Moss became belligerent and tried to take a swing at a bartender after a night of drinking.
This subject became, after being overly intoxicated, became upset with the staff because they cut him off.
A friend of Moss's, also staying at the W, apparently tried to get him back to his room. Surveillance video from the lobby shows what happens next.
He, at one point, had to be restrained by a friend. A short time later, Mr. Moss was able to break free from this friend and attempted to punch the bartender, but he missed, and then he proceeded to push another staff member.
But Scottsdale Police Sergeant Ben Hoster says it didn't stop there.
In the process of being escorted out of the bar, Mr. Moss then began to struggle with the officer and to attempt to pull away. He had to be taken to the ground so the officer could regain control of Mr. Moss.
Now, no injuries were reported during that incident. Moss is now facing charges of assault, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. He has posted bond and has not made any comment publicly about the arrest. Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
A soap opera star fall from grace. The actor from NBC's Days of Our Lives.
Hi, guys. There's Jeff. We weren't able to really rearrange because Mark Martinez finished that story 10 seconds too early. Normally we rearrange when another video is up, so Jeff is very tall.
This is
now.
It's the talking mouths here.
Well, how about we use that camera?
Okay, we can do that because I'm further away.
Yeah, we're gonna be. This one will work. Boom.
There we go.
I need a generic tech talk, lower third.
Shh! Don't say the words.
Oh yeah, not tech talk.
If you're not familiar with it, Tech Talk is vaguely cursed. So I don't know the number of times that I've been up here or just started or on my way, and then something explodes.
It's usually your fault. Anytime we have a planned tech talk, something terrible happens.
Yep.
So far, nothing bad has happened, but anything can happen in the next 2 days. Right, the blimp, which I haven't even gotten to because that's bullet point 4, and you walked over it before I got to bullet point 4. So there's this blimp that is, it's a military blimp in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
It got loose, and
Can bring the lead there.
It started floating into the air.
Yep.
And now it's just kind of loose.
Oh, the humanity.
I know.
The story is real gas.
It's a... Oh, Jeff.
Oh, yes.
Anyways, this is the picture of the blimp itself.
He's so cute. I think we totally need to name him.
Blimp watch. Blimpy.
Well, hashtag blimp. There's all kinds of pictures and memes. Somebody put
Give eyes on the blimp.
Oh, yeah, Lionel Richie's face. It says like, hello, is it me you're looking for?
That's good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so it is, the blimp is making its dash for freedom in the skies above our country.
That.
Country founded on freedom, that every man, woman, child, and blimp should be free. You can't see it because you're not on camera, but I'm getting Samia look number 13. I'm used to that look.
Anyways, if we get any blimp updates, we'll let you guys know here on News Now. But in the meantime, I've Jeff up here to talk about, I don't want to say the word. So it's going to be something that involves, I can't say the word. Okay, just, why are you here, Jeff?
Octay?
T-E-C-H talk. T-E-C-H talk.
You don't know Pig Latin?
No, I got it, but in case all the viewers
Okay.
needed some explanation, I figured I would just spell it out.
Well, there's a funny story in the realm of technology. So it is technological discourse, we should call it that by its fancy name. No? Still don't like it? We'll work on it. We're rebranding Tech Talk people.
Oh God, something bad's gonna happen.
Oops. Sorry. Anyway, so now that the cat's out of the bag, Tech Talk, here I am. A funny story regarding the iPhone 6S. So, the iPhone 6S has a touch-sensitive screen. So not just that it can tell where you're typing, but how hard you're pressing. So you might just tap it if you just want to, open something, or press it if you want to copy it, or the amount of weight you put on the screen matters. Now you don't have a.
I have a 6. Just
you have a 6? Okay, this is a 6 as well, so I'm pretending. But the 6S, the new one, which
it's the same shape and it looks the same. It just works differently.
And one of the new features is this touch-sensitive screen. Well, somebody figured out, if you can sense something pressing and how hard you're pressing,
then
shouldn't you be able to tell how much something weighs if it was sitting on the screen?
Possibly, probably.
Because gravity's pressing down. So there wasn't an app for this. There wasn't, it was one of those things when I heard about this, I never thought about that. But as soon as someone said it, I was like, obvious.
Right.
It was just waiting to happen. So what this guy did is he wrote an app, and he had a bunch of friends help him test it. And they said, look, put, 5 quarters or something on your screen and then tell me what my app returns. So he used this to calibrate it, right? And say, okay, now he kind of figures out what sensitivity on the screen corresponds to what weight. So then he made an app that will let you weigh things on your iPhone, and he called it Gravity, and he submitted it to Apple.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Clever idea.
Apple didn't agree. They said. And they rejected it out of the app and said you should not be weighing things
Apparently,
on your screen.
Apple is against weighing things.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I don't know what I can't figure out what the problem might be. So, you can only weigh things that are kind of small.
Right.
Not very heavy. You would want to use this as a bathroom scale.
Right, I wouldn't stand on it.
No, that would be bad. So you can...
Wait.
About 200 for the day. Didn't you take playback of Prince Harry in the Oval Office with the president? Want to get Prince Harry in the Oval with President Obama?
Prince Harry and President Obama.
No problems there. So,
let's just finish this. I'm pretty much done.
Right. So, weighing small things that cover a small surface area, right? That you'd probably be weighing, say, on the go.
Right.
What could possibly be used, frequently for weighing out there?
Well, FMK in the chat room said it, weighing marijuana. It's pretty straight up. People purchase marijuana in little, grams.
You're kidding.
So
they do?
I guess
that's a thing.
This is a mobile way to weigh things and make sure you get what you paid for, right? Is that the idea?
I think so. Use an apple to measure your grass. So yeah. So for some strange reason, Apple is not keen on this, and now it's been a big Tech Talk article or Tech Talk story going around. And I suppose, there might be other things you would want to weigh. I have no idea what that would be other than drugs, really. The last time I've ever had to weigh something like that was mail. And
for postage purposes.
Back in the day, you had to weigh your packages.
Well, I would think that, maybe you want to spend less on postage.
Yeah, or maybe you want to, I'm going to eat an apple, but for my Weight Watchers, I need to know how much this apple weighs. I shall weigh it on my phone. Or here, let me remove the marijuana and weigh my apple. So, I don't know. I don't know what else you would weigh other than
an apple
drugs.
on an apple would be just Instagrammable in and of itself.
Yes. Anyway, so how are you liking your iPhone 6?
It's nice. Now that I have a cover on it, I've never dropped it. It's like when I don't have a cover on it, it drops over and over.
Yeah, you are.
And once I have the cover, it doesn't even drop. Because it allows, I guess, for more grip, because of the texture of it. So far, so good.
You had passed on Butterfingers to I don't even know what's past Butterfingers. You were just flat on oil fingers or something like that. How many times did you drop your phone?
I was Urkel status, basically.
Yeah, it was pretty
Did
amazing.
I do that was like a monthly, I mean, a couple, even sometimes twice in a month.
Yes. But you're like it, you got plenty of space now and speed. and filled with
Things
all your
are going
pictures.
well with my iPhone 6.
Nice.
I do have a little iPhone 6s FOMO, but I'll be okay. I can wait for the 7.
Breathe, just...
FMK, Apple Drug Scale, new reason to buy one. All right, well, it looks like we're getting the feed in with President Obama and Prince Harry chatting, so at least we wrapped up a portion of Tech Talk.
Yes, and hopefully nothing goes wrong with the prince and the president.
All right, let's go ahead and watch.
Welcome His Royal Highness Prince Harry here to the Oval Office. I've had an opportunity to spend a lot of time with so many of his family members, but this is the first time that we had a chance to talk directly. He has gotten to know Michelle very well for a range of reasons, but in particular, he's here to talk about the Invictus Games, an initiative that is bringing together wounded warriors from around the world under the leadership of Prince Harry and others to make sure that we see not simply the sacrifices they've made, but also the incredible contributions, strength, and courage that they continue to display. And so we are very glad to support the Invictus Games. It's going to be coming here to the United States, to Orlando in March of next year. Michelle and myself are interested in promoting it. We want to thank His Royal Highness for his own service in Afghanistan alongside our outstanding American troops. It is a testament to the special relationship, the incredible bond that we share between our two countries, and that bond continues into the next generation of leadership that His Royal Highness represents. So we're very grateful for him, not only for this specific work, but also for continuing to strengthen the deep, deep bonds between our two countries.
Mr. President, thank you very, very much for hosting us today, especially in giving the Invictus Games the boost that it so sort of readily deserves, I suppose. We had huge amounts of fun designing the Invictus Games based around stealing the Warrior Games off yourselves and making it international, making it better. Now we're giving it back to you. So we really looking forward to the 8th, between the 8th and 12th of May, and hoping to see as many people as possible come down and support all our wounded warriors together. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Likewise.
Wait a minute.
Ouch. That is hurting people's ears. Oh my god. Ouch, 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 ouch. No one wants to hear that. So instead, I'm gonna say hi to you guys again, even though the lower third now does not apply. I was not expecting that video to end as soon as it did. That was a very quick video. It's almost like a tease because we basically had to kick Jeff out of Tech Talk simply to show you guys President Obama and Prince Harry for like 2 minutes. But it's okay, it was cool to see. And we can move on and talk about another story in the top 5. Speaking of President Obama, since we just saw him, President Obama went to the Bulls game last night. Mike Paish, you talk about this? Obama at the Bulls game?
No.
Come here before you go into the meeting, since I have you. Come sit with me. So Mike and I were having this Twitter discussion because yesterday, like, Mike is a predictor of all things, I swear.
Yeah, I really called it.
He like will randomly come in and be like, I feel like there's gonna be a Trump event tonight, and then there's a Trump event. So
Yep.
yesterday, we know President Obama's in Chicago, and he's like, you think President Obama's gonna go to the Bulls game tonight? And I was like, maybe, I don't know. Well, he has an event tonight. And then we were discussing, well, like, if he did go, where he would sit. And we
Yeah.
were thinking, like, would it be courtside? Oh,
Yeah.
that's probably unsafe. It could be a suite. then we were like, well, there's like metal detectors.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, what do we see on social media?
He was there courtside, beautiful for the President Obama, right there.
It was.
See his hometown team, and he was lucky. They won, 97-95
Against the Cavs, LeBron James.
Yeah, we said LeBron get on the bus back to Cleveland.
He says we. He uses terms like we because, again, he is from Chicago. There's no
So when
biased journalism here,
Yeah,
guys.
so when I say we, I mean like all my friends and family from
yeah, back home. And, I mean, we have... Here we go. Like the chaos.
Right.
Like, oh my God, it's Obama.
Could you imagine being the person that said this lady right here?
Oh, yeah, let me hide her. Yeah, it's like you bought tickets for like maybe, I don't know, I mean, courtside tickets are expensive, especially with a game where LeBron James is going to be at. In general,
And look
they're
at this,
expensive.
people are going crazy.
Right.
here.
I mean, this is like, you would pay double, triple your ticket just if you knew this was
it's
going to happen.
priceless.
It's
yeah,
amazing.
I could because those tickets are around $1,200 a seat.
Yeah.
And it's priceless though.
It's so...
Because to sit next to the president, I mean, wow.
Right, you can't even... You're right. I think that's the word, priceless. You can't put a price on it.
I did like that he took his fur coat off and then he rolled up his sleeves.
It's just the fact that he decided to sit courtside just shows like Obama's personality.
Yeah.
He's such a basketball fan. You know what? The basketball games, they like feature you up on the big...
And look at right behind him. Look at all the agents
Let me
though.
move us again.
Look at all the...
Let's go back. Like the
I
Secret
like that.
Service. Let's break this down.
Look at the agents in the background when he's sitting.
Oh, right. Because just in case there's some
Yeah,
bad guy
these three
with
guys.
like guns or something right here.
Especially the one guy they're not even looking at him. That's obvious.
And this guy's just like,
Yeah.
I mean, if you got one of those photos, that probably got so many likes on Instagram.
Yeah. I like you. Take
He's
this,
just,
roll the
where's
sleeves up.
Michelle? Does she not get to go to the game?
Oh, yeah, she wasn't there.
That's not fair.
It was just him that, after he did that conference, he knocked out 2 Democratic fundraisers. And then he came to the game, and then he spent the evening at his home in Hyde Park.
I'm repping some Bulls colors.
See, you are.
Just for this story.
Yep.
Which, by the way, I just want to say that Michelle Obama should be next to him. I went to a Brooklyn Nets home opener, the first time the Brooklyn Nets ever played as the Brooklyn Nets in their new stadium.
Oh,
and
wow.
on courtside, the entertainment equivalent of Michelle and Barack, Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Oh, okay.
They were there together. And I was like, oh my God, I went. I was like, click,
Yeah, yeah.
Instagram. But, I mean, at least they were there as a pair.
Sure.
I guess Obama wanted sometimes I guess couples need to do their own thing.
And you know what was amazing was TNT scored the interview with him. During the game, they got an interview, a nice 3-minute interview with him.
Kind of amazing.
That's a get.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I want to keep you here longer and keep talking about this. There's that meeting over there.
Yeah, see what they're going to talk about.
But this is so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's like, what do you think? Like, if you could sit next to the president at a basketball game, what would you talk to him about? Like, if you were that lady, or
Well, I would say I appreciate that he's a White Sox fan too, and then I would just ask him.
I guess, yeah, you have that personal bond because you guys are both from Chicago. You could
Yeah.
just talk about Chicago things.
I would probably
How
talk,
about part 2?
Yeah, I would probably talk just more about food and like where he likes to go for restaurants in the city more than policy.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't be like, oh, let's talk about...
Yeah, Syria.
That's, I know I keep bringing this up randomly, but that's kind of how I felt with John McCain. I know I had to be somewhat serious because we
Yeah.
were on the news, but I really wanted to be like, John McCain, what are the cool spots in Arizona? John McCain, how was it to be on the series finale of Parks and Rec?
Yeah,
And these are
yeah.
my John McCain regrets that I have because I'm
See?
I fell in love.
Wow. Oh well. Well, I'm gonna get in this meeting.
All right.
Yeah. And I'll see everybody at 5 then, huh?
You will. Unless you randomly make an
Yeah,
appearance
maybe.
again. You
Maybe.
never know.
Yep. See ya.
But yeah, this was really cool. President Obama sitting courtside at the Bulls game last night. Wanted to show that to you. It was part of my top 5. All right, now just a quick recap of all the top 5 stories. Preview of tonight's GOP debate. I'm going to hold off on playing the same stories I just played for you previewing tonight's debate. I'm going to play one story. It's more about the preparations taking place in Colorado, as you guys know or may not know. The third GOP presidential debate is tonight 5 o'clock, so we are just 3.5 hours away. I'm hoping I'll be able to get Steve Kraft up here to sit with me and chat. If I don't get Steve Kraft, I'm going to have to convince John Hook to come hang out. We are going to get someone, guys. That's the goal. So I'm going to play the story for you now. Oh, something to share with you. Here you go, out of Colorado, the preparations for the big event.
Action. After months of planning, crews have almost finished transforming this practice gym.
We had to cover a basketball floor.
Into the spin room for tomorrow night's debate. The room where more than 400 journalists will file their reports and interview the candidates.
This room is going to be packed.
John Legittino is the magician who somehow makes it happen. He's used to pre-debate madness, having produced hundreds of live television events when he was Mitt Romney's production manager.
So you have Fox over here. You've got the network and NBC over here.
This transformation began just 4 days ago.
This carpet came from Denver.
Flooring was put down, lights were installed.
And then there's all those little things that make a huge difference. More than 24 television screens for people inside the spin room, more than 50 gigs of data for all the journalists, and this, more than 6 miles of internet cable underneath the floor.
Outside the arena,
tag like this,
roadblocks, metal detectors, and fences.
Certainly a large security presence.
Regent Drive now looks more like Satellite Truck Row.
We've been working on this for months.
You can bet the candidates have also been busy prepping.
It's a months-long process.
And so have the moderators. This is a homecoming for NBC News anchor Carl Quintanilla. He's a CU grad, now facing his biggest test on campus.
I wasn't the best student, but you get treated like a prince when you come back, especially to your alma mater, and I think they're proud. I'm proud.
A lot of work for just 2 hours of television, but it's 2 hours that could help decide who becomes our nation's next president.
All right, so that's a little bit of a preview. Again, we'll have a more lengthy discussion when I can get one of our political experts in the room to sit down with me. Meanwhile, the cop who was seen in that video tossing the girl flipping over the desk in class and dragging her before arresting her has been fired by the sheriff. The sheriff made the announcement this morning. You may have missed it, but don't worry. We do have a clip of him making the announcement. I'm going to go ahead and play that in a moment, but first I'm going to play for you the video of the student getting dragged. Even though I've played this over and over, some of you may be new to news now or may not have tuned in before and have no idea what this story is about. This happened on Monday at Spring Valley High School in Richland County, South Carolina. The student was not complying with her teacher. She was not complying with school admin, and that's when the school resource officer was brought in, and that's when this happened. Alright, so that was the video. Now I have the clip of the sheriff making the big announcement. In fact, it's just pulling from my Fox 10 YouTube channel. In fact, you guys could watch the clip yourself there, but I'm just going to play it for you guys now. Give me a second while I pull it up. There you go.
The recommendation to me was that Deputy Fields did not follow proper training, did not follow proper procedure when he threw the student across the room. From the very beginning, that's what's caused me to be upset when I first saw that video, and continues to upset me when I see that video, is the fact that he picked the student up and he threw the student across the room. That is not a proper technique and should not be used in law enforcement. And based on that, that is a violation of our policy. And approximately 20 minutes ago, School Resource Officer Ben Fields was terminated from the Richland County Sheriff's Department.
All right, so there was the clip where he made the big announcement. Moving on to topic 3, soap star arrested in Scottsdale. Now, this arrest took place on Monday night Days of Our Lives star Casey Moss was in town for a Days of Our Lives book signing. Apparently got too drunk at the W Hotel bar, attempted to swing at the bartender, got arrested, and the arrest was caught on camera, the police body camera. So now I have the raw video of that, from that police body cam. I'm going to go ahead and play it for you guys now. It's Casey Moss, 21 years old, star of NBC's Days of Our Lives. This is the 4-minute raw video from the body cam.
I didn't do anything, man. Yeah, man. I didn't do anything to fucking cuff me.
Relax, bud. Relax.
Dude, please, I didn't swing. What did I do?
Take the car.
Don't come out there. Fuck up, man. I'm fucking swinging.
Hey,
all right,
stop moving your hands.
Okay.
Relax.
Somebody please talk outside, please. Check my ID.
We are outside.
Alright, okay, outside. Can we please talk over there in the corner? I'm not going to swing at you guys here.
Relax your arms. Keep tensing your muscles. I don't like that. Okay? Calm down. You
What's
think
your
I'm
name?
just going to poke me, stick me?
No, absolutely not.
What's your name?
Casey Moss.
This yours?
Yeah. What? Let me see that. Let me see that. Look, let me see that, please. Let me see that. Watch, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, guys.
Go get him. Just relax, man. Yeah, stand still.
I just want to say, tell him CSI, over there. Is that dumb?
Yep.
I'm gonna fucking... Please,
stop moving around. And 1013. You guys, real quick, were you guys going to take this thing? Yeah. Were you guys going to take it? Don't know yet. So is he going to go with us? Okay.
I'm not fucking...
He's going to go to Texas City Jail. Got it. See, like that.
For the people?
Go ahead and have a seat in there.
What do you want me with?
Right now you're being detained. Yep. I don't know yet.
All right, so that was the video, the entire raw video that was sent to us from Scottsdale Police of the arrest that Days of Our Lives actor Casey Moss. Moving on, military blimp on the loose in Pennsylvania. I have not heard any updates about this. Basically, the blimp got loose and ended up floating in the air, and it was being tracked. And so far, I have not heard any updates in terms of whether they have secured a hold on it. But if we get any updates, we'll let you know here on News Now. And I just gave you an update about this story. So what I'm going to do now is change topics. I'm going to move away from the top 5 and show you guys Bill Montgomery's press conference. Bill Montgomery is the Maricopa County attorney. As you know, he holds these bi-weekly press conferences. We usually stream them live. There were some technical difficulties, so we weren't able to stream it live today. This morning. Plus, it also conflicted with the South Carolina live announcement of that the sheriff was holding. So I'm now playing the Bill Montgomery press conference for you guys. Let me just pull this up for you. Give me a second. And we can hear about all the different crimes and the updates and the cases within Maricopa County.
I've got some data to share, a couple of heads up, one for the general community and then one for businesses on some criminal scams, and then some comments about a recent sentencing involving a high-profile matter with sex trafficking, and then some comments and suggestions for analysis for the ongoing discussion at the national level on criminal justice reform. First up, Arizona's high-intensity drug trafficking area entity that provides intelligence support has issued a series of observations about Arizona's medical marijuana regime and its impact on the community. And there are 3 particular areas that I want to highlight from that. There's a lot of other information in there that you can find in other studies that have been done, and I've shared some of the statistics from those studies previously. The Arizona Youth Survey, statistics about Arizona's medical marijuana program as reported by the Department of Health Services. And the 3 things that I want to mention that are consolidated in this report is first, some statistics from the Arizona Families First program. And FIRST is an acronym for Families in Recovery Succeeding Together. And this effort was established to address adverse conditions related to alcohol and drug abuse among child welfare-involved families in which allegations of child maltreatment were associated with parental substance abuse. And following the enactment of Arizona's Medical Marijuana Act, marijuana surpassed alcohol as the most frequently reported substance used by Arizona Families First participants for previous 30-day or what's otherwise called current use. In 2014, 85% of the individuals participating in the program reported current substance abuse, with marijuana being the most frequently reported illicit substance exceeding alcohol at 54% of program participants in that segment. And then additionally, 88% of all individuals who had been referred to the Arizona Families First program had a documented allegation of child maltreatment, and 58% of the allegations were substantiated by the Department of Child Safety. I mention that in particular because we're still struggling as a state in dealing with the number of children who are being placed in foster care. And with the increased number of families coming into contact with the child welfare system, while the rate of removal stays the same, even if that rate of removal stays the same, where we have increased number of these particular instances, we'll see that number of children in foster care grow. So it bears mentioning, and it bears the public's consideration that with increasing availability of marijuana, there's increasing abuse of the substance, and we're seeing the impact of that within the child welfare system too. Secondly, there's mention of the Arizona Arrestee Reporting Information Network, ARIN. That's an effort that is led by ASU, and past reports and reports for various departments within Maricopa County are available on that website. They conducted a study of a sample of 2,702 arrestees in Maricopa County Jail intake between October of 2011 and June of 2013 concerning in particular medical marijuana use and diversion of medical marijuana. And according to the study, 1,178 of the arrestees reported current within the past 30 days use of marijuana. 350 reported using medical marijuana. Now, out of that 315, 290 were not authorized, were non-qualified patients under Arizona's Medical Marijuana Act. And the study further indicated that 1 out of 3 of the authorized medical marijuana users reported selling medical marijuana illegally. And hence then the observation of the diversion of medical marijuana from qualified patients. And where that is an additional concern too is from the 2014 Arizona Youth Survey, an increase in the percentage of students who are getting their marijuana from somebody who had a qualified patient card. And then the third point from this particular publication by Arizona HIDA references the impact on highway fatalities. And these statistics come from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, also called NHTSA's Fatality Analysis Reporting System, FARS. And that does allow for some comparison from state to state. For positive THC test results for Arizona drivers involved in fatal traffic accidents increased 49% from 35 in 2010 to 52 in 2013. The rate of fatalities in Arizona where the driver tested positive for THC increased from 0.79 per 100,000 licensed drivers in 2010 to 1.09 per 100,000 licensed drivers in 2013. That's a 38% increase in the rate. Now, similar to what I've said before about crime rates, there are a lot of factors that might play into the raw numbers, but it is still worthwhile to track these particular trends for that trend analysis. And that's trending up at a time when we've been told that we can have medical marijuana as well as the argument now that we could increase availability and not see negative safety impacts. Those statistics certainly say otherwise. Now, for some other things I wanted to cover with you. In terms of the Phoenix Police Department RMS deployment with their new records management system, we are aware that there are some hurdles and some issues with its implementation. We encountered some when we updated our case management system too. We are in contact with the Phoenix Police Department though. We do get a heads up from the jail system if someone is getting close to mandatory release within 48 hours to inquire whether or not we know if we're going to be making a charging decision, and that's allowing us an opportunity to contact the Phoenix Police Department and alert them if there may be someone pending felony charges and we haven't received information yet. That kind of a scenario could happen regardless of a new RMS implementation, but everybody is sensitive to wanting to make sure that as they continue to implement this program that we're in contact with them. And that's been working out so far. The first heads up I want to give for a scam involves jury service fees. We've heard several anecdotes of individuals who are receiving phone calls from scams threatening people with arrest if they don't pay fines. And there's a party claiming to be associated with, and I quote, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office warrants and records, unquote. It's leaving a message with instructions to call this number, 602-527-6483, and warning people that they will be arrested if they don't pay fines associated with failing to report for jury duty. Anyone receiving such a call should hang up immediately and don't return the message if one has been left. There is no such program within Maricopa County. That's just flat out false. And then if someone does call back, there's an effort to try to get their information either through an e-check or credit card to get those fines and fees. This is entirely bogus. There is no such program within Maricopa County. In terms of cases of community interest, I want to underscore the sentence imposed in State v. Anthony Guillaume. This is the defendant who ran a sadistic prostitution ring that included his ex-wife as well as his stepdaughter and niece. And both of them the stepdaughter and niece were minors at the time of the offenses. The defendant was sentenced to 493.5 years after being convicted on 101 out of 105 counts. And as I had mentioned previously, this is a particular case where the community and certainly the media can look at it to see what the prime target is for law enforcement in this area and how seriously these matters are taken, and obviously how serious the punishment can be for this type of activity. Next, I also want to provide a heads up to businesses within Maricopa County. Within the last 3 weeks, I've heard of 3 instances where internal to a company, an email is generated that is then sent to someone with financial responsibility for the company, directing them to wire transfer monies to a defined account. And what the companies are learning is that someone has hacked into their email system and has been able to generate an email from an authentic email account of someone with fiduciary authority in the company, and then generate an email from them to the person responsible for distributing funds, directing them to send a wire transfer. One instance, I know the amount was $26,000, so it's not insubstantial. And so the warning that I want to share with companies is that you need to make sure and have necessary controls in place so that if there is an unscheduled solicitation for a wire transfer, even if it appears to be from a legitimate email within the company and within the authority of the company for transfers, that should be followed up by either a face-to-face confirmation or a voice-to-voice confirmation between the respective parties inside of the company. I'm specifically aware of one instance where the only reason the wire transfer did not go through was a chance encounter between the 2 people who had been emailing. And in that particular scenario, an email from a company controller was sent to the person with access to the monies for the wire transfer, directing the wire transfer to be done in the amount of $26,000. In turn, that person, seeing that it was an unscheduled transfer, sent an email back to the controller questioning the need to do so, and then there was a confirming email sent. So there were at least 2 hacks, or a hack that allowed someone to initiate 2 emails. And then, but for the fact that 15 minutes before the transfer occurred, those 2 individuals saw each other in a hallway with the person getting ready to authorize the transfer saying, hey, that wire's about ready to go out, and having the controller say, what wire? Ensure that as part of any process controls for unscheduled wire transfers that there's that face-to-face confirmation or at least the voice-to-voice. We're taking it seriously within this office. We looked at a similar context for what might be happening to local companies who are relocating here or are engaged in high-tech ventures to protect their trade secrets. This now may be something similar too, where people are trying to take advantage of businesses locally. I see this as no different than if somebody flew into Maricopa County from another state and actually tried to physically break into a company and take money out of a safe, because the net result is going to be the same. And lastly, to comment on the most recently announced national effort to create a law enforcement group of leaders on criminal justice reform. One quick observation is that the 130 people who make up that particular group, not all of them are actively serving in a law enforcement capacity, and the study from which solicitation to law enforcement professionals generated was a Brennan Center for Justice study on trying to identify causes for the drop in crime nationally over the last couple of decades, and concluding that incarceration had little of impact on that. And I've reviewed that study. We're preparing essentially a white paper to identify some of the deficiencies in it. But the best summary I can give you is that it was a misuse of math to support a presumptive argument disguised as an academic inquiry. The Brennan Center for Justice exists to address the quote-unquote issue of mass incarceration, which is not defined in the study, and which represents a very poor entry point into a conversation about criminal justice reform. If your conclusion is that there are too many people incarcerated, then your inquiry is going to be directed towards reductions in incarceration without an appreciation for who's incarcerated or why. If you start off with that as an inquiry, then you're going to wind up at a point where you start asking questions about reductions in recidivism and how can we keep offenders from reoffending. And of course, this also needs to distinguish between violent offender populations and those who are habitual criminals and commit the greatest percentage of crimes within the community from those who are first-time commitments. And that requires an important distinction too, because in many prison systems, including the federal prison system, there are few offenses that mandate a prison sentence regardless of your criminal history. So in looking at that population and a first-time commitments and identifying recidivism behavior within that population, I think that's where we would spend our time most wisely and we would get the greatest benefit. I've spoken of it within the Arizona prison context too. Arizona's prisons produce a monthly at-a-glance report. The most recent one is for September 2015. And in that report, you'll see that about half of all inmates currently incarcerated are there for a first-time commitment. And again, it's important to distinguish that population from those offenders who've committed a violent offense or a particular offense that mandates prison from the overwhelming majority of offenders who have committed multiple felonies over time and only then receive their first-time commitment. If in that population we were successful in preventing another crime from occurring with just half of those, that would be an opportunity to reduce the entire prison population by roughly 25% for repetitive offenders. Of course, then we would still have to continue to manage the offender population for those who are committing first-time offenses that call for a prison sentence, and we would still need to manage those who, despite efforts at reducing recidivism, may still want to continue to commit crimes. There still will be that part of the criminal population. But if we were successful in doing that, that's about 10,000 inmates. That could represent entire units being shut down and being repurposed for a whole host of other reasons or a whole host of other opportunities for those hard facilities. And then it also bears repeating for us in Arizona. Between 10 and 11% of our prison population are criminal aliens. And roughly 38% of that population are incarcerated for drug smuggling, for either sales or trafficking related offenses. So again, unless and until the federal government upholds their responsibility to increase operational control of the border, then we're going to continue to be victims of organized smuggling activity. And for the last fiscal year, Customs and Border Protection once again reports that about half of all drugs smuggled into the United States came through Arizona. We're seeing an increase too in the amount of heroin that's being seized at ports of entry. So it bears the federal government's attention and resource effort to help in that regard. You know, they give us hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe millions. In fact, I think we're up to millions each year in grants for our HIDA activities. It'd be far better than rather give us the money to deal with the consequences of smuggling to help preclude it in the first place. And I think that's all that I wanted to share with you directly. What questions do you have? Should I run from the podium now? Or?
I understand you can't talk about lessons merit here, but I want to see if you can talk about the other cases, the other ones that haven't been solved, the other 7. Today there was another one part of a shooting off of 10, and right near the 303. So where are the investigations of those cases?
Yeah, I don't have anything to update you on those. The only thing I would say is I think I commented a couple times before that charging a particular offense or a particular offender doesn't necessarily preclude additional criminal acts that mirror what we've charged. We do have random shootings that occur on our freeways from time to time, and we'll treat those offenses accordingly when they're submitted to the office, because it still represents obviously a threat to the person who is shot at. But in these scenarios too, we're not talking about people who are highly trained about using firearms, so there is a likelihood of a completely innocent party being a secondary victim of someone's stupidity. And thank you for recognizing I can't say anything else about the other. So, any other questions?
Are you considering filing charges against Sergeant Percy Duper after his demotion for shooting Michelle?
This office completed its criminal review of that matter, and made the determination that there was no reasonable likelihood of a conviction under those circumstances. There's nothing else for us to do with that matter. We conducted the criminal inquiry. The subsequent inquiry by the department and whatever disciplinary process that they may have into whether or not policies and procedures were followed is a completely independent process, and one does not necessarily influence the other.
At the last news conference, you said that you might have undercover officers at the campus convention. What's the latest on that?
Well, I didn't say I would.
Okay.
I said that there might be. No one from my office is going to be there. They better not. But I pointed out how we have a concentration of people who at an absolute minimum are conspiring to violate federal law right now down the street. So could there be undercover officers there from federal agencies or local agencies observing what's going on and maybe gathering information that could result in charges? It's possible. I can't confirm or deny that. My whole point in raising that issue was to further illustrate how ridiculous and how impactful it has been that this federal administration's inability or unwillingness to enforce laws is creating these ridiculous scenarios. Why is it any different for marijuana in this regard than if we had cartel members in town for their annual cartel convention, talking about how to smuggle their product or transport it and how to refine heroin or how to make a better cocaine product? They're all Schedule I drugs at the federal level. That was my only point. Any other questions?
Do drivers
Sure.
still need to be worried, or as shoots have continued?
There's no information that I have to suggest that there is a daily threat of ongoing shootings on freeways. There's none. But to the same point, if we were talking about a different type of crime, let's say bank robbery, every day I could issue a warning saying, be careful, someone might rob a bank today. Or I could say, tonight, be careful, there may be drunk drivers on the road. There's just the general possibility that someone could commit a crime that endangers a fellow human being. But there's nothing I have in information-wise that would suggest that there is a present, ongoing, continuing particular threat against anyone. That's probably the best way I can say that.
Some of the instances that could be copycats?
Other than a confession from someone saying that they were motivated or inspired, it'll be very difficult for us to say, given the break in time now, that this is a particular copycat incident. And I don't think I could say that. Again, without a suspect coming forward and explicitly saying, I was motivated to do this because, there really isn't a way to tie that together, other than just similarities and circumstances. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
All right, guys, that is the end of the Bill Montgomery press conference. So that way you guys are up to speed on everything happening in Maricopa County. It seems like he was just talking about the freeway shooter and that whole incident at the very end. What are you guys talking about in the chat room? It looks like there's some fighting in the chat room going on. Are you guys even staying on topic? It appears not. So what we're going to do is we're going to move on and talk about our top story, the preview of tonight's debate. While Montgomery was speaking just a minute ago, I walked over to the makeup room, checked in with John Hook, and he said yes. So that's promising, guys. We're going to get one of our political savvy on-air talents to join me momentarily. I'm looking forward to it. Pretty excited. But in anticipation of their arrival, or his arrival rather, I'm going to play for you a couple of stories sent to us from Fox National. Let's see, what do we have in here? We have, we have some sound bites from yesterday's Trump rally, which might be fun to listen to, even though you guys are going to hear a lot of Trump tonight at the debate. Why not? Let's listen to him again.
You have Hillary against a socialist / communist. And nobody knows that. And honestly, he's not going to win, just so you understand. I mean, he's all kidding. He's not going to win, and neither is she. You're right, long term. Well, she's being totally protected because, in theory, she shouldn't even be allowed to run. It's true. Many of the companies in this country have trillions of dollars cumulatively. They think $2.5 trillion overseas right now. They can't get it in. And everybody agrees that we should bring it in. The Democrats and the Republicans. They've agreed for years. They can't make a deal because they have no leader. It's not like, oh, gee, we disagree on Obamacare, or we disagree on something else. Although I must tell you, many of the Democrats that I speak to, because I'm friendly with all of them, I'm friendly with, like, Republicans. I get along with everybody. You know, everyone said, oh, you won't be a unifier. I'll be the greatest unifier of all. Why, is Obama a unifier? But I will tell you, many of the Democrats that voted for Obamacare would never have done it now, and they were lied to 28 times, right? You can keep your doctor, keep your plan, keep your this, everything's going to be great. Turned out to be a total lie, 28 different times that they know of. What I want to do is bring our jobs back from China, bring our jobs back from Mexico.
The 2016 Republican presidential candidates are getting ready to face off once again as the third GOP debate of the campaign season gets underway tonight at the University of Colorado in Boulder.
They're all going to be looking for moments, the kind of moments that we in the television business will replay again and again and again.
The top 10 candidates in the polls will take part in the primetime debate, with the remaining hopefuls going head-to-head in an earlier event.
If you don't stand out in the first three debates in some way, the way Carly did, the way Marco did, I think you've got very little chance if you're trailing way behind. So the pressure is on them in some way.
Donald Trump and Ben Carson are expected to attract the most attention tonight. The two frontrunners are at the top of the polls, with the retired neurosurgeon surging in recent weeks.
I think the thing that has to concern Donald Trump is the CBS New York Times poll, which shows Ben Carson in first place for the first time.
But Carson says his improving numbers won't change his strategy for tonight.
I'm just going to keep doing what I've been doing, and that is telling the truth and talking about the things that I think are relevant to the people.
The debate is expected to focus on domestic issues such as jobs, taxes, and the general health of the U.S. economy.
I think Carson is going to be the second most under pressure, A, because he doesn't have a lot of experience with economics. He's been doing brain surgery for much of his life.
At the demand of Trump and other candidates, tonight's debate will be limited to 2 hours. Kelly Wright, Fox News.
Donald Trump is no longer the national frontrunner. Ben Carson has overtaken him, building on his momentum out of Iowa, where he's led the polls for the last 2 weeks. The latest CBS New York Times poll nationwide shows Carson up to 26% and Trump falling to second with 22%. Marco Rubio, Jeb Bush, and Carly Fiorina lead the single digits tier in an increasingly testy battle. Trump, who said he would drop out of the race if he takes a dive in the polls, called into MSNBC mystified.
Some of these polls coming out, I don't quite get it. I was number one pretty much in Iowa from the beginning, and I would say we're doing very well there, so I'm a little bit surprised.
And the billionaire renewed his attack on the soft-spoken former physician.
I don't get it. To be honest with you, it's, you look at different things having to do with Ben, and there's a lot of contradiction and a lot of questions. Ben was pro-abortion not so long ago, as everybody has told me.
Trump himself used to be pro-choice and even supported late-term abortion procedures, and in numerous other issues remains at odds with the GOP in substance and tone. Overshadowed and irked by front-running outsiders, the Bush campaign now labels Rubio the GOP's Obama as a freshman senator running for president with few accomplishments, compared to Bush's record as a former two-term governor of Florida.
I think that stands in stark contrast to others in the field, including Senator Rubio, who are short on accomplishments. And the reality is that we need someone who has a proven record of fixing things.
Tonight I'm paying attention to all the noise. I'm focused on a campaign that's a serious campaign. And this election
is a generational choice for our country about what nation we're going to be in the 21st century.
Bush today laid out his plans to save Social Security and Medicare entitlements by, among other things, means testing and adjusting eligibility ages, writing, quote, "If we do not have an honest conversation about what it will take to protect Medicare and Social Security, we fail seniors and we will fail the next generation of Americans."
Bush was talking politics, and his campaign manager was taking potshots at Marco Rubio in advance of the third Republican debate tomorrow here in Boulder, Colorado. All the candidates say they want to talk about issues, but find themselves caught up trading insults and bickering about the horse race polls. In Boulder, Carl Cameron, Fox News.
All right, guys, can I just point out, this is where I want to pat myself on the back, that the reporter in that package now said that the Bush camp is labeling Rubio the GOP's Obama. I've been saying that Rubio is the Republican Party's version of Obama, like, for 4 or 5 months. And so I just want to let you know that I said it first. Okay, moving on to continue some of our political coverage. This is a lighter story, but it does have to do with Trump. The Trump burger in Colorado. Would you guys eat this? Let's go ahead and take a look at it.
This is one of the best burgers in town. It calls it Trump. Homemade bacon wrapped jalapeno poppers are so popular with the homemade raspberry jam and everything, so we figured why not put that on the menu. Well, this is for the people that like spicy food, because it is like, they can be very spicy, or no, we don't know when it's the jalapeno is so spicy and when we're not. So that's why it's called fire. Usually it's very spicy. That's why we call it Trump, because it's that you're fire. Hey, here's your Trump burger with the comb over slaw. Try not to get too fired up.
Oh.
Are
you finished yet?
No, it's getting better. Mm-hmm. You see that?
Every time you clean.
Are you done? No.
All right, in more random Trump-related news, I have another Trump story. This has to do with the Trumpkin. I'm not sure if you guys saw this, but this was trending on Facebook. I guess this woman posted this on Monday night. This is from the Facebook page, Paris Pumpkins in Ohio, weighing in at 374 pounds. It's the Trumpkin now on display. Basically, they paint pumpkins and they've created this giant Trump head. Kind of funny because most people would agree that Donald Trump has a big head. But yeah, so she posted this, and next thing you know, all the news outlets out there are covering it. You can actually go to her Facebook page and see all the news outlets that have covered her so far. It doesn't have too many likes on the page, but about her, among the many I have pumpkinized are Barack Obama, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Dr. Phil, Tom Cruise, Prince Harry, Steve Jobs, and many more. So next thing you know, she does this. She's making the Huffington Post, Gawker, let's see, the Today Show, CNN. It's kind of a big deal. So I was entertained by the Trumpkin. I really like this. Make pumpkins great again. It's pretty entertaining, to say the least. Yes, guys, this is the Trumpkin. We're going to get back to serious political talk, but I thought I would lighten things up and show you
hey, guys.
This giant Trumpkin. And now we are
No, don't leave the Trumpkin.
Have you seen the Trumpkin?
I have.
Yeah, it's pretty entertaining. That is the voice of John Hook, guys. You know him.
Hi, guys.
So you want to use this camera?
Sure. Absolutely. It's been a while.
It has been.
You're eating healthy, I see.
Yeah, well, I'm trying. I'm trying to eat
The
healthy.
Trumpkin.
I like the Trumpkin. It's pretty entertaining.
Can you put it up again? I think that's hilarious.
Yeah.
How did they do the hair? That is amazing.
Well, I think she painted the whole thing. Is it real hair, or did she paint it to look like real
It
hair?
almost looks like she used like a rug, literally like.
Because she paints the pumpkin itself.
That's like a throw rug. It's like, I don't know, it looks almost like artificial hair that they threw up there. It looks like.
It's so good, though.
It's really good. What do you think about Trump tonight?
What do I think about? I think that he's still the guy that everyone's tuning into here.
What are you buying stuff on the internet? She's got her charge card out. Oh, there we go. I think Trump's got to have a good night tonight. I think he's got some people causing him trouble.
What do you mean, like a Ben Carson?
I don't think Ben Carson for the long haul makes it. My bet, and has been for 2 months, and I posted it 2 months ago. My bet is really on Rubio. I've told you this before.
I've been saying, I was telling them, I've said it since June. Rubio is the GOP's Obama, and in this story I just played from Fox News, they finally used that phrase. I'm like, guys, I've been saying it for months.
Well, Jeb Bush is calling him that in not a nice way, meaning he's inexperienced and he hasn't had enough time out there to be an effective president. So,
but he kind of is the GOP's. I mean, he's a young senator.
Yeah, I think he's got the most, in terms of the establishment candidates, he's got probably the most compelling story that could be interesting in an election. And obviously, he's Hispanic, he's Cuban, but
immigrant parents.
He's got some appeal beyond what would be typical GOP.
But he's not drawing huge crowds at his events, not like Trump crowds.
I don't put a lot of stock in that. I remember covering the best example was covering the New Hampshire primary in 2004. The talk, and I was on the ground and covering that. The talk was Governor Howard Dean from Vermont. Everything was Howard Dean. He had these huge rallies, all these young people excited. Election day comes, and John Kerry thumped him in this was in Iowa, I'm sorry. In Iowa, he thumped him badly. And I think Howard Dean finished third, actually. And everybody was like, where did that come from? Because there wasn't a big amount of support for John Kerry at these rallies. But he had the best ground game getting people to the caucuses to vote. This is what it's about. It's about getting delegates.
Do you think also 2015 is a little different? It seems like the word that we're hearing a lot of is frustrated. America is frustrated with the traditional political approach.
I agree, but national polls will show that. The question is, can you get these frustrated people to the polls?
I see what you're saying. So even though they're going to publicly talk about how they're annoyed, and they'll go to Twitter and they're going to go on Facebook and they're going to complain, they may even show up to a rally for the Instagram.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Are they actually going to go on election day?
That's the question, and those become pretty hardened party people in Iowa and New Hampshire who vote in the primary. So you're getting people who are really engaged, tend to be a little bit older, a little bit more party people, entrenched party people who vote, and so that reflects generally the establishment candidate. I mean, you go back in history, the Republicans have had a very predictable history of going with the safe pick. It's usually a VP, former VP.
The conservative choice.
Yeah, or it's the guy who was the second place guy the last time around, Mitt Romney, John McCain. Before that, they tend to go very safe, and so to pick a Trump, I think that would really be a leap of faith.
But it's also
for the Republicans to do that.
Again, it's a different era, and social media, the internet has played a large role.
You're right. Obama rewrote the rules.
Right.
He rewrote the rules. A guy with not a lot of experience who got elected.
Right. So I'm just saying, you never know. I have a question for you. Who's the next person to drop out, in your opinion? There should be some people dropping out soon, right?
I really think Rand Paul, because Rand Paul's in trouble in Kentucky. If he wants to hold on to his Senate seat, he's going to have to make some decisions because the polling in his Senate race are not very favorable right now. So if he doesn't feel he can win, and I don't think he can,
for president now.
For president, that he may want to get back and hightail it back to Kentucky and get going on his own reelection, because he may end up losing on both counts if he's not careful. I think he's right in that mix. I think Lindsey Graham hangs in there, maybe angling for a Secretary of Defense or something spot. He might hang in there, but for most of these guys who are in either not registering or polling at 1%, I don't know what the allure is to keep going. I think Pataki's got to get out probably. Rick Santorum's got to get out. Bobby Jindal. I think all that group at the little kiddie table, they probably need to at some point say, okay, enough's enough.
Right, but I guess there's also the part of campaigning where your name is just out there in the public. People become more familiar with you, so anything you do after this maybe brings more, you get more attention.
Yeah,
if you write a book, I don't know, whatever you choose to do.
I think that's a good point. I talked to McCain about this a lot when he ran in 2008, and when he ran in 2000. He came out of 2000 losing to George W. Bush enhanced. Most guys who run and lose, it's kind of a chink on the armor, you know. They lose a little bit of their persona when they lose, when they run and lose. They're diminished a little bit. McCain was one of those guys in 2000. Even though he lost to Bush, he somehow came out of it enhanced. And then, sure enough, when the opportunity came back again, in 2008, there he was. John McCain got the nomination. Again, the safe pick. And I just think that's what Republicans tend to gravitate toward. I don't know that they're going to take a flyer on a Donald Trump. I may be wrong. But I've long thought that at some point this ends. I don't know when. Maybe it's in Iowa and New Hampshire.
Submission Channel asking a question. Is Trump going to be asked why he opposes raising the minimum wage and that climate control is a hoax?
I don't know. It's an economic debate tonight. Primarily. So the minimum wage would come up. Climate control as it relates to maybe, you know, Republicans tend to think that the whole climate change thing is really predicated on an idea of how can we get into people's wallets over a carbon tax, that it's really a backdoor way to tax. So if it gets into a tax discussion, climate change might come up. But with the economy, yeah, I think it could, raising the minimum wage might be asked since CNBC's doing the debate. I mean, they're all about money and they're all about these issues. So yeah, it may come up. Sure.
Right. So given that it's all about the economy, I didn't know that till you just said that. I was wondering if because they're in Colorado, they bring up the issue of marijuana, but it does have an economic link to it in terms of the taxes. So I feel like that's going to be a big topic.
I think if you're in Colorado, I think that would have to come up because that's the great experiment.
Someone in that audience might be high at the time. You never know.
You know, one of the people on the stage might be. They have vague back pain or glaucoma that they're treating. Who knows?
Oh, we know Jeb Bush has tried it.
That's right. I'm pretty sure everybody on that stage has tried it. They may not admit to it, but yeah. On climate change, I asked Rubio about that when he was out here in Arizona. And, you know, I said, you have been called a denier. And he said, well, he goes, I don't deny that the climate's changing. He said, the climate is always changing. The question is, he said, really for politicians, the question isn't about climate change, but what are we going to do about it? If we believe that this is a big problem, how much are we willing to bring down the mean temperature 2 degrees, which is what everybody wants to do? And the last figure I saw was $30 trillion would have to be spent worldwide to bring the temperature down 2 degrees. Now, that would wipe out every economy. We don't have that much money in the world. So we got to decide, how far are we going to go on this? And if we're going to just do nitpicking measures that hurt economies, are we willing to do that when the change will be negligible? So I don't know what the answer is on that.
So many people chatting in the chat room. They haven't seen you in a while.
I know, it's been a while.
I saw someone saying, Cookie.
I appreciate that.
Climate change is real. Rachel saying, Trump didn't reveal his running mate. Who do you think it could be?
I think it could be
Who
Carly.
should it be?
I think it could, Trump's running mate. Trump, to me, would need some governing experience. As crazy as this sounds, Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush went at it in 1980. And in the end, Reagan tapped Bush because of his experience in the UN. George Bush had been around, George Bush Sr. So even though they're fighting now, Trump might grab a Jeb Bush because he needs somebody.
Interesting.
Although, I mean, this has gotten kind of personal and nasty. But
Bush can decline also.
Oh, yeah, of course he could.
But you probably want
Trump,
the job.
I think Trump would go for somebody who's governed. I think you'd need to have somebody who's governed, considering he is not.
Right.
You want somebody who fills in your gaps, right?
So what like a Bush or what other?
Now Rubio, I think Rubio would pick Carly Fiorina, and that could be a really good ticket, really strong ticket that could give Hillary Clinton some fits.
Because of her background in business, because she's a woman, because
background in business, she's articulate, she's well, it depends on what you believe, whether she's capable, because some people say she ran HP into the ground, other people say no. But she's pretty impressive up there. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I don't know. There's the only thing that, and I know this is completely from a superficial point of view, but envisioning a Rubio and a Carly side by side, I don't see them. I just think that Rubio looks really young. I know this doesn't sound right, but I'm just going to say it. Rubio looks like that's his mom.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
I was like, it's just, that's what it looks like.
Hey, it's your show. You can say whatever you want. Wait a minute, you're measuring your words for the first time ever? What in the world? I don't know how to say this.
I don't know. I mean, that's
Carly
the
Fiorina
first
looks
thing
like
I thought.
Rubio's mom. Well,
I mean, but not
you've said
literally,
worse.
not literally, because she's blonde and whatever. But you know what I'm saying is that, and she has that poise too, though, of being like a mom, her authoritative figure. She speaks very well. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I think
that could be a really formidable ticket, really formidable for the Republicans. That might be their best chance. I don't know.
Because if you have Hillary Clinton on the other side,
I think she's.
It helps with people who want a woman.
A month ago, I really had questions about whether she'd get through all of this. I really thought Biden would run and give her a really, really difficult time.
I cannot believe Biden. When I was off last week, and when that came out, I was just like...
I was shocked because and we now know, because he said it, he wanted to run.
I know.
That was the big question. Did he want to run? He did want to run.
Right.
He just couldn't get it together in time.
Right.
He's like, I've run out of time. I did want to run. He said it.
And he would have done a good job
I think
at
he would have been really tough. I think Republicans feel he would have been a tougher.
The polls showed that Biden would do stronger against whoever the Republican nominee was.
I think there's some truth to that.
Hillary. Because people are already so familiar with him. I mean, yes, people are familiar with Hillary, but there's also that. Tess
That's very
really
nice.
likes
Thank you,
us
Tess.
Together. People are familiar with Hillary, but Joe Biden has the likability factor.
Right.
It's just something that I feel is so important in this day and age because of social media. Everyone in the public feels like they do have personal connections to public figures, unlike 2 decades ago, for example. Everyone kind of has direct access via Instagram, Twitter, and all of that, and so they feel like they know you more, and they want to feel like there's that personability, and Joe Biden had that. I feel like Hillary's trying to do that.
She's really trying hard.
And I mean,
and you know what? I think now that she's kind of got the nomination, pretty much a clear path to the nomination.
Right.
I think she's going to relax a lot more. We might see more of the real Hillary because she can relax. She's not on guard as much.
Can I show you her? Actually,
sure.
We had her on earlier
She's
today.
She's smiling from ear to ear now, every appearance.
She was in New Hampshire, and someone asked her a question about moose, and she just got so excited.
About moose?
Well, yeah.
Like for your hair or moose out in the wild?
Like the wild, the animal.
Okay.
And I clipped it on her.
What was the context of that question? This was in New Hampshire?
This was this
morning.
Was
it a hunting question?
I clipped it. Hillary Clinton gets excited when asked about a moose, or asked about moose. I mean, it's not really about.
Oh, St. Anselm College. What a cool place. They do a lot of the debate stuff at St. Anselm College.
Let me go ahead and pull this up. And we'll hear from the guy asking the question.
I got to listen to this.
Thank you. I'm Eric Orff. I'm a wildlife biologist here in New Hampshire and have been one for 40 years, including 30 years with the New Hampshire Fish and Game. My big thing the last several years has been our moose. Our poor moose are down some 40% as our winters have grown shorter and our summers even hotter. I know you've really worked hard on climate change issues, but another factor is really the...
This is one of the best burgers in town. He calls it Trump.
Thinks that maybe it's a non-starter.
Homemade.
Wildlife biologists across the country, as wildlife habitat has been turned into crops, it's exacerbated the problem, and we want you to be a cheerleader and help save our moose.
Wow. I can tell you that's the first time I've ever been asked that, and I am honored. Can I get that? That's great. I will certainly look into this, and I thank you for your 40 years of service as a wildlife biologist. And And let me pick up my moose here. Let me say that is great. I will put this moose on my desk, Eric, and I will remember the moose of New Hampshire. Thank you. That's great.
Beaming from ear to ear.
It was so, I was like, oh my gosh.
Winning is fun.
Yeah.
She's winning right now.
Now she is.
I mean, the Benghazi hearings, the whole thing. She's in a good place, I think, right now.
The debate went really well for her.
Debate went well. She's passed a couple of really important thresholds. I still think the email thing's hanging out there, depending on what the FBI, how far they want to go. So that will continue to dog her, and it will in the general for sure. But in terms of getting the nomination, which is half the battle, and for her, given 8 years ago, the battle, because, I mean, had she beat Obama in that race, she probably would be president right now.
But I think, I feel like I once heard her talk about how everything happens for a reason and all the experience she gained as Secretary of State.
That's true.
So there's that.
Right.
Makes her more qualified.
And Democrats who have issues with her will come home in the end. They'll vote for her.
I think so.
They'll vote for her, so she won't have any trouble with that.
They might like Bill, at least. If they don't like her, they might like Bill Clinton.
Right.
What is the chat room talking about? Submission channel, is Jeb Bush going to be asked why he thinks it's proper to call U.S. citizens anchor babies? Is Jeb Bush going to be asked if he will deport? Oh, gosh. Submission channel is really going after Jeb Bush here. Joe Foley in the chat room saying, he's calling you hooky now.
I know.
The nickname's spreading. If these polls are to be believed about Carson leading and he continues to lead, how long do you think it'll be before Trump gives up?
I don't think Ben Carson is the biggest threat to Donald Trump. I really believe Rubio is now. And a lot of the people who watch this stuff pretty closely think Rubio is the guy to watch, and I agree with that. And I've thought that for a while. I think Trump stays in as long as he wants because he's self-funded.
Right. And
now,
he likes
granted,
the attention. He
has
likes the attention.
not had to spend a lot of money to this date. He's spending money on hats and T-shirts and his jet. That's about it. He's getting free media from all of us all the time.
All the time.
He has not had to spend much. There's a downside.
He's a businessman. He's smart.
He's smart. There's a downside to that, though. I still want to know what kind of ground game this guy's got in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina. That's when this thing really gets going in February and March. Mm-hmm. That's where the rubber meets the road with these guys. Can they get delegates? That's what this is all about.
Right.
And if he starts off and gets thumped in Iowa, then he's on his heels. He probably won't win New Hampshire, and then he goes into South Carolina. He's not going to win in South Carolina, I don't think. I don't think he's evangelical enough. So then he could potentially be 0 for 3 and really on it out. I mean, you've got to do well in those first 3.
Who do you think would win each of those 3 states, given
I don't know. That's a tough
the race
one.
right now?
That's a tough one because I don't know, and I'm not on the ground to know who's got the ground game. Who's able to mobilize delegates to get out, or voters to get out to these events? And probably Jeb Bush still has a very good organization. Which,
like a loyal
so even though
fan
we're
base?
getting national polls that are a big thud, maybe he's got a great ground game in Iowa. I go back to 2004. This is what I saw when John Kerry got the nomination. I wasn't hearing anything really about John Kerry in Iowa. It was all about Howard Dean. And then election day comes, and out of nowhere, John Kerry blows doors on everybody. And everybody's like, how did that happen? He had the best ground game. He got people out. Even though the polls weren't showing it, his people turned out. Dean's didn't. So this is why these polls can be very, very
misleading. Because the poll is a lot easier to vote in, I guess.
It's easy right now because we're basically in the courting phase. Somebody made the analogy. It's like at this point, the buyer has taken 5 or 6 dresses from Nordstrom, and they're trying to figure out which one they want, and the rest will go back.
Before wedding
We're
day.
just at the stage, we're just at the stage where the dresses are home, and you can
There's
kind
a
of...
30-day limit on returns, though,
I know.
John.
Well, you know this policy.
Depending on the store.
But if you return it to Nordstrom, you're good. They take everything back.
Everything?
Yep.
Even if it's like...
No questions.
It's true. Macy's has a 180-day policy.
It's good.
Costco has like 10 years, but who's buying a dress at
Are you
Costco?
serious?
I mean, Costco has an unlimited
You can return
policy.
your huge box of Cheerios
I-
after that long?
I have read so many stories on the internet about how
Wow.
Costco will literally take back anything and they won't ask questions. The only thing that has a limit is 90 days with electronics.
So food you could take back?
I don't know. I mean,
My enormous box of Cheerios, I could take it back and they'd take it?
I don't
love
know.
it.
But I'm just that's their policy. Do you want some fruit?
It's very healthy.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that?
Well, here in the newsroom, there's lots of food that comes in during
Oh,
the
did that come in
AM
today?
shift.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot that comes in because Corey's always out and about
Right.
bringing back stuff, and then we'll have chefs in the kitchen, on-air kitchen.
Right.
There was a lot of dessert today if you want. I think there's
Oh,
cupcakes
really?
over there if you want one.
Oh, that's all I need.
So there's always. It's
So you
not.
didn't ask me what I'm dressing up for as Halloween.
I was focused on
A
politics.
pirate. A pirate. I found a great pirate
Are
costume.
you gonna wear it to work on Friday?
No.
Bring the eye patch at least.
My kids actually guessed. They didn't see it in my closet, so they didn't know what I was going to do.
I've been a-
I was going to be Darth Vader, but I couldn't find a costume that really fit and was the right one.
Are you big into Halloween? Do you dress up every year?
Well, it's the first time I've been back with my kids on that day because I work at night. So the
Right.
last 5 years, I haven't been able to go.
Oh.
So
you have your costume ready. You're gonna
I've
at
got
least
my
show us
costume ready.
pictures next week.
I'll give
though.
you pictures.
I'm excited. I have 2 weddings.
This weekend? Halloween weddings?
Hello weddings.
Wow.
None of them.
Two?
2 in different cities. Across
How are
the
you going to
state.
do that? This is like doing Y2K. You're going to fly to Australia, celebrate, and then come back here?
It's like that.
LA and where?
Fresno.
LA and Fresno.
3.5 hours apart.
You're not going to drive it. You're going to fly it.
I'm driving.
You're driving
because
it.
to get to the airport and get on
Yeah,
a plane
you're
and
right.
deal with a flight delay, it takes way longer.
That's like my buddies and
it's
I.
in Pasadena.
We go up to Vegas once a year.
Mhm.
I haven't been for 2 years, but we generally go up there early in the college football season. And I was just told by my buddies that the group that got on the plane and got to Vegas, the guys that drove,
Got
the
there
guys
fast.
that drove, no, the guys that drove got there a half an hour later. That was it. Half an hour.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't necessarily save that much time when you're in California.
And then they've got their car. They've
right,
got their car
exactly.
there. So
it's way better.
Yeah.
And then you can't predict if a flight is going to get delayed or not. So, based on that, you kind of want to just be safe. So, yeah, I'm going to somehow do this crazy thing.
Is this costume?
No,
for
neither
the wedding?
one.
No,
One
neither
is
one.
formal, the other one's black tie.
Wow.
So I'm just going to wear the same dress, I think, to both.
Don't speed.
it's
Do you want to get Carrie up here? Because she's going to probably want to talk
Oh,
about this too.
yeah. Let's get her up here.
She believes Trump's going to win it all.
Let's get her up here.
Yeah.
Carrie.
Carrie, is Trump still going to win it all?
This is going to be a fun chat.
She doesn't know, but we've got some major money on this. Right?
Dun, dun, dun.
What's our current bet? Can you explain what our current wager
Man, I
is?
hate to think people to know about this stuff.
There's a tight
Hi.
space in there.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I just got a little too up close and personal with John.
You guys.
The big debate. Aren't you excited?
I am excited, mostly because there's always good sound bites that come out of
Right.
it and things to talk about
And
the next day.
I can't wait to see Donald Trump when he's down. I mean, if he's down in the polls right now, who knows what he's capable of? He might start calling people idiot and dummy and stupid and ugly again. Wouldn't that be fun?
But he did that even when he was leading.
Well, he did it when he was leading. Here's what I think's going on with Trump. I think he's in trouble because he started to mellow it out. People were saying, we want substance, we want details, and I don't think his followers really did. I don't think his gung-ho followers wanted a low-energy Trump. He's been accusing people of being low energy. I think they want the rambunctious, call it like it is, not politically correct Trump. And not that he's become politically correct. He's still kind of saying what he wants to say. But I think when he started to mellow it down and try to act more presidential, we started to see the excitement of him wane. And we're seeing Ben Carson, moving up. I really believe this is going to be a horse race. I don't think we're going to know the winner after Iowa. And people say, well, wait a minute, Iowa changed the trajectory for Barack Obama. It did, but there were fewer people in the race.
Right. We have
A lot of
14 still in the Republican race.
I can't keep track.
I think it's 14.
Is it 14?
Mhm.
Okay. I think if we go into Iowa with people expecting Trump to win and then he were to lose, then there's trouble. But if you go into Iowa, there's a lot of people who aren't expected to do well and they'll still be in the race after Iowa. I think that Florida's going to be really interesting because, in my opinion, we've got Rubio, Bush, and Trump who all have followings in Florida. And I think that'll be an interesting place. We're going to start seeing people piling up the numbers of the delegates. And this is going to go on for a while.
Right. I asked this
I
same
can't wait,
question
though.
to John.
It's like, wait, World Series or debate?
Oh my
or
God.
both, you know.
That's the same time.
True.
I'm getting in trouble for promoting the debate now.
Well, you can go back and forth,
I know,
right?
But you guys should watch Fox on your televisions.
She's required by law to say
Say
that.
that. Watch the World Series. I asked Hook the same question. In your opinion, who do you think should drop out next? I mean, there's so many candidates. Like I said, 14 Republican candidates. We need to cut that in half.
You know, oh boy, I don't think anybody should drop out unless they're looking at their bank account and saying, I can't afford this anymore. You know, who am I or who is any other candidate to say you need to drop out? I mean, is Rand Paul still in? I can't remember.
He is in.
Okay. Maybe Rand Paul. But, you know,
Hook said the same thing.
I think there's a place for everybody. Kasich is in there, and I actually enjoy listening to some of his ideas. Is he doing well in the polls? No, but, you know, if you're running a really lean campaign, you can stay in as long as you want. Who am I to say they should get out?
Right. I guess my logic is because
who's going to fall next?
It's all split up. It's so fragmented. I just think that it should be narrowed down so that certain people can then go to some of the front runners and maybe it'll balance out the polls. Perhaps maybe it'll bump up a Bush or a Rubio to make it slightly more accurate for those people who want to support traditional politicians versus the
Do you have anything
outsiders.
that you can pull up that shows the latest polling?
I can Google.
Okay. Because I always like to
Which
look at...
poll? The national poll that
yeah.
Carson's...
Yeah, let's look at the national polls. There we go. Boom. I actually like going to Real Clear Politics.
Right.
There
This
you
is
go.
the same one that Ron
Because you're going to
uses.
see, yeah, it's really great to look at, and you can kind
I'm
of
gonna pull it up on the
if you're
screen for
into
all the
politics,
viewers.
even if you're not, and you want to, let's do that. Yeah.
So everyone.
This is
can
amazing.
see.
Is this up right now, or are we?
It
up?
will be.
Okay.
Momentarily. Let's
We're
go.
still up. Hello.
There we go.
Okay. So, what am I looking at here? Is this what's up right now?
Yeah.
Can we go down, scroll down a little bit? Let's see. Okay, so you look at the Real Clear Politics average, and right now Trump is still up at 26, Carson's at 22. Where are we here? I like to go, if people got out, where would they go? So if Pataki gets out, it's 0.2 of a point.
Right.
And Jindal got out, they're more establishment
These two-
type. Santorum
That's
is more...
1 point total.
So I think Pataki and Jindal, yeah, you're right. And Santorum is more of he would go more into a Cruz. I think if people left Santorum, they'd go to Cruz.
Okay.
If people left Graham, they'd go to a Bush or Rubio.
Okay.
More likely Rubio now. Christie's people would probably go to a Rubio. I don't know. I think you're going to build, some of the Christie people might go to a Trump. So I like to look at it. Kasich is one of those people who's a little more establishment. I think he would probably go to a Rubio. So you have to go, when they get out of the race, where do their numbers go?
You're mentioning Rubio a lot, as if all of these people would then go to Rubio.
I
then
think
Rubio
he's
might...
the new establishment favorite because I think the establishment is realizing that Bush is not... He does, I hate to steal a phrase that Trump uses. He is low energy. I almost feel like he's not into it. Like it was his destiny and he was supposed to do it and everybody wanted him to run, but maybe he wasn't into it.
And he's just doing it for everyone else, to make everyone else
he's like,
happy.
well, maybe if it's going to come easy, I'll do it. And it hasn't proven that it's going to come easy for him. It's going to be a tough race, and I don't think he's in it to win it. What are people saying, though? People could be telling me I'm full of it, and I might agree with them.
I'm going to scroll up to where you joined in. Lots of people saying hi. I know his submission channel has been asking some snarky questions in the chat. Is Trump going to be asked why he aimed to shut down the early debate? What is he afraid of? Interesting.
Well, Trump's the reason I think that people who normally wouldn't watch these debates are watching. Mm-hmm. And, it's going to be so interesting to see a Trump who's back on his heels, going, whoa, I'm not winning in Iowa, and more than one poll is showing that, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see him coming out, and he's probably going to swing, and he's going to go after a really mellow guy, Dr. Carson. I mean, how do you punch that guy?
Soft-spoken.
How do you throw punches at that guy?
Although, I will say that
Without
Ben
looking like
Carson is the one that wanted to attack the Oregon shooter. I'm acknowledging Submission Channel's statement, but maybe Ben Carson seems like the nice guy. But in reference to the Oregon shooting, he had said, why is everyone standing there? Someone should have charged at him. I would have,
Well, it'll be a very interesting. The questioning is going to be interesting. Where are they going to go with the questioning? It's on CNBC,
right?
Which is their that's their
Business
money
network,
channel.
yeah.
So I wonder if it's going to be more about the economy and things like that.
That's
and
what John was saying.
That's going to lend. I think that's going to actually hurt Carson. I don't see him as some. I think. I don't know. My impression is that if it's talking about the economy, Rubio's going to do well. If it's really people who are wonky and they want to know details about things like that, is Trump going to really give us details? I think when he starts to go into too much detail and he tries to tone it down and look presidential, the interest in him
the appeal
wanes.
is lost. Fanny says Trump is going to rule and make America great. Tess saying Carson will be cool and collected because that's who he is and that's who his followers like. Trump should be entertaining tonight. Slam, slam, slam on Carson.
This will be interesting. Are all Republicans going to be asked about the tax dollars wasted on the Benghazi, investigation? Why over 10 investigations? How many investigations were there for the attacks during the Bush-Reagan years? I think that would be an interesting question because, there are people who really want to see Hillary raked over the coals over that, and there are people who want to see that for political reasons alone. Trump doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's just going to go with where the party expects him to go with something. If he really feels it's a waste of money, he's going to say it.
Especially when it comes to money and the economy.
Right.
I'm hoping...
All right, so that's my opinion. And now I'm going to go and let you all...
Well, it's actually really good timing.
What does this mean, the off-Prozac Trump? You mean, is there some sort of whoever wrote that, is there something to believe that he's been drugged and he's not?
I have no idea. Everyone has a different take on
That's
Donald
why he's
Trump.
being mellow?
Tess saying, I'm hoping Trump will stick his foot too far down his throat. I want people to see how petty he really is.
But that works for some people. You have to realize that the stuff about Trump that many people despise is working in his favor and bringing him to the top of the polls for a lot of other people.
Right. People either love you or hate you when you have that kind of personality.
Yeah.
It's like
mercurial, as they say.
Kanye, who also wants to run for president.
I'm going to let you mull it out.
Well, I'm about to wrap up. I'm going to switch things over to Kinsey. We're going to shift to our afternoon show.
Well, let's reconnect tomorrow and see who was right.
I know.
Who did John say is going to win tonight? Rubio?
He brought up the idea of Rubio doing really well.
Well, we know whoever wins, Donald Trump is going to say he won, right?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be all over Twitter. And he's going to only retweet the people that support him.
The question I have is, how does Carson do? He is very cerebral, and I don't just say that because he's a brain surgeon. He's soft-spoken. He's low energy, if you want to say that. He's more of a thoughtful guy, and I don't think debates lend themselves to that, especially when there's 14 people on stage or however many. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't think Carson's going to come away the winner of the debate tonight. That doesn't mean that I don't think he'll do well in the polls. I think it might be Trump. I think Trump's going to come up with something and come away the winner. There you go. I went out on a limb there.
All right, Carrie, thanks for sharing your thoughts. Guys, I'm going to wrap things up here. Kinsey Schofield will be joining you in about 10 minutes. Stay tuned for more Fox 10 News now, the afternoon and evening edition. We'll be starting up momentarily featuring Kinsey and Mike.